Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning.
What's your favorite scary movie?
All right. Happy Friday.
You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I did not even realize it was Friday, if I'm going to be so honest with you. All right, muting Samantha Dragonotti's beautiful music. Abrupt pause. Here we go. Did not realize it was Friday until this morning. Just completely escaped my noggin. So lots to go over today because I don't want to leave us empty-handed for the weekend. I can't believe it's Friday, but I guess that makes sense because I came back on Wednesday. I guess that's makes sense. Chad says, "Ooh, haven't seen this hairstyle yet. You have got to subscribe to my podcast channel." I did, well, something similar. Actually, this one's technically different. I did fluff out my hair. I did, give myself a little for one of my podcast videos. But I wanted to do it again today. I was just feeling very ethereal and floaty and big today. I was feeling big hair today, Very excited to go over the topics for today. What I want to do is I want to show you a few TikToks to slowly get us into today's episode. There's lots of bubbles that we're going to hop into, right? But it's going to get progressively worse. So I need it's going to get bad. Like there's definitely a story in here that's like very trigger warning, okay? And then we're going to go to sort of YouTube bubbles and sort of a drama. I think what I want to remind us of all today, I've really been thinking about how to do today's stream, is that we do philosophy through pop culture, but we do applied philosophy. A lot of philosophy bubbles don't actually practice applied philosophy. What they practice is sort of deconstructing philosophy in sort of a great macro abstract way. But I want us to remind ourselves that we're trying to apply philosophy to our actions, that we are philosophically deconstructing in the hopes to better ourselves in the world around us, right? So we are not just talking to talk. We're not just talking about drama to talk. We're actually looking at real people living real lives in real time, and we're able to use this to reflect our own decisions in our own lives. So I really appreciated the discourse of yesterday's stream. I just thought it was so good and so healthy, and everyone did really well. Even when it got a little confusing for a second, everybody did really, really good. And the comments on that video have been very wonderful. And so I want to keep that energy. I want us to remind each other that we're really not trying to attack anybody. We're just trying to deconstruct what we're seeing, pull it apart, re-examine it, put it back together with its best parts, right? Deconstruction isn't to destroy, it's to understand. It's to dissect, if you will. We're trying to really understand what it means to be a person and how to show up appropriately in the world, which is difficult. It's a difficult thing to do. So I'm going to start off with a TikTok that I saw on my own feed, and then my Discord also shared it. And I was like, same feeds, girl. And jump scare, Leo Skeppy. Jump scare, Leo Skeppy.
To me, happy pride.
Giant baby from Rugrats.
Don't fucking comment no shit to me, happy pride.
Giant baby from Rugrats. That's...
Okay, first of all, just a reminder that Leo Skeppy is a gay man, but he is I don't like him, right? He had the murder plot, the murder unalive plot. He had the plot to unalive an ex. And he has this audacity to be famous at 26 for absolutely nothing, giving life advice he hasn't earned. He's incredibly violent. His content's incredibly violent, everything. But I want to talk about why people like Leo Skeppy. So let it play and then I'll explain.
Comment no shit to me, happy pride.
Giant baby from Rugrats. That's who he reminds me of. He reminds me of the giant baby in Rugrats. All week it's been bothering me. Why does he look so familiar? And he reminds me of the giant baby that Angelica Pickles has a nightmare of because her parents are going to have a baby or something like that. And so she dreams about this giant baby. So yeah. Also, this dude's opinion on pride, super gross. As a gay man, don't be a pick-me.
Ooh, he said, don't be a pick-me. Okay, let's talk about it. So why, and just wait, I have another TikTok to show you in conjunction to this. Why do people like Leo Skeppy? And I'm going to say this from a neurodivergent perspective because I've been really thinking about this as an autistic person. before I was even diagnosed, why did I crave authenticity so deeply, even if it came in the form of meanness or cruelty? And it felt because I was surrounded by people constantly playing fake nice and playing scripts. I was craving authenticity, even if it was abusive, which is ironic because abuse isn't authentic. But why does abuse and toxicity feel authentic? And I think because meanness feels more real than fake niceness. Now, I wonder how this relates to PDA, or what other people call PDA, persuasive drive for autonomy, versus pathological demand avoidance. And pervasive drive for autonomy is like a really interesting way to have a relationship with this idea. It is autism related. It's a profile of a characteristic of being autistic, but I think it sings to so many neurodivergent people in the world, this desire to just be authentic, to feel like something is real for once in our life, right? So that content creator was Mr. William Spreck. Love that, like cute. Okay, now look at this TikTok. This was of Lizzo and
Never eaten
and Trisha. And just like digest this with me. Just like digest this video of Trisha with me.
like broccoli. Never eaten like broccoli or a vegetable or anything.
I was gonna ask you. You've never had broccoli?
Never. I don't think I've had any green.
Not
nothing
not
green.
even broccoli and cheese.
Nope. Nope.
Oh, wait.
I know. I'm like really, really bad with it.
Do you do like Caesar salads?
Never had a salad.
What the hell?
Okay, right? It's like, now, a lot of people really think Trisha's just hardcore trolling, or that she legit has forgotten. But what was weird is that was that Moses in the background? Let's listen again. Was that him confirming she's never had broccoli?
Never eaten like broccoli or a vegetable or anything.
I was gonna ask you. You've never had broccoli?
Never. I don't think I've had any green.
Nothing.
Yeah, wasn't that Moses who's the man voice in the back?
I was gonna ask you. You've never had broccoli?
Never. I don't think I've had any green.
Nothing.
Nothing green. Who is allowing Trisha to go crazy? Is Moses gaslighting her reality? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is this, at some point, it's not even funny. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too serious, but at some point, it's kind of crazy to allow a grown-up to have a grown-up conversation, unless it's all a bit. I just don't know. And I'm, at this point in my age, too old to be confused about adult conversations. It either is a bit or it's not a bit. And I need to know as the audience member, because I'm about to cancel you. You know what I mean? Like, I need to know as the audience member, what are we doing? So, I don't know. Thank you, chat, for saying my hair looks nice. I appreciate you. So I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. But I think, again, it plays into that idea of, what is real? What is even authentic? What is organic? And this goes back to the Sneeko Kanye situation, where Sneeko and Kanye are like, everybody's fake. I'm the only real one. White nationalist slogan here, white nationalist racist slogan here. I'm the real one. Everybody's fake. Because for them, I think they are used to everybody being fake, but being authentic doesn't mean being racist. Being authentic doesn't mean being mean. Being authentic doesn't mean, perpetrating like harmful stereotypes that are going to hurt people, especially marginalized people. So when you get gay pick-me's or black pick-me's or girl pick-me's or anybody pick-me's, what they're doing, this tokenization, is at the expense of all the marginalized people. And because you're angry about something that's not going good in your life, you're throwing everybody else under the bus. And it's a painful experience to see people doing it. Like, I feel like it's just a painful experience to keep seeing people time and time again, as we get older, continue to play into these sort of like, I just don't remember. I'm Trisha Paytas. I just don't remember. Blackface. It's like, you're 40. It's got to stop eventually, right? So today, when we cover all the topics we're covering, we have to remember to like age into our future grace, which is very different since we're all different ages, right? Like Leo's 20, whatever, 26, 27. Ethan is in his 40s now. He's turning 40 and he's suing 3 content creators. Like, it's just a mess here on the internet. But what does this teach us about our own life? I used to think YouTube was a place for really authentic and good people who would come together to make like really amazing content, but it just ended up pushing to fame some of the worst people in the world, right? And I think that we need to be aware of that we really do make the wrong people famous. I'm sorry. But like Trisha and Ethan, like these people are sitting in $1 million mansions, really hurting people. And these are the ones at the top. Jeffree Star, all these people. Leo Skeppy. Really? You know what I mean? It's like, girl, that's crazy. But here we are. Okay. Discord said, I wonder if that's the same reason why people that curse signal safety and authenticity to people. True. There's been that study that's been pushed around where people feel more safe with people who cuss because it feels like they're willing to cross social boundaries to feel, cross social boundaries, even if everyone hates them, because only a truly authentic person would do it. I mean, that's the psychology, right? The psychology is you must be authentic because what person would fake this? Because you couldn't imagine faking it. Like you couldn't imagine being Trisha Paytas and pretending you didn't eat broccoli. It'd be crazy. But Trisha does it, which is why it's kind of crazy, right? Like Kanye does it, which is why it's kind of crazy. Sneako's do it, which is kind of why it's crazy. Like at some point, you're either crazy or malicious. And you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I think as we get older, we have to be very serious about sort of what are we talking about here? Like, what are we doing here? You know, it was one thing for Kylie Jenner to fake her lip kits, you know what I mean? Pretend like she didn't have surgery, which was obviously marketing, and that did enough damage as it is, right? I saw a video, I want to talk about it. I'm not going to share it yet because I want to make a whole video about it, about a woman talking about, oh my God, you guys are just casually wearing these filters. This is not what I look like. And everybody in the comments was like, you're just a hater. You're just a hater. I tried the filter this morning when I had just gotten up from a nap. And I looked at myself and I said, Jesus fucking Christ. Like this filter is about to give me body dysmorphia. Like this filter is about to drive me to a surgeon. And then I turned off the filter and I was like, absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. I will, you want to talk about PDA? Don't make me get plastic surgery. I'm going to keep my nose forever. Like I am just as triggered looking at an app that convinces my brain to get plastic surgery as I am triggered by people telling me not to do it. When people say, don't change your nose or you're not authentic, I'm like, I'm about to change my nose. Don't tell me what to do. And then if I see a filter that like makes me feel like I should change my nose, I'm like, don't tell me to change my nose. I'm not gonna change my nose. You know what I mean? Like my brain does that intrusive thought thing where it's not me. It's not like the Britney that's sitting and meditating and thinking about her thoughts. It's the Britney that has that fast thought and it's real. Like it's a real fake thought. It's a real intrusive thought. It's a real, maybe not intrusive, but it's a real thought that pops into my head faster than I can process it. And I'm very lucky I'm secure enough to process it. I'm very lucky I'm secure enough to process it because imagine all the people who aren't. But that filter was crazy. That filter this morning, I was like, oh, okay. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So I just wanted to share that clip of Leo and Trisha, who I just think are the worst people ever. And as much as I want to give Trisha credit for getting better, I just can't with stuff like this. Like this is recent. I'm over it. I'm over the meme. I'm over it. It's just like, if you're growing, it's too slow and I don't care. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's a lot. Okay. Next up in queer news, I'm not excited. I was excited and now I'm mad. I'm sorry. I was excited and now I'm mad. Okay. And this month of our Holy Religion Pride Month, you're really going to do this to me right now, Anna Camp? Really, Anna? Okay. Anna, who you might know from lots of things because she's a very good actress, right? You probably know her from the Singing movie. That's where everyone knows her from, but she's in so many other things. Anna is 42 and just debuted her relationship with her girlfriend. Why isn't Britney happy? Okay, let's find out. Okay. That song, you know that song, Pitch Perfect. Thank you. Anna Camp, 42, with her girlfriend, 24. Anna, you could be her mother. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? What are we doing? I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I literally hate it. Okay? 42 and 24, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? That's basically your child. I'm so tired, bro. Can we all not fucking date people closer to our ages, please? 5 years, 10 years, 7 years, 6 years. Why y'all gotta go to a full 20 fucking years? What are we doing? What are we doing? Anyways, that brought down my mood today. But you know what really brought down my mood? This story out of Australia. I'm going to need you guys to trigger warning. It's a 3-minute video. If you need to walk away for 5 minutes and come back, if you need to walk away for 20 minutes and come back, please do that. Huge story out of Australia. It does involve a gang rape. It's horrific, of a teenager, 17 years old. I'm going to play the video. It's a news press conference. Okay. So just everybody take a deep breath. Walk away if you have to walk away, okay? That's your trigger warning. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2. Here we go. 1. It's giving us a warning. It's going to switch into the story.
About 5:30 p.m. on Sunday, the 15th of December, 2024, a 17-year-old girl was approached in a shopping centre in Liverpool by a 16-year-old male. The male struck up a friendly conversation with the female before he followed her to her car, which was parked in the parking lot. She reluctantly allowed the male into her car, where the conversation continued. However, the male then sexually assaulted that female. Police will allege that during that sexual assault, the male had a video call with persons who we will say are his co-accused, and he filmed certain parts of that, sending that through a video call to those other offenders. The female was trying to get the male to leave her car after the sexual assault. However, he refused, promising to leave if she drove him to Wheat Park in Sadleir. Feeling that was the only way to get him out of her car, the 17-year-old drove him to Wheat Park. When they arrived at Wheat Park, 2 other males entered the victim's vehicle, and she was further sexually assaulted by those 2 other males. Another car pulled up, and a fourth male got into the victim's vehicle with the other 3. They took control of the vehicle and drove her in her own car around the suburbs of Sadleir and Miller. They drove rather erratically throughout the time and continued to degrade and assault this victim as they were driving around. Police will allege that this went on for 6 hours before 2 of the offenders were dropped off and 2 returned to Wheat Park with the victim in her vehicle, where further sexual assault occurred, and then the males left her in the park with her vehicle. The victim then rang a friend who accompanied her to the Liverpool police station, where she reported the matter and was given medical assistance. About 7:20 a.m. on Friday the 20th of December 2024, police arrested a 16-year-old male in relation to this matter. He was taken to Bankstown police station and he was charged with 24 offences relating to the aggravated sexual assault of this female. That same morning, we arrested a 14-year-old male, again in relation to this matter. He was taken to the Liverpool police station and charged with 10 offences in relation to this aggravated sexual assault. Since that time, investigators have been conducting extensive inquiries to be able to present a very full picture to the court of this offending. Yesterday, 2 other males, being an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old male, were arrested in relation to this matter. They both face extensive charges of aggravated sexual assault and will be appearing in court later today. The 4 of them acted together, creating fear on the victim, degrading her whilst the others offended against her, and at times there was more than one person offending against this poor young girl.
Devastating. Just absolutely devastating. Oh, God. Hold on. We're going to watch one more news story so we can get a little bit more detail because it's updating as we go.
Yes, a truly horrific set of allegations coming before court here today, and they are that a 17-year-old girl who'd been out shopping at the nearby Westfield, Liverpool, was befriended by a 16-year-old boy who talked his way into her car for a lift. He's then accused of sexually assaulting her before phoning his friends, meeting up with them at a nearby park where the 4 males in total then continued to take turns sexually assaulting the teenage girl while she was driven around for more than 6 hours.
Discord Sword, is there a cultural difference? I'm curious about her use of male and female. It's just matter of fact. So when the police are giving statements about a crime, they're using the most sterile words possible. She doesn't mean anything invalidating about male or female, and it's not associated with alpha bro bubbles. Male and female is just the most sterile way to explain what happened to the victims at hand. That's why she uses that language.
The four of them acted together, creating fear on the victim, degrading her whilst the others offended against her. And at times there was more than one person offending against this poor young girl.
Police had already arrested 2 boys in the days after the alleged attack in December last year, just 14 and 16. And yesterday they arrested 2 more. In Heckenberg and Sadleir, an 18-year-old and 19-year-old man were taken into custody. Adam Abdul Hamid is the only offender who can be identified, as the rest are or were children at the time of the alleged attack. He made no application for bail in court on 5 charges of aggravated sexual assault in company of others.
My client maintains his innocence.
It beggars belief that in this day and age that men would think to act this way towards a girl.
Now, police allege these males also filmed themselves in the process of carrying out these alleged attacks. Those videos have been seized and will now be put before the courts.
Okay, really devastating news. I see you guys already saying the parents should be arrested. That's really difficult because the truth is the parents probably just didn't do much. I don't think the parents had to teach their kids to assault a woman for them to have raised boys who assaulted women. I think we forget that we are evolved animals on a planet, and that when parents don't raise their children right, meaning they ignore them, they neglect them, they don't talk to them, your children act because they're just like a little evolved animals with no guidance. So I think saying arrest the parents is a little dicey, right? Because I think you imagine it couldn't happen to you, but I guarantee you there's a chance you could raise a rapist. And I know you don't believe that, but I've seen way too many parents raise rapists. And I just don't think arresting them is gonna, I'm not a police state person. I don't want the police. I don't think it's a police matter. You know what I mean? I think it's a societal matter. I think we're in a deep meaning crisis. I think we need to ask ourselves, why are we having children? And why do we think we're capable of not raising bad ones? You know, I guarantee you the parents failed in many ways, but I can't guarantee that the parents on purpose raised rapists. And that's, you know, we have to talk about that, right? If you can prove, like a lot of school shooters, that parents supplied the guns, then sure, you have to arrest the parents. You supplied the weapon, right? But in many cases, I don't think you can hold the parents accountable for what their kids do if the parent is truly ignorant or something is going on or they didn't realize, because that is, I mean, a really scary reality for so many people. Look, most people don't raise their kids thinking I'm going to raise a rapist. And then you get a knock on the door. And that's why parents defend their kids, because there's no way for them to imagine they raised a rapist. But that's because we think we're good parents. People think they're good at parenting. And you're not. Like, none of us will be great parents, even though we will be as good as we can be. All of us will fail in some way. We won't be perfect parents. Let me rephrase. I'm sure we'll be great parents, but we won't be perfect parents. One of the reasons my partner and I talked about, you know, raising kids is we talked about that. We said, what if we had a kid who became a school shooter? Because there was no guarantee we could raise a kid who wouldn't become a school shooter. You can't guarantee the outcome. You can only do your best to bring down the probability, but you can't guarantee it. And I think that is one of the most honest conversations I've ever had with anybody, because most people are like, oh, well, I wouldn't raise a school shooter. You don't get a choice. You do not get a choice on whether or not you raise a school shooter. You can only do your best to mitigate the possibility they become one. And I think that is too realistic for most people to process, right? So for me and my partner, that was one of the many reasons we chose not to procreate, is like, yeah, we don't need to participate in bringing in another human being with their own biological relationship to reality who might end up creating or becoming a radicalized person. Because, you know, there's a reason why radicalization is so prominent because people get swept up by communities. I wouldn't be surprised if these boys were radicalized in some ways, right? So we need to, yes, investigate the parents. Yes, look into the parents. Make sure the parents weren't training them this way or conducting them this way or raising them in a cult or something, for sure. But to automatically assume the parents had a hand in it, I think we should wait and see, right? Yeah, Chet said if parents knew they could go to jail if their parents did mass harm, maybe they'd actually spend some time parenting. Yeah, but we know that's not true, right? Again, you're giving humans too much credit. You're giving people way too much credit. I'll give you an example. We have got to stop giving people credit. You're giving people too much credit. Punishment doesn't work. Holding people accountable doesn't work. Like, none of these things work, guys. Like, as much as we want to say, like, maybe we'll force them to be good parents, it doesn't. It doesn't. The story just came out of New York. A bunch of men sitting in a train, a stabbing occurs. A bunch of men who do absolutely nothing to help the victim. Absolutely nothing to help the victim. Not one person did anything. And a big part of it is they're probably having a biological response of freeze. But my brain is like, throw a purse, throw a bag, do something. But that's the problem. It's funny when we decide to do something and when we decide not to do something. Look at this video. Very horrific video. Get ready. Fingers crossed. I mean, not fingers crossed. Starting countdown. 1, 2, trigger warning. 3, 4, 5. Okay, very, very human. Look, we're safe until we're not safe. And look, I've seen too many male content creators talk about like, oh, I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to jump in there. I'll call the cops, but I'm not about to die for a stranger. And then they want to talk about how men are heroic and men are protectors and men die for people. Look, we shouldn't even be doing this, but you couldn't throw a shoe at him. You couldn't throw it. Like, you can't throw some shit at him. But this shit is a real biological relationship with self. You know how many rapes have happened in public and people don't do anything about it because they can't process it. Humans are not as great as we think they are. They are absolutely animals in like a biological sense and a matter of fact sense. And we give ourselves way too much credit because as an animal species, we do fairly well at socializing every day. Most of us get to come home every day without something really bad happening. Like, most of us have never seen a stabbing in real life. Most of us have never seen someone get shot. Most of us have never been in the room when someone's being raped. Like, most of us do, at least as far as it's been reported. We get this idea that humans are better than they are. But if, we really looked at the number, there is a real biological component to this. And the question is, are we going to be introspective enough to pull it together? Are we actually going to pull it apart and say, okay, I failed in doing something better in these situations. The stress got to me and I didn't do as well. But then at the same time, we expect people to do better. Now, again, all of the boys that committed the rape need to be held accountable. They're a danger to society. At 14 years old and you're raping somebody, Habibi, it's too late for you. The rehabilitation for the possibility of this is like very low, right? 14 years old and you're already engaging in rape, 16 years old and you're raping somebody, like, baby never had a chance, okay? So there's something there that needs to be handled. I don't know what the answer is, but professionals need to be on it. I'm not a professional. Professionals need to be on it, okay? Even in North Korea, South Korea, hold on, let me bring it up actually, since we're talking about it. Oops, let me mute that. It's just music. Ex-NCT member Moon admits to rape charges, prosecution seeking 7-year sentence. Prosecutors are seeking 7 years in prison for Tae Moon and 2 other men after all 3 admitted to raping a heavily intoxicated Chinese national. According to the Korea Jung Ang Daily, the defendants gang raped a foreign tourist in an unfamiliar situation, making this a very serious crime that demonstrates extremely poor character. Moon says, I most deeply regret, and I feel sorry for the harm I caused the victim. I also apologize to everyone who was disappointed in me. If given leniency, I will consider it my last chance in life and do my best to contribute to society in any way I can. A lot of his fans are very disappointed, obviously. A lot of them wanted to believe that he didn't do it, and he did. Like, he did do it. He fully admitted it. So, okay. You know what I'm saying? And we give people too much credit. Look, raping somebody, like admitting it, saying I got someone drunk, I targeted somebody, I followed someone, I recorded someone, I threatened somebody. This is up to the professionals, but these people are unsafe for society, right? They need to be in a center, treated with dignity, because we don't become monsters just because they're monsters. Also, humans aren't monsters. They're just humans. Humans gonna human. Okay, we don't become bad just because they're bad, but they are unsafe. You have exhibited such a lack of consideration for the safety and dignity of those around you. You cannot be around people. And your mothers can visit you in prison, but girl, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be amongst us. Okay? So again, this isn't, oh, I was drunk at a party and I didn't understand the social context and I went too far and I'm so sorry. This is deliberate, targeted. This is predator and prey. This is clean and clear. You chose somebody, you targeted somebody, you dragged somebody, you forced somebody. We're done, right? So again, I can hear all the chirping from people, right? Like, oh, but like, what if so I didn't? These are clear-cut cases. There's no room for the gray. They're danger. They're a danger to society. So for the audacity of this K-pop star to say, if given a second chance, I'll do better. No. No second chance? No? No second chance. Like, no second chance. Like, no. But thanks. You know what I mean? Palestine is still being targeted and starved. I saw this horrible video of a little boy screaming how he has to eat sand because there's no food. And I just want to remind people that real horrible things are happening everywhere. And there are results, I think, of things that start off a little bit more innocent. Like, I'll show you one as an example. When human beings escalate to genocide, it didn't start a genocide. It started from dehumanization. It started from objectification, which is why, once again, with peace and love, I want a safe space for people to explore safe sexuality. But the reason people are concerned about the way we express safe sexuality is that a lot of us haven't deconstructed, so we play into the patriarchy, right? We do play into the imagery. I saw this video. I'm going to have to mute the sound because it's copyrighted. But it says, being an immigrant in Europe. Okay, cutie patootie. An animal that lives amongst us, and this is a French person. Okay, actually, I think I can play this sound.
Étranger?
He said foreigners?
Non, non, merci, faut pas, non.
And people were shook. An animal that lives amongst us, and he said foreigners. Okay. You know? Okay. So that's how you get to genocide, right? You start with the dehumanization. You start with the animal conversation. You start with the monster conversation. Look, we are biologically, scientifically animals. But when people say it like that, the animals who live amongst us, and they're like, foreigners. Okay, they're not being scientifically matter of fact. They are being racist and disgusting, dehumanizing. They think they're better than these people. This isn't okay. Okay? But this is the escalation, right? It starts off of one thing, having a neighbor you think is a little funny and their food smells a little funny, turns into their skin is a little funny, turns into their religion's a little funny, turns into everything is a little funny, their kids are a little funny, turns into their country's a little funny, turns into now they're a threat. We don't just get to genocide because one day people wake up and like, I'm going to kill that person. It starts from something at the beginning. When I look at the misogyny in my own family being raised with 8 brothers, and I look at them and I look at how they were formed, I see where my parents failed them, but I also see where they failed themselves, right? A big part of it is pride and ego. Remember, we all love Vegeta, but he kind of blew up planets. You know, he got a little Majini just because of his pride. Like, have pride in your work, but don't have pride that blinds you. So again, we have to be careful with how we give people too much credit, but then we're way too lenient, and yet we're not compassionate enough. Do we know the difference? Like, don't be too lenient, but make sure you're compassionate. But don't be lenient, because if you're lenient, then really bad people take advantage of that and they ruin your life. But where's the compassion and where's the leniency? And this is what a struggle, this is the struggle we're facing, right? When am I being too lenient? And when am I not being compassionate? The next story I want to cover is about Tyler Perry, which again, right? Tyler Perry, huge director, just came out with a new movie called Straw. Everybody's watching it on Netflix. The TikToks are going crazy. Was recently accused of sexual assault by a former employee. I want to watch a news snippet of it just really fast. And then I want to watch a content creator. I really liked their breakdown of the alleged text messages showing the evidence of basically the inappropriate discourse between Tyler, who is employing an actor, and what how the actor felt pressured. And I want us to just talk about it again. Okay, so here's the news story.
Giant Tyler Perry has been accused of sexual assault in a $260 million lawsuit. Perry is being sued by actor Daryl Dixon, accusing him of creating a coercive, sexually exploitive dynamic while he was acting on the filmmaker's shows, The Oval and Ruthless. He alleges Perry promised him a successful acting career and then subjected him to escalating sexual harassment, assault, and professional retaliation when he didn't reciprocate his unwanted advances. Perry's lawyer has denied the allegations, calling the lawsuit a scam to make money.
Okay. Now, and I don't want to speak for like Black communities in any way. I just watch a lot of Black content, like specifically because I like to hop into bubbles, and in the like Black content for Black people bubble, they, from my understanding, don't like Tyler Perry. They feel like he objectifies the Black woman, the Black image. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course. From my understanding, they think he is demeaning and lacks dignity when talking about Black experience, that he made movies like the Medea movies and the Medea movie, Medea, is that her name? And those are like undignified, basically, and kind of mock Black culture so white people can enjoy it. Yes, am I, okay. Chat is validating me, but please invalidate me if I'm wrong. And so some people don't like him, but Tyler Perry is also very, 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 very rich. He, if I'm not mistaken, opened up one of the largest studios in the South, if I'm not mistaken. He's like one of the top Black directors, producers, like famous people. So some people feel like he's sold out, but he's kind of like Oprah status. He's like, yeah, I think he's a billionaire. Chad says, yeah, in Georgia, right? Okay, thank you. So there's like this part of him that's really famous. He really did it. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't he the godparent for the white English people? And what's her name? What's that redhead's name? Oh man, Prince Harry? Isn't he the godparent for their baby? I think that just hit me because I saw the documentary series. I think that is them. Meghan Markle. Yeah. So, okay, he's the godparent for Meghan and Harry's baby. Harry's baby. Is that their names? I saw the documentary series. It was interesting. I actually came away liking Meghan a lot. Meghan Markle. Her new show, kind of boring. I feel like they did her dirty with that show, but I did like the docuseries. Yeah, Harry and Meghan. Okay. So he's the godparent for their baby. Because I remember an interview that they wanted him to come to the christening. He's like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And I was like, you know what? And he hid them. But the helicopters found them because they were circling his house. Okay, that's what I remember. Okay. Discourse said very big misogynist and uses Black women's stories, mocks them, and makes a profit off them. Okay, so people are not happy with him, right? Okay. This content creator named Tyreek Told You went over the text messages, and I watched it like halfway by myself, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. I'll watch it with stream. So I'll go ahead and link his channel. This is a TikToker. He did a really good job. TMZ got a hold of the text messages. Let's see how we feel about them.
These are the text messages
How's the
between
volume?
Tyler Perry and Derek Dixon. Derek Dixon is the actor who is suing Tyler for sexual assault. I got these from TMZ, so let's take a look. Also, before we get started, these are like screenshots of screenshots of screenshots of screenshots. So the pictures are highly processed, and some of them, like the words, are very, very blurry. So we're going.
Oh, I'm just going to pause here and give my initial thought. Just, we really got to start being very serious about power dynamics in workplaces. And if you want to fuck your boss, you can do it later when he's not your boss anymore. Okay? Even when I was dating a girl back in my 20s, I moved apartments as she got a promotion and became my boss. I moved apartments so I wouldn't be under her. Okay? See how easy that was? Moved apartments. Just make it easy on everybody. It's not worth your reputation. It's not worth your person. Like, if you believe in the safety of each other, if you care about each other, move departments or don't get involved. I know humans are going to human. I know everybody's fucking at work. I get it. I'm here for it. Just like make it good for you and other people. You know what I mean? Like, be thoughtful about how that person is showing up at your job. Okay. So for the director to do this goes back to Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky. An intern cannot consent to having sex with the president in the Oval Office. The world superpower, like the president. Yeah, no. Like, no. And by the way, he's not even the first president who's been accused of sexually assaulting women. George Bush Sr. was accused. And everyone's like, he's just an old man. Yeah, that old man better keep his hands off women's butts. Okay, thank you.
We want to do the best that we can. So let's see what we have here. This is Tyler sending Derek a picture of him on a jet ski. And then this is Derek in the blue. Nice picture. Yeah, the water does look calm. Tyler's response. Nice picture with 4 question marks. And then Derek in all caps. Great, amazing, awesome picture. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. And then back to Tyler. You don't see that stud in the quote unquote nice picture? Rude. Okay.
Giving a little thirsty. I can't tell if they're just having gay banter, but like feels a little thirsty.
Okay. All right. So far it just seems like too sassy. This screenshot doesn't seem too bad. I can call you later or tomorrow sometime. And then this is Tyler's response. You have a really fresh voice and take on things. I don't know where this is going, but I laughed the entire time. I could see the world and the characters. My exclusivity ends in 30 days. I want to take Losing It Out to Amazon or Netflix. After that, engage their interest. So he's pitching a show, I guess. But I also want to try and get you with the right people to help you make these shows work. They are not for my audience, but we need to find a home for this stuff. I don't want to miss another blank creek. Like Schitt's Creek? I don't know.
Oh. We love Schitt's Creek.
Know that Eugene brought that to me first, but I didn't get it.
Oh.
Amon gets here tomorrow.
Oh, Eugene Levy brought him Schitt's Creek first? Love Schitt's Creek.
So he's got my full attention. I'll be trapped I'll be trapped until the day after. This sounds like they're just talking about work. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn. He done pulled the iMessages up on the MacBook. Uh-oh. All right. But I swear.
Also, can we just go back to humans being human? We give ourselves too much credit. Look, I know we're not living our lives like we're criminals about to get caught, but the amount of audacity that people have texting evidence, like, look, most of us have nothing to hide, but the audacity of just like, you know what I'm saying? Having like, interesting.
To you, I know how to fix this shit. I love killing a motherfucker in a show that no one expects.
Ooh.
You could be sipping Mai Tais counting coconuts right now. Think about the last episode. They are all shot at what? Think about the last episode. They are all shot at we don't know who lives. Oh, they're all shot at. Like they were shot, boom, boom. Okay. Exactly. I'm scared. They should be too.
Ooh, actually, Chad said, like Dorinda Medley said, say it, forget it, write it, regret it. Never put it in writing. Do you remember when, speak of the devil, Ethan Klein was going back and forth with certain content creators? It might have been Mr. Beast at the time. I don't know. But he wanted to do it in text. And the guy was like, no, call me. And he's like, no. They want you to call. Or maybe he was talking on someone's behalf. But I just remember Ethan saying like, no. Don't do the phone call because they want to get away from holding you accountable. And it's just like gross. Like we're so gross. Humans are so gross. We're all gross. I remember one time there was some shit going down and I was in that debate bubble and everyone was recording each other. And I made a vow not to record anybody. And I said that I was like, hey, I'm not recording you, right? Like, I'm not saying I'll never record, but I'm saying like, I don't record. And so it's not something I've ever really done. And so I was on a phone call with somebody and I said, hey, I'm not recording you. They're like, I'm not recording you either. And I was like, okay, but like, I'm not recording you because like, one, I have nothing to hide. And two, it feels like really gross. Do you know what I mean? It just feels really gross to be like all sneakily recording each other. And then some people proudly get on stream and they're like, I record every conversation. I do not care. Yeah, something's deeply wrong with us. If we're so paranoid, we have to record every conversation that happens. But I get it because you want the evidence and now you like have the receipts because someone's going to turn around and call you crazy. But at the same time, it's just not good.
Nope, they're not. Last I checked, we all got the same bullets in us. Again, it sounds like they're just talking about work. Right, and we just had a heaping dose of it and now it's back to nothing. It's really weird. I didn't have any contact. What are you talking about? I haven't been touched in months. Oh, you mean touching. I thought you meant being around people. Jacob.
Look, first of all, I just separate from this case, pull out with, no, not pull out. Wait, zoom out, zoom out with me. Separate from this case, all of our flirty text messages sound cringe, period. But within the context of this conversation, zoom back in. It's icky. So when I'm reacting, it's icky. I'm not shaming them for flirting because like we all sound cringe and flirt. I'm shaming with the power dynamic. That's what I'm shaming. Okay, thank you.
Who is Jacob? I love that you only say that when I'm being stupid. Laugh out loud. I guess the Jacob's dumbass version of me. You know what I cook? Derek, spaghetti, cake, you. I'm so drunk talking shit. All right, we're getting a little flirty. What's it going to take for you to have guiltless sex?
Ooh.
Have y'all found that yet in therapy? Yes, it's the exact same kind of card, Geo Metro. Giving up my religious guilt, becoming a Buddhist, that's so cool. Where you came from? Unfortunately, Derek, I have friends who are in their 50s and 60s who are still dealing with that, and it's so sad. You can have freedom from religious guilt and still believe in Christ. Treat myself right. What are you doing? Derek, just talking to my sister. Eye roll, fine, good night. I'll go through the 600 people in my phone book.
Damn, he is like really, I mean, is Derek being obtuse about it? But like, it's kind of weird. Like, what do I do with this? Like, what am I supposed to say to this? I mean, I've been in social situations, not with a boss, not obviously, but not with a boss. But like, I'm trying to think of like, if I was in this social situation, what would I do? I mean, I think if I've been in similar-ish ones, like, I've been in situations where guys will be like, you know, this is a story about you-know-who, and you-know-who sends me a DM, and he's like, hey, my penis is on the internet if you want to see it. And I was like, nah, I'm good, bro. I don't want to see anyone's penis that I'm not intimate with. And he was like, yeah, some girl posted it on the internet. And I was like, okay, well, I don't want to see it. Thank you. And I was like, unless I'm like intimate with somebody, like I don't want to see any genitals. Thank you. And I had the same rule when I was courting my partner. I was like, hey, with peace and love, like until we are intimate, like we've crossed that boundary. Like I don't want to see anybody's naked body. You know, that's like a rule I have with everybody. Okay. And I think he was testing the waters, is my theory. If he could, he would. But I put down the foot right away. I was like, nah, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested. That's what I'm saying. When people accuse me of like trying to get in, just for the record, I never said yes. I was never interested. I never let him push further, because the moment he said that, I knew he was trying to see if I was interested. I was not interested. I was not interested. Thank you. Okay. And so I was like, no. And that was it. Okay. But I also think, and this is what somebody has told me in the past about my personality type, they're afraid of being rejected by me so much, they would never fully just ask me or be interested. And now I wonder, like, oh, I wonder if this is why I'm always the approacher. I actually think I'm the approacher because from my feedback I've gotten from people, they're always relieved when I hit on them because they feel like being rejected by me would like be really hurtful. And that's my theory of what he was trying to do. He couldn't come out and say it. So he had to be like, if you want to see my penis. And I was like, I don't want to see your penis. Thank you. I don't want to see your penis. And then it was like, yeah, well, some girl just posted it. And I was like, okay, well, I don't want to see it. And I never Googled it. And I have never seen it to this day. Okay. I've never seen it. I don't want to see it. Thank you so much. So I think, it's like, it's a little, I don't know. Chat says, Brittany, aren't you making just excuses for them saying they're too scared? Love you, but what do you mean? No, I'm talking about rejection sensitivity. Yeah, I think people, what do you mean? What do you mean making excuses? I'm talking about general flirting in general, right? Like I've heard feedback from non-predators who have just said like, oh yeah, like, being rejected is hurt. Like it hurts people. Guys, being rejected is like a universal thing people have problems with. Like for my brain, I like it because it tells me like consent boundaries, but most people are pretty nervous about being rejected, right? Most girls I know want to be approached. They feel like they'll like toe the line of, hey, are you free Saturday? Like, oh, I really like that anime too. Most people drop hints before fully asking someone out. That's what I was referencing, to be clear. I think that's pretty universal that most people don't look at Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry is literally too pussy just to say, I want to fuck you. Are you into it? Right? He's like literally pussyfooting around the conversation with Derek. It's like, just ask Derek to fuck. But is he also, knowing the power position, trying to give Derek the opportunity to be first? And if he's first, then it's not Tyler's fault. So in that case, if that's what you mean, yes, if you're predatory, you could be trying to give a person you're the one who asked for it. I didn't ask you. I was just flirting. You're the one who escalated it to the next level. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, wait, I think I'm getting what you might mean. But in that case, sure. But like, you never know what you're dealing with. So yeah, like maybe if I flirted back, or maybe if he flirted back, or maybe then the predator or the person targeting could say, oh, well, you flirted back. That's your consent, but that's not your consent. Is that what you mean? I think I'm getting it now. Maybe. Yeah. Chat says rejection sensitivity being an ADHD symptom confuses me because a lot of people have that. No. The one is pathological, one is not. One is culturally, like I'm just anxious. It's like the difference between being nervous going on stage and having anxiety. That's the difference, right? Being afraid of rejection and having rejection sensitivity is different. Rejection sensitivity, from my understanding, is like a shutdown of the body. Like my body shuts down. Like I feel like my whole life flashes before my eyes and my childhood comes back and I'm a kid again. It's like mental health versus like, oh, like I've been rejected and it kind of hurts my feelings. Not a big deal, right? That's like does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe that's my, my way of explaining it. I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. Chat says, I mean, his behavior was pretty gross, and saying that he might have been too intimidated to ask directly sounds a bit like making excuses for bad behavior. But what was the bad behavior? Habibi, what was the bad behavior? What was the bad behavior in the context of the conversation? In the context of the conversation, what was the bad behavior? Do you know what I mean? I'm just giving... I think I'm confused. Can somebody explain it to me? Does anyone want to translate to me? Because what was the bad behavior? I'm trying to think of what you mean. What was the bad behavior in the context of the story? If you're talking about something outside of the context, that's different. But within the context of the story, it feels very monkey brain being like, you want to see my penis? No. So it's not smooth. It's bad flirting. But yeah, Chaz said asking if you want to see his penis. Oh, I mean, he asked. I don't think it's wrong to ask somebody, do you want to see my penis? Like, I feel like, no, thank you. Oh, because you guys are imagining it. Hold on, pause. Because you're imagining like a stranger just coming up to you on the street being like, do you want to see my penis? That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. But like in social situations where a person, it's not the craziest thing I've been asked from a man who's flirting. I would say it's bad taste to be talking to a person and to feel like, oh, they could be open to it. And that's the way you're asking, right? Chet says, isn't talking about his dick pic in that way very weird and very bad? I don't think so. I don't think so in this particular context. I think it's just bad flirting. Like, if he was a stranger, if he came off the street, if, you know what I'm saying? It's gross, but it's not like, it's just, it's stupid. It's like, it's childish. It's like, I don't know what it is with men wanting to send their dick pics. I think it's just like monkey behavior. It's just like it's immature and it's silly and it's borderline unsafe, but it isn't always unsafe. Like the action within itself isn't predatory. I mean, he asked, which is consent based, but it's like icky. It's like, ew, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think it's icky, but I wouldn't put it into like rape category. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Chad says, is this bad flirting or crossing a boundary? I would personally be extremely uncomfortable and weirded out. I'm not weirded out by people. You know how many times I've been asked, do you want to see my penis? Thousands. Like thousands. Every single guy who's probably ever talked to me has been like, do you want to see my penis? And I fully have gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, I don't know what it is about your all dicks that you want to show people, but no one wants to see it. I literally have such a common experience with it. And again, I'm not approving of it. Hear me when I say this. I do not approve of this behavior. Okay? Brittany, do not approve of this behavior. I don't know why men love their dicks so much. I don't know why they want to send it to us. But no, not every guys. I'm being a little facetious. Okay? Not every single guy. But I would say like 70% of the guys, for sure. Definitely. I mean, I get them in my DMs from strangers, let alone from people I know. So yeah, I would say that it's really stupid. Do you know what I mean? Chet said, Brittany, could you be too desensitized or am I being a prude? I'm very strict about what I call predatory behavior. And I'm very strict about what I call like inappropriate versus like uncouth. Like, I think it's also inappropriate to like say fuck around children. Right? But if you ask my consent and I say no and you respect it, I'm good. Do you know what I mean? I don't find it offensive for somebody saying, hey, do you want to see my penis? Like, oh, no, thank you. If I'm friends with them, if they're escalating, I could see it. I find it icky. But do you know the difference? Like, I'm not personally offended. My morals aren't offended. My ickiness is like, ew, you're not my type, gross. Do we know the difference? Do you know what I mean? I'll tell you this. One time, I have a Snapchat, PG Snapchat. It's PG. I have a PG Snapchat. I don't have it available anymore, but I show like food photos and like very PG content on it. And one time a couple signed up for it and I didn't know. And they started sending me videos of them having sex. And I was like, hey, I'm going to ban you. This is so fucked up that you would sign up for my Snapchat to send me videos I didn't ask for. And they said, well, you're bisexual. I thought you would like it. No. And that is a consent violation. I would rather a man ask me, do you want to see my penis and take my consent than a person sending me unsolicited pictures. Sending me unsolicited photos is bad. Don't do that. I don't want to see your unsolicited shit, bro. But if you ask me like, hey girl, are you into this? And I say, oh no, I'm not actually into that. Thank you so much. They're like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, okay. Do you know what I mean? But I will say that person in that context is a pattern of abusive behavior. So we can agree that that person that I'm talking about who asked me that, now that we know they have a predatory behavior and they're facing a felony, now that we know they're a consent violator, that was probably a part of their technique to get into the girls they were working with to sort of cross that boundary. So then we can agree that that situation with that person, predatory. But in general, I'm not convinced that in general it's bad. But I think, like, given the context, it was like icky and came out of nowhere, right? But like, yeah, like he shot his shot in like the worst way possible, and then in a greater context, in an inappropriate way all around. So does that kind of make sense? So I think we agree it's bad. It's inappropriate. But I don't want to, because like if I'm at a BDSM dungeon and everyone is sex positive and everyone's having sex, not that I ever really saw sex at the dungeon, to be honest. I was thinking about this today in relation to Sabrina Carpenter. BDSM is a lifestyle. Most of the dungeon parties I went to, no one was ever having sex. There were sex parties. I've had sex at the dungeon, but 99% of the parties I went to, sex was not happening. BDSM was happening, but sex was not happening. And so, like, again, when people say, like, what do we know about Sabrina's BDSM life, her sex life? BDSM and sex are not the same thing to me. They're totally different. But vanillas usually think BDSM is sex. In my opinion, vanillas think BDSM is sex, right? But if I'm at a dungeon or if I'm in a dating situation and somebody's like, hey, do you want to see me naked? Like, is that something you're into? I'd be like, oh, no, thank you. I'm not into that kink. I'm not into showing each other's genitals. I know some people are. Some people get a great validation. I met a bunch of girls who told me on dating apps, they like to send nudes to people to feel validated about how pretty they are. I'm not that girly. I don't feel that way. That's okay. I feel like there could be some healing there. I'm not that person. You know, I'm not that human. So I don't think you're wrong to think it's icky. I don't think you're wrong to think it's immoral. I just, you know, Chet says not everyone is pro at setting boundaries, and they are often looking for someone who has trouble saying no, even if they are clearly uncomfortable. For sure. Absolutely. Which is why you shouldn't ask people that question outside of a very organized situation. So before you ask a penis question, which is crazy, you should ask, hi, are you interested in me romantically or sexually? Great. In which way would you like to engage with sexual activity? I agree with you. So like, I think I'm more on your perspective, definitely, than any other perspective. I want to make that clear. I think you're right that ultimately you want to give the person consenting the greatest ability to consent in the most, in the most good way. Like, so you want to say, are you interested in me? Great. What does that look like? Does that look like holding hands? Maybe going on a date? Would you like to kiss me? Would you like to send photos back and forth? Something like that, right? I think that's the best way to kind of go about it, right? Oh no. Chat says, I fear we've got different BDSM bubbles. I went to it in a dungeon just twice, was just visiting the bubble. And a lot of people were drinking and everybody was chill, but I was a bit surprised. Yeah, I've only been to house parties that had alcohol and they were very strict about it, and weed, and they were very strict about it. I've only ever gone to nonprofit sex education dungeons. So not all BDSM dungeons are the same. Some really racist MAGA voters run dungeons, so be careful. Some really regressive people run dungeons. The dungeons I went to were progressive, alcohol-free, drug-free. They were legal entities. They were nonprofit education centers. They held education classes during the day and dungeon at night. So I try to stay away from party dungeons and I try to go towards education dungeons. They tend to be better and safer. And if you go more progressive, they're obviously safer generally. I also don't go to swingers events because those are sex focused. I go to BDSM events, which are different. Yeah. So, you know, okay. So yes, I think we agree, chatter. I see your perspective and I agree with it more than I agree with my initial statement because I wasn't thinking about that perspective, but you're right. You want to, you know, act with caution, respect people's boundaries, make sure you don't go right away to a dick pic and start somewhere slow and make sure that person's even interested in you in the first place. Right? Okay. I agree with you. All right. Good conversation. Let's go back to Tyler Perry being thirsty.
And be annoyed that I don't want to talk to any of them. Trying to get off so I can go to sleep. Laugh out loud. I understand. Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud. Apparently, you're not the only one that's been drinking tonight. I just started. They didn't. Laugh out loud. This is like nothing. Nice. Santa Monica is nice. I'm glad you're going out there. How is your no? Is it stronger? You gotta have a strong no. Yes, it's strong. My mom literally thinks I'm going to sell my soul to the Illuminati. She heard Kanye say that it's real. Well, I don't think that, but I do think that you have to be able to say no and mean it and make it clear. I'll only say yes if it gets me an Oscar. Just kidding. I hear you. Well,
Excuse me, hold on here. My mom thinks I'm going to sell my soul to the Illuminati. Well, I mean, you know.
the only one who could have gotten that for you through sex is in prison. I guess he means Harvey Weinstein.
Oh.
So just stick to the no unless you are really into him.
Unless you were really into him. Yeah, this is super unprofessional. Why are adults so unprofessional? Myself included. Why are we so unprofessional? You know, a part of it is that I think I'm funny, to be real. A part of it is that I think I'm funny and I want to be funny. But it's so unprofessional. There really isn't a professional way to be funny. Like, why can't I be more professional? I would just have to mask so, you know what I mean? Wait, Chet says, Brittany, I started adopting some of your straightforward communication styles, was on the phone with my mom, and we got into a crossroads, and I said, okay, I love you, bye, I love you. It worked, yes. I'm telling you, my mom started doing it back to me, and I was like, we've come full circle. We're giving each other tools. You know what I mean? We're giving each other tools. Yeah, why are people so bad at being professional? Chet says, we're big kids. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it's that we're big kids. Like, true, professionalism is often way too enforced by whiteness and patriarchy. Well, that's the problem, is like, we don't want to enforce, like, I'm sure, you know what I mean, from hairstyles to makeup to earrings. I'm wearing boob earrings today, girl. Like, I want to work at a place where boob earrings are professional. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to work at a place where I can wear boob earrings. You know what I mean? But I don't want to work in a place where the boss and one of the subordinates are having sex and it's mixing into work, because you just know it overlaps. Like, as much as we want to say we separate work from professionalism, like, we don't. We literally don't. And that's one of the biggest problems with streamers. I mean, look what's happening with Ethan and everything. Ethan's like, that was my best friend. And now he's suing people. Like, we can't separate the professional from the personal. So then we have to be very, very careful. You know, we have to be careful. Chet says, you're at work right now. That's true. I am at work right now. Look at it. I am at work right now. Discord said, Brittany Simon, autistic, philosopher, comedian, sex worker. Thank you. Yeah, so weird.
I would hope that you would let someone hold you and make love to you. You are missing the best years of your life, my friend. Trust me. I hope you get past that block in your mind soon. Well, Tyler, if he does get through that block, that doesn't mean he's going to have sex with you. He doesn't want you. Well, it's not this person, but yes, I want that too. I'm working on it. Therapy is helping. Listen to me. If you let the cast know that you and I have a new friendship, then you are opening yourself.
Hold on. Jess says, Britt, we can tell each other to be very clear with saying no, but I think this gives some people the excuse to ignore less direct, more high context communication of consent, which leads to assault. What's your thoughts on that? Well, I will just say, like, even when you say no, assaulters will assault you. So if you're a person who manipulates, tricks, connives your way into someone's pants, you're just a rapist with extra steps. Which is why when we look back on media we loved, like Barney Stinson or 40-Year-Old Virgin, getting women drunk so they're more likely to say yes to having sex with you, you're just a rapist with more steps. And that's why we're changing the word rape and what it means, because old school people thought rape meant beaten, black and blue, murdered, raped. But no, rape also comes in the form of taking steps ahead of time to manipulate people into a situation where they're coerced to say yes to you, right? So I want to make it clear that even if people were saying no aggressively, it wouldn't change the fact of getting assaulted for most people. Instead, what we have to account for is when you're not dealing with a rapist, okay? When you're not dealing with a rapist, when you're not dealing with a sexual assaulter, what you're probably dealing with, if you're dealing with a man raised under patriarchy, is a misogynist who you have to first figure out if he even has deconstructed. And if he's safe enough to deconstruct, then you can have a blunt conversation without a pushback because he'll be like, oh, cool, thanks for letting me know. Right? Chad says, wait, Barney the character, not the actor, right? Yeah, Barney the character, Barney Stinson. Yeah, Barney the character, not Neil Patrick Harris, right? Chad says, what if you're both drunk? Are you still a rapist if she's more drunk than you? It's very contextual and depends on the situation, but not all people experience drunkenness in the same way. So if you're drunk and you're having sex with somebody and you're not sure about their, consent, then you run the risk of raping somebody. If they're drunk and they don't know how to consent when drunk, you run the risk of being unable to communicate, which is why, again, drinking culture has been modified to say, hey, the way we've been doing drinking culture is leading to too many assaults. We need to stop it, because even if you don't intend to rape somebody, you can rape somebody, right? I need you to process this with me. Your intention, though very important, doesn't change the fact that you can rape somebody without intending to. And I need you to really process this information. It doesn't matter at that point. Now, do some people accuse people falsely? Sure, but those people are so small, I don't even want to talk about it, okay? What we really have to be okay with, or what we have to recognize, is when men talk about a loneliness epidemic, and they're talking about how rejection is the worst thing they can experience, and women are talking about how rape is the worst thing they can experience, we're not having the same conversations, right? So we need to remember how a person reacts to the conversation is important. So if somebody says, I can revoke consent at any time, and someone's reaction is defensive, well, they're not a safe person to have sex with. I am married and I have revoked consent mid-sex. It's really easy. Baby, I'm so sorry. I think I'm like a little too sore. I think it's my fibro. Can we stop and like just hang out? Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you. I love you. What is my husband gonna be like? No, we have to have sex. We're married. No, that's how you revoke consent. Baby, I'm so sorry. I really want to do this, but I think my fibro is flaring up. I'm so sorry. What is he gonna do? Fuck your fibro. Like, no. Like, so when people are like, how can you revoke sex halfway through? I don't get it. I can't. Once I've started, I can't stop. That's a you problem. Listen to people when they tell you who you are. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you're with somebody who gets defensive over the idea that like you can't revoke consent at any time, they're not safe because they don't get it. They can't figure it out. Like, they can't actually figure it out. They're unsafe. You know? Right? So anyways, all of this is new. All of this is good. We just started educating people. Let's continue educating people because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people are raised by porn and media. And by the way, I understand why people are afraid about porn and men, because men are watching porn without any parents helping them understand it. And I see this failure with my own brothers. But as a girl who watched porn and I was educating myself at the same time, I had a better relationship with it. You know, that's the difference, by the way. The difference is that when I watched porn as a kid, I also read 2,000 books, a lot of them about sex and relationships. My brothers read none. That's why we had a different experience with it. I'm sorry. Okay? So I need you to recognize that you need to be educated when consuming. Educated when consuming. Educated. We need to be educated as we consume. If we're just consuming, we are rotting our brains. We are rotting our relationships. We are rotting our futures. We need to consume with thoughtfulness. Okay? We need to be very thoughtful with our consumption. Okay? It's not the ChatGPT, it's not the TikTok, it's not the phone. It's your lack of education with your consumption habits. People don't know. And companies don't care to inform you because they want you addicted. They want your money and your eyes and your time. So use it correctly. Use it to your own joy and strength. If it's not serving you, get rid of it. If it's serving you, keep it. I hate when people say, these kids should get off the damn internet and touch grass. Look, I touch grass when I turn off the internet, but I also live on the internet because I'm neurodivergent and I love it here, okay? I love it here, right? But like, it's one of those things where you have to play to your strength. The internet is good for me. The internet's not so good for my other friends, and that's okay. How does one find educational porn? Because a lot of it is just fake and based around misogyny. Well, to be honest, I don't trust any porn that's been created by a studio. There are sex positive, feminist, gender fluid porn companies that are coming up, but they don't have the capital yet. So there is that. Independent sex workers might be easier to consume. But if you're looking for education, I wouldn't watch porn for education. I would watch sex educators for education. I would read feminist literature for education. There are better ways to consume porn. Like I said, I stopped consuming real person porn years ago, just because I can't guarantee it's made in a consensual way. And then independent sex workers I might support, but I don't really personally, I don't masturbate to sex workers. I tend to masturbate to my imagination or maybe some hentai, but that's just a personal place where I am now. I used to consume a lot of porn. I just kind of fell off of it because of the studios and stuff. And also, like, I never liked a man in my porn personally, you know what I mean? But I don't mind some, give me a plant monster and some anime. I'm here for it, right? Yeah, Chez says the porn for and made by women is often better, but it's hard to find. It definitely is, right? But I think, again, it comes back to why are we consuming it? What is it for? And are there other ways to engage in this? Again, my imagination is really great. So I use her. I use her. But if we want education when it comes to sex, we have to be reading literature about sex. And, I picked up this lesbian porn book one time. It was really crazy. It was like, very Sherlock Holmesy era. And it was like, candles in the arse and wax down the hole. And I was like, girl, and like, it was filthy. It was a filthy lesbian erotica. And I will just say, as a fantasy book, like, okay, I'm feeling it, but also I'm disgusted. But also, oh my God, what's really interesting is the testament to like the creation of it. Like when I read Anne Rice's Sleeping Beauty series, I think what it is a testament to the creation of the literature. Not necessarily that you find it hot or don't find it hot. And I also have a deep theory that I really believe people aren't actually attracted to what they're watching. I think they're attracted to how it makes them feel, like music, which is why when we listen to lyrics now and we realize our favorite songs are all like pedo songs, we didn't know that because we were never listening. We were never consuming. We were consuming, but for the feeling, or at least it seems to be the fact, or it seems to be the case that a lot of people seem to just consume based off feeling, which is why we're now like, what did that lyric say? And who said what? And why is this song about a man and a little girl? And what's happening? Like, I really don't, I think we give ourselves too much credit. I really think we're giving ourselves too much credit. Now, with that said, I just learned that Steven Tyler was dating a 16-year-old when he was in his 20s, and the parents signed over custody to him so he could take her across state lines without it being a crime. So, Liv Tyler, your dad is crazy. Imagine, girl. Anyways, it's like the Jerry Seinfeld thing. Jerry Seinfeld dating a teenager in high school. He would literally park outside of her high school. Girl, what are we talking about? Oh, and you know who else killed it for me? You know who else I got the complete ick for? I can't believe this man was so hot to me. And then I totally have the ick for him now. Ick. Henry Cavill, relationship with Tara King, which began when she was 19 and he was 32. I'm over you, Henry. I'm over you. Sorry. Not sorry. Yeah, I'm over Henry Cavill. I lost it. I don't have it anymore. I don't find him attractive. It's gone. It's gone. It's destroyed. You are ugly to me because I'm annoyed at your desire for a teenager when you're in your 30s, sir. What? What? Anyways, what are you going to do? All right, back to Tyler Perry being thirsty.
Up to a lot of questions and foolishness. You want them to know that you are there because of your talent and not because we have a friendship or because Tony got me to give you a job. Who is Tony? You earned your spot like everyone else. Don't give people an opportunity to play you small or they will. I can't teach you everything. Unfortunately,
Wait, hold up. Discord said black men have the highest rate of false accusations, and the accusations are white women. But the fact is also sometimes it's used to deny the credibility of an accusation, like the Jonathan Majors case. Because Jonathan Majors did it. You mean, wasn't he found guilty? I heard those recordings. They were crazy. Or is he innocent? No, you're saying he's guilty. Are we saying he's innocent? I fell off John. I see him too. I used to think he was so handsome, and now I can't look at him in the face. No, he was found to be an abuser because Keke Palmer was going to interview him, and she got canceled because she was no. He did choke his girlfriend. Thank you. He choked his girlfriend. Nah. He is guilty. Okay, thank you, chat. I think I just misread the message in Discord. Okay, yeah, because I remember thinking, oh, he's like talented and attractive, and now I can't even look at him in the face. Now I'm like, girl, that's why Keke was so. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women uphold the patriarchy. Discord is saying they're guilty, but people use the false accusation to deny the credibility. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women uphold the patriarchy.
there are some things you'll have to learn yourself. Because when we go back to work, I'm not going to know you. I don't have any friends that work for me, my friend. Professionalism is key.
Oh, hold up. We got to rewind this because I got lost.
Who is Tony? You earned your spot like everyone else. Don't give people an opportunity to play you small or they will. I can't teach you everything. Unfortunately, there are some things you'll have to learn yourself. Because when we go back to work, I'm not going to know you. I don't have any friends that work for me, my friend. Professionalism is key. You're totally right. I hope you got it, my friend. That makes total sense. Just watch the behavior of.
This feels really scummy to be like, you got here on your own. You didn't get here for any other reason. But also I put you on 47 episodes of my show because I thought you were hot. You know what? It feels manipulative. Like, is Derek saying, hey, I feel like I didn't earn this spot? And then he's like, no, you did earn this spot. Also turn around. What's happening?
Everyone around me on set. Yeah, I will. Don't want to give anyone that opportunity.
And that really sucks that it really sucks that artists do seek validation. We do want to be validated. And it just sucks to get an opportunity you think is like an amazing opportunity, but then you don't see the strings attached.
Because work is work. They are stupid to think that. So stupid. I'm going to have a come to Jesus moment with them. I think I'm going to shoot them all. What? I think I'm going to shoot them all get shot. That'll do it. They'll be like, wait, eyes. Okay. I may need to shoot the shoot out early. Like Tuesday. Or maybe, okay, that Beyonce song on the loudspeaker for everyone. And then a Beyonce GIF. I was about to text.
Canceled. GIF. Canceled. Boo. Boo. I'm just kidding.
Do that. Why did that photo make me jealous? You two together. Ha ha, I don't know. It's just Brad. Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud. He just wanted to go for a quick walk to get his steps in, and now I'm walking to Chipotle by myself. Laugh out loud. Thick Derek. Get that Chipotle. Ha ha, can you tell from the photo? No, I can't. Only from your jeans. Ha ha, that's how I measure too. Oh. Well, it's not this person, but yes, I want that.
Wait. I gotta rewind that. He just wanted to go for a quick, this thick Derek, get that Chipotle. How can you tell from the photo? No, I can't. Only from your jeans. Okay.
Aha, that's how I measure too. Well, it's not this person, but yes, I want that too. I'm working on it. Therapy. Yeah, we read that already.
Just for the record, Blue is still Derek, right? Okay.
No, not that person. Laugh out loud. Just saying, laugh out loud. I feel.
Okay, here's the way to just put this in the bag. Does Tyler do this with anyone else on his cast? Period. There, that's how we know. Does he talk this way with other people? Are there text messages with other coworkers? Is this just, quote, his personality? Or is he targeting a person who works under him and flirting with him, and this is the only person he did it with? Then it is sexual advancement from a director, which is inappropriate and I don't think should be allowed. As long as you're working under that director, you shouldn't be engaging with them sexually. Like, I think both of you should be slapped on the wrist, okay? And then if you're in a relationship with them prior, that's different. I don't care about that. But as long as you're working with each other. Like, just stop. We've got to stop. Stop putting people in these positions, period.
Sorry for the person that you choose. So that's not nice. And I won't even take an act.
Chat says there are others. Like, there are others victims, or there are others. I meant, like, are there others to say, like, oh, this is just how Tyler is and he doesn't mean it? Not like, are there other victims? Wait, are you saying there are other victims, or that he is just kind of chill and he talks to everybody like this? Is that what you're saying? Tell me. Dwight with the super chat, thank you so much, says, love your new hairstyle. I think a person who is so drunk, they don't know where they are off limits. But how if I'm sleeping with a person who's euphoric drunk, wrong? Women have done it to men too, you know. I'm looking up the euphoric drunk. I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of that statement. It says the second stage of alcohol intoxication, referred to as euphoria, occurs between 0.3 and 0.12, which may correspond roughly to 1.4 drinks from a woman and 2.5 or 2 to 5 for a man. Depending on size, in this stage, the individual may be more confident, maybe more talkative and animated. You mean like, you know, like people drink to be socially more active? Like, look, I've had drunk sex, and I've had consensual drunk sex with partners. I feel like, I'm going to be real, I feel like it's really fucking easy to have consensual sex. Right? Like, I feel like it's really fucking simple. And I think the only way to do it is to actually consider the person's feelings. Right? And consider the situation and consider how we feel and make, like, maybe, look, I was a virgin until I was 22, and my first sex happened after I was already incorporated into BDSM. So for me, I already knew how to check in with a person. I already knew how to check for consent. And sometimes there was sloppiness, but it was always handled with grace because we could see, you know, where the person was, or if maybe somebody like did something that was less sexy to somebody, they'd be like, oh, like maybe like the, so it feels really weird for people to maybe not have the skills, but I forget that I do have the skills, probably because I was so much older when I had sex for the first time. I was able to learn so much about consent, to kind of figure it out. And yeah, I think if you're tipsy, you can't consent to sex unless you've, prior to getting tipsy, have decided to have sex. I don't think if you're tipsy, you should drive. I don't think if you're tipsy, you should spend a lot of money. I don't think if you're tipsy, you should go for a walk alone unless, you know, like tipsy is different. Because like, look, when I'm tipsy, like I can't operate a vehicle. When I'm tipsy, like I'm not consenting unless it's with somebody that I have a pre-established relationship with. Like my partner and I have blanket consent to have sex with each other when we're tipsy, but also I can communicate when I'm tipsy. But I also, you know, I know not to drive a car, but that doesn't mean that if I decided to drive a car, I should have driven a car. Does that kind of make sense? Like, you have to figure it out prior. You have to figure out for you personally what is safe, for the person you're with who is safe. Look, I've definitely met people that have falsely accused people, right? I consider them more like scammers, right? If you're willing to lie about being assaulted, you're a scammer. You're a bad person. But scammers aren't that common. They're common, but they're not as common. Everybody will be scammed once in their life, but most of us live our daily life without being scammed on the daily, right? So think of false accusations as scammers. How often are you targeted by a scammer who's going to accuse you in order to reap the benefits of accusing you? Probably not frequently, right? And if somebody does, they could also just be like mentally ill or whatever else, right? But that's probably not what's happening. Most people you're engaging with, if you really know them as a consciousness, as a friend, as a lover, as somebody you care about, like you'll have some idea of how they communicate, some idea of knowing how they're feeling. And if you don't know, you can hear me out, ask. You know? Yes, chat, exactly. You got to be the adult in the room. I know it sucks, but there's none in the room almost always. You got to be the adult in the room. So if you don't understand consent, when drunk, you can't have sex when drunk. If you're asking me questions, and I appreciate the super chat, but if you're asking me this question, you do not have the skill set to have drunk sex. Right? And when you say it's also done to men too, okay, why are you saying that? Like I'm sitting here okay with that. If you can't handle your alcohol, you can't handle sex drunk. You can't handle your alcohol, you can't be engaging. You shouldn't be making big purchases. You shouldn't be taking care of children drunk. Like you should really consider what it means to be intoxicated. You shouldn't even be riding a bike down the street. If you're a sloppy drunk, you could get hurt. You could hurt other people, right? Like you have to make a decision about what it means to be intoxicated when existing. That's why we're hoping before you get intoxicated, you've done your checklist, designated driver, friend you can call, you know, putting things in place, hiding the keys from yourself so you don't accidentally drive them. I played DD a lot in my early 20s. I was always designated driver. Not always, obviously I got drunk too. But at one point, my friend turned the sink on her bathroom and flooded her whole bathroom because she was drunk in there. I was like, girl, you've been in there too long. What are you doing in there? Flooded the whole bathroom. One time I had to fight her to the ground because she was like, I'm going to drive. I was like, you are not allowed to drive drunk. And I tackled my friend, you know, as one does, like in a very gay way. And we grabbed the keys from her and we hid them so she couldn't find them. Sometimes you got to do that. Even if your friend's like, oh, you're breaking my consent, I want to drive. You don't get consent to drive. Even when it comes to sex. Like, no, like you can't, like if I, you know what I mean? Like, no, that's why when you go to parties with your friends tell you, don't let me have sex with anyone. Now, I had a girlfriend of mine, and this is a crazy situation. I had a girlfriend of mine tell me that she was at a party with friends, and a girl said, don't let me have sex with any of these men. But as she was flirting with this guy, her friends tried to take her home, and the girl scratched her friends. Like, don't tell me what to do, and scratched her friends. And they didn't know what to do. You can't kidnap her. It's illegal. But you can call the cops and get them involved. Right? I remember one time I was walking out of a bar with a couple of friends, and we saw a drunk girl being put into a car. And the guys in the group spotted it first and went, hey, what are you doing with that girl? And he goes, no, she's a friend of mine. I promise you, I'm just trying to get her home. And they're like, we're going to have to see some proof that you're a friend. And I was like deeply impressed that the men in my group, because they're kind of newish friends. I was kind of surprised that they were like, we have to see proof that that's your friend before you take her home. And they got the bar involved, and the bar came out and had to like, yes, they're friends. I saw them walk in together. Like, oh, here's our Facebook. You can see photos of us together. And oh, here's her sister. You can call her. Like, it was a really interesting moment of saying like, you're dragging a drunk woman into your car, and she was out. And I thought that was really nice, right? So there are ways for us as a community, and you know what it is? It's the lack of defensiveness that makes it better. Hey, it's my friend. I know this looks crazy. I promise you it's my friend. Instead of, it's my friend. What are you trying to accuse me of? You're trying to accuse me of something? You know what I mean? He didn't even get defensive. He was fully aware of how crazy that looked. It looked, guys, I still can see her legs hanging out of the car. It was crazy. And I just appreciated in that moment that he was not defensive, because he was like, he was self-aware. So I need y'all to be a little bit more self-aware, and then we can bring down harm reduction. We can participate in harm reduction. You know what I mean? That's what's important. Even my sister, my sister will go on a date and she'll call me and say, hey, I just went on a date. I'm going to be at this restaurant at this time. I'll call you here. Or, hey, I'm on a walk. My sister did a lot of hiking. She's like, I'm on a hike. I'm going to this trail at this place. I'll text you in 2 hours. If not, call somebody. And I don't have my sister on navigation, but my other siblings who have iPhones do. Because, Android girlies, I don't know what is up with that. Anyways, I have some of my siblings on maps, and my other siblings have other siblings. So we're always watching each other. We have each other's locations. The idea is like, do your due diligence just because it's not going to hurt. But if something goes wrong, you're going to really wish you did your due diligence. That's it. It's just harm reduction, preemptive care. We always want to do preventative care. We want to do preventative care, All right, this video is almost done. Let's get through it.
Aspirin from someone anymore. Ha ha ha, I would cry if that wasn't so funny. Why? I know I need to smell the roses more. You are the rose, but you are so blocked that you refuse to be smelt or opened.
Okay,
Whoa,
relax, bro. Relax, bro.
That is sweet, and I'm working on it. #therapy. I'm really scared that I'm going to waste my life worrying. Been there, stopped somewhere in my late 30s, early 40s. How do they make money then? Subscriptions. They make money from the advertising. Lots of money. I love how I feel right now, but I don't like being horny. Testosterone.
What?
Oh yeah, from the
Testosterone? Oh, he's on T. He's on T, gender affirming care.
doctor. But it is making you
The amount of straight men. My father, I remember what my dad was like, man, Joe Rogan's on T. Maybe I should get on T. And I looked at him, I was like, gender affirming care. Gender affirming care.
feel better. I feel so good, but I don't like being horny. I feel sorry for the first person that flirts with me. Laugh out loud. Tried you. Call me. Hey, I think the hangover hit me harder than I thought. Can we talk later? Yes, it was quick, but okay. I really need to talk to you, my friend. Please call as soon as you can. Trying to do rooms on the boat. If I invite Bill, would you be okay sharing a room with him or not? Hey, I appreciate the invite, but I think I need some more time. I feel like most of those screenshots were just a waste of time, but that's what they have. Let me know what y'all think.
I mean, I definitely think it was, I'm going to say inappropriate, too friendly, not professional. I'm going to say that at the end of the day, it's unnecessary behavior, and I'd like to see a future where we don't do that. Like, I would like to see a future where bosses in those positions don't talk to people like that, but where should they not be bosses, then I'm, whatever. They're adults. But it just feels like that conversation with your boss is super fucking weird. It's too friendly. And look, when I was younger, I used to be like, why can't we be friends with our bosses? I think it's a nice idea, but it doesn't work. Do you remember that episode of Friends when Chandler gets promoted and becomes the boss and all his coworkers hate him? It's because there is a reality where a lot of businesses don't work if the boss isn't the boss and the subordinates are the subordinates. Because the manipulation tactic used by like friendly businesses, we're just a family, we're all friends, we're just friends here, ends up creating like a little like toxicity. But then, I think about women-run companies. Like I think about Chelsea Fagan from a Financial Audit, and I just bet she's friends with her coworkers. She's got to be. I'm sure she's friends with the people she employs. You know what I mean? And it feels like so much safer with Chelsea doing it for some reason. I don't know if it's because she's a woman and a feminist and a progressive, but it feels like that obviously feels so much safer to me. But the moment sex is involved, the moment like intimacy is involved, the moment like all of these other things, it's like, oh. Chat says, Brett, have you seen the text in the full context of the full lawsuit? It outlays what happens in person between the texts. Oh, no, that was the only thing I had. Wait, let me find it. Where is it? Maybe on Reddit would be faster. Full texts. Tyler and Derek. Ooh. Let me see. I got stuff from Complex 23 hours ago. Also, Chad asked me a question. Hold on. I didn't want to lose it. Braid, I have a guy friend who helped some junk girls home when he didn't know them. Do you think that's a red flag? Not in the way you might think. Why do you think it's a red flag? Tell me that. Why do you think it's a red flag? And then I'll tell you why I think it's a red flag. But you tell me why you think it's a red flag first. Okay, these are the ones we've already read. Let me see. Reddit. You just know Reddit's a cesspool with let me see. I'm not seeing any pictures. Where do you get it? There are multiple alleged assaults happening between these text messages. Where'd you get your source so I can look it up? The lawsuit is 46 pages. Oh, damn. We're not reading 46 pages, girls. Let me see if I got a video with an update. Tyler Perry. Derek. Let me see. These are all 2 days ago. The Washington Post. Let's see. Washington Post. Access Hollywood. Why isn't the Washington Post coming up on my... Hello? What? Why isn't it coming up? Oh, yeah. Oh, that surprise witness. It's a lawyer who reads it. Let me... Oh, it's 2 hours long. Damn.
Fantasies. Okay, y'all. So this is different than Diddy.
Oh.
Killing off characters in a show. This is a new method that I have seen, in these lawsuits coming up. I've seen different things here and there. I've read a few of the Weinstein ones. I've read a lot of the Diddy ones. I've read a lot of the I read the one against DJ Academics.
Oh, that was crazy. The DJ Academics one was insane. Okay, maybe I'll do an update to this story because I don't want to watch a 2-hour video. I have too many things planned and I'm going to run out of spoons. But we will keep updates on this story because I'm sick of these men getting away with it, assuming he's guilty. But I'm sick of these men getting away with it. So we'll definitely do an update to this story. That's crazy. Yeah, I definitely see inappropriateness initially anyways. Like, regardless of how worse it could get, it's still inappropriate to begin with, right? Let me see. Chat says, not the commenter, but I think the fact that he doesn't know them at all is an issue. If he had to prove he had decent intentions, it would be hard. Chat said, on one hand, I'm glad they got home safe. On the other hand, I don't know him very well, and some guys masquerade as nice guys. Here's my red flag. Chat said it gives savior complex. Like, a friend could just try to get in contact with these women's friends. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I think it's a red flag how you help people. Like Tyler Perry being like, let me help you. You're a beautiful flower. Open up for me. I think how you help people can be a red flag. Not always in the same way every time, but how you help people can be a red flag. And I think that's what we're seeing here is like, you took drunk girls home. Either you are incredibly naive or you are a predator. Because what reasonable adult puts strangers in their car? Unless you're an Uber driver. You should have called the non-emergency police line. That would have been the answer. Hey, I've got a couple of drunk girls. They seem fine, but they're having trouble getting home. You could have called them an Uber. Like, I would have called the non-emergency police line. Like, I don't trust people that aren't smart enough to protect themselves when helping people. And I say this as somebody that has helped people ignorantly throughout her life. I know I'm doing it because I'm autistic and stupid, but I have learned from those mistakes. If I kept doing it, I would have been useless. But I learned from it. I learned, okay, you got to help people reasonably. Right? Don't save a drowning person unless you're trained for it because they will drag you down and kill you too. Which is interesting because if you see a person drowning in a lake, your instinct is to go save them. But technically, if you save them, you're more likely to die. So then realistically, like, you shouldn't try to save them. You should try to call for help. But isn't that interesting? We want to be the heroes of the story. But sometimes in order to fulfill being the hero of the story, we end up becoming the bad guy. So we have to be careful with how we are showing up as the quote hero. Right? Yeah, that's how I think about it. So call the non-emergency police line and don't put drunk people in your car you don't know. Don't put strangers in your car. I know, like, listen, if I was Perks of a Wallflower, love me a teen story when I was, that movie made me cry. That book made me cry. It's so good. In my younger years, I would have probably romanticized the idea of like, this is my new best friend. We met them one night. This is like a good teen book of like, she was drunk one night at the bar. I gave her a ride home and then we fell in love. And it's like, yeah, we don't live in a romance teen novel, girls. You know what I'm saying? Chet says, would it be different if they weren't drunk? Not really. But once again, if you pick up a hitchhiker, you're running a risk. Like, in some ways, I can't believe people don't pick up hitchhikers. And in another way, I'm like, I'm not picking up no hitchhiker. If I had a truck and I could put you in the back of my truck, I'd pick up a hitchhiker. But you're not sitting in my car with me, girl. Man, woman, non-binary. I am not giving you a fucking ride. One of my friends said that to me a long time ago. I don't even know who it was. We might not even be friends anymore. I genuinely can't remember who said this to me. But a person said this to me at a time. Who was it? Why can't I remember who said it? But they were like, I can't believe people don't pick up hitchhikers. I was like, I can't believe you think people should pick up hitchhikers. And they're like, yeah, but what if they've been out there and they've been like, you know, they need water, they need food. Like, with peace and love, girl, why are you hitchhiking? You know, if you have an empty truck, I'll pick you up. But I'm not picking you up otherwise. Sorry. With peace and love, okay? It is dangerous itself just being a hitchhiker. It is dangerous for you, the driver, and you, the hitchhiker. Do you know, did you guys hear about the serial killer truck driver that was killing sex workers on the highway? Like, You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Chad says, circling this back to the stabbing story we covered earlier in the news, is it possible someone was doing just that? Like not getting involved because they didn't want to drown? Absolutely. 100%. I think the big difference here is like y'all couldn't have thrown a shoe at him. When somebody is drowning in a river and you can't go to save them without risking your life, you can throw them something. You throw them something. If a person is stabbing somebody and you're sitting there on a subway, throw a goddamn shoe at his head. Hit him with your purse. Do something. But of course, I'm saying this as somebody who's not in that situation. I haven't been there. I'm not sure what biological position I'd be in, because I also don't want to sound like somebody who's saying, oh, like you let him rape you. Why didn't you fight back? Like, I don't want to be that person. Like, I don't want to be that person that says you should have done something different when I've never been in that situation. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the person that says, oh, well, I assume if I was there, I would have done the right thing. I don't know that. But damn, the way my brain wants to believe that I would have done the right thing. Now, to be fair, I do have a lived experience of being in a situation in which I was the only person in the room who did something. And that was a very strange experience. And I turned around to the rest of the room of men and I screamed at them and I said, none of you can do anything. Am I the only person? I'm 5'1". How are you leaving this? I was so angry with them. I was like, I am the smallest person here. Why am I the only person doing something? And I remember being so mad at them. And I think a big part of it too is because I was in a conservative town. And I said, oh, all of you are such big fucking men until somebody fucking needs you. And then the only person to do something is this 5'1" fucking little girl. You guys fucking suck. You fucking suck that I was the only person to do something. I was the singular person to stand up and do something. And I did it because in that moment, I knew and I had the data that my brain was going to keep me from doing something. The moment I read that people are less likely to call 911 when they see a car at the side of the road, I started calling 911 or the non-emergency line. Hey, there's a car on the side of the road. The moment I read that in a psychology book, I started doing it. The moment, that's my brain, that's my autism, I'm telling you. The moment I'm in a situation where I read about like, oh, women don't ask for raises, so I ask for a raise. Oh, people don't do this, I try not to do this. Do you know what I'm saying? Most people's brains don't do that. Most people's brains go, oh, I read about this thing, and then they don't ever incorporate it into their life. I'm an incorporator. If I read about it, I try to incorporate it because I'm like, I'm going to be better. I'm trying to be a better version of myself. So yeah, I'm the girly who's like, non-emergency line. Actually, like, or I come to a car at the side of the road and I lower my window down just a little and I said, hey, do you need help? Do you want me to call somebody? And if they say, oh, can I get into your car with you? I'm like, no. And also, I don't feel ultimately safe in my car alone. I'm ready to speed off if I have to. Because there were some cases in California where men would put a cone in the road, and this girl got out of her car to move the cone, and the men jumped her, cut off her fingers, and raped her. So I don't even get out of my car. I'm very suspicious of humans. Like I take everyone with a grain of salt. I try to treat everybody with dignity, but I am not going to put it past a human to do something crazy. Okay? I'm just not going to put it past a human. If your own fathers, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your mothers, okay? You think a stranger? Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Anyways, we give humans too much credit. But with that said, do your best and attempt to do something if you can. You know, attempt to do something if you can. Okay, with that said, let's keep going. Actually, wait. Oh, we have 3 more videos. We're going to be here a second. Let me actually take a little bit of a break and I'll come back. A little bit of a break. A little bit of a break. A little,
What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie. Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
God damn Lady fucking Gaga fucking copyright fucking shit. I didn't mean for that to happen. Oh, I'm gonna get copyrighted. There goes my AdSense. Judas, I love this fucking song. No, I forgot to turn on the. Copyrighted. I forgot to turn on the loopy loop so it stays on Samantha's music. God damn it. Whoa, better man. I love Gaga, bro. I fucking love her. Why is she such a? Why has she got to be on Howard Stern and sell out to these misogynists, bro? She's so talented. Where does she have to sell out to the misogynists? I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Oh, well, I haven't listened to her new album. See, once I get the ick about someone, I'm over it. But old music, I definitely bop to, you know? I definitely bop to. All right, let's go to hell together, girls. Let's go to hell together. Okay. Chessa says she pro-Israel. I don't know. Some people said she wasn't like 14 years ago or in 2014 or something. I don't know. I'm not on I'm off new Gaga. At least stick to past Gaga. It's like Beyonce doing that show in Israel or whatever, being on the list. It's like, look, gonna be real. I haven't kept up with Beyonce either. I fell off, bro. I fell off. I'm not keeping up with. I just fell off. There's just like a bunch of people I'm not paying attention to anymore. And a big part of it is because like you kind of wish like at what point of position of power do you need to be in before you stop playing the game? Like, you know what I mean? Like at what point are you supposed to reach power and liberation so you don't have to play the game anymore? And then you realize like these people were never going to stop playing it. And you're like, damn. That's why I say don't dream of being a billionaire. Don't dream of being famous and rich like these celebrities, because they're not actually like, they sell you liberation through music, but they're not interested in liberating. Because they think liberation is being on the top with like colonizers, in my opinion. Lady Gaga is a queer person who should be out here on queer podcast, queer YouTube. Instead, she's just doing every brand deal she can with, yes, some queer content creators, but the famous ones. I don't know. It's not my vibe, but I love the music and I will never not like the music. Don't get me wrong. Love Beyonce, love Lady Gaga, love the music, not the people. Love the music, but also don't hate them as humans because everyone's on a journey. Do you know what I mean? Also, I forgot to mention that some people were shook that Tyler Perry was gay. And I just need you to know they were so gay in this bubble. I didn't even think to bring it up. But apparently that's controversial. People didn't know his orientation. Didn't even think about it being a big deal. That's how gay we are in this bubble, that I didn't even think this was somebody outing Tyler Perry. But apparently people were saying that they didn't know he was gay and that he's being outed. You know, I'm still here, right? It says I'm still here. Yeah, okay. It wasn't known. Yeah, we're still alive, right? He's a gay Christian. He can't be a great gay Christian because he wouldn't go into the christening of his own niece and nephew, I thought. I thought he was not gay. Okay. He's been out? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know it was a big secret, but I didn't think he was gay or not gay. Honestly, I don't think I ever thought about it. Now that I think about it, I don't think I think about Tyler Perry very often. I never watched the Medea movies, so I don't really know that. I know him as a director. I'm going to see Straw. I don't know. I never think about I don't think about him very often, I guess. Wait. Yeah, I guess I don't really think about him very much. Maybe that's why I never thought about it. Okay, let's go to war together, girls. Okay, now, as we enter this story, we're going to get an update on Ethan Klein suing 3 content creators. We're bubble hopping. We're watching humans be human. I have strong opinions about how people should be. I have opinions about meeting people where they are and seeing the flaws in people, but also seeing how people can get better. I have been disappointed as a former H3 fan with Ethan's conduct. And as a political person or as a philosophical person, I've not agreed with his opinions. Free Palestine. I also, feel like as a YouTuber, I am concerned that this is a new precedent that's about to be set. And I will adapt, but how many content creators can't? And I am slightly concerned about reviewing this video because I have seen on Reddit and other places that allegedly he is creating a circumstance in which he can sue people for reacting to his original content nuke, which is a really scary precedent to set as a creator. YouTube is gone. Any illusion that YouTube is anything that it used to be is gone. And remember that Ethan's not an OG YouTuber. Ethan is sort of like a newer YouTuber in a sense. He's not some guy who sat in his bedroom genuinely being a creative and like a sweet autistic boy trying to create art. He's a guy who showed up on YouTube, I think, to make content. But I always thought he was funny. I always enjoyed Ethan. And so to see this come full around is just so sad, right? Like, I think this is such a disappointment. And I do have a concern inside me. Like, is this going to be an issue with me covering it? So just to full disclosure, I'm a commentary channel who wishes to observe the news. And this is newsworthy. I assume Phil will cover this. This feels newsworthy. This is a change in how YouTube conducts itself. Now, do I think he'll win against these YouTubers? I don't know. Let's watch it together. Let's talk about it. I haven't watched the actual video. I've just been reading about it. But, yeah, I'm sad. I'm sad that YouTube is now at this stage. And if that's the case, then hey, maybe we'll all just be really specific brands now. It's so much for community. All right. It's sad we couldn't figure out how to disagree and just make content about it instead of taking people to court. It's just sad. All right.
Hi.
Why isn't it playing? What? Wait. Hello?
There.
No, I don't hear it. Hold on. Oh, it's me.
Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers.
By the way, as the kids say, eat the rich. As the kids say, eat the rich. This is why money is just exposes your true character.
Today, I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney. Let me tell you guys a story. About a year and a half ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hassan.
Everyone's saying, isn't burning money a crime? I assume it's fake money. Right? He can't burn real money, guys. I think it's fake.
XQC and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient comment.
See, and I'm in the other bubble where I like it. Because I always thought streaming was spending time with a person you like to spend time with, watching videos you would never watch on your own, or watching videos with people to get their opinion. Even if their opinion was nothing, I think that's the very autistic point of the internet that people aren't getting. We don't care if you ever say anything. We just like watching it with people. That's why mukbangs are interesting to people, because you're just eating with people. That's why the media works it's why it's such a big medium for people. That's why I'm confused. Don't you understand? As a consumer, that's why it's like putting on cleaning videos in the background while you clean. I don't understand how people don't get that. You know? I just don't get it.
Or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video.
Which, okay, so old YouTube, we didn't play the entirety of the video. Old YouTube, we would actually, I think, what's their name does this still. There's so many YouTubers who do it, but like Ryan Beard, right? Ryan Beard does this still, where Ryan will show themselves, show the video clip, show themselves. And look, I can go back to making that content. I absolutely can go back to making that content. I can adapt. But YouTube, I mean, I am more afraid of reviewing Ethan's video than reviewing a Disney show or a Netflix show. Netflix and Disney are more lenient than the precedent that Ethan is setting. So it feels unsafe as a content creator to feel like I don't understand what the rules are. Now, every time I voiced my opinion about this, people have reassured me, Brittany, you talk a lot. You definitely like change the content. You are playing the whole video, but you turn a 30-minute video into a 2-hour clip. Yes, girl, because I can talk. I get it, right? But also, I don't have it in me as a human being to care if somebody like reacts to my content. If you upload my full video and it's not you're not transforming it or whatever, sure, like I'll report you to YouTube because I don't want you pretending to be me. But if you're watching my whole video, I don't care as a content creator because and maybe this is just my belief, like maybe I'm just a socialist. Maybe I'm just such a socialist. Like, what are you gonna do with it? Like, what is it gonna do? I'm already barely making anything off AdSense. Like, I struggle as a content creator really hard. I'm just not convinced that if people didn't react to me, I'd make less money. I actually am convinced if people reacted to me more, I'd make more money. Because Ethan definitely got famous because people reacted to him. I know for a fact that every content creator I've ever seen get bigger got bigger because people talked about them. So I am just not convinced. Actually, I kind of wish people would talk about me more. But I'm not clippable. I'm not interesting like that because I am a reasonable human being. Do you ever notice that? I am just so reasonable. I swear there's nothing to make content about. People make content about unreasonable people. That's why people make content about Ethan. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people make content about Ethan because there's something controversial happening. People don't make content about me because, like, I'm chill as fuck, you know? And when they do make content about me, it's just boys who are angry on the internet. But my views do go up. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know if I'm convinced at this narrative that, like, oh, they're stealing money from you. Like, okay, call yourself Netflix and get over it. But even Netflix lets me post. You know, and like, I get it. If you don't want the whole video shown, that's fine. I can definitely adapt to that, but I want YouTube to make the rule, not the creator. Does that make sense? I want YouTube to be able to make that rule, but then at the same time, I get it. I wonder what it would look like to be in a world where nobody ever reacted to Ethan ever again. I just feel like that would isolate him and nobody would ever talk about him. And so like nobody would ever learn about him, right? Imagine the internet where no one ever talked about Ethan again. How would he ever get his channel out? How would he ever get popular? Do you know what I mean?
Facecam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's.
And I guess to be fair, because stream says, our chat says Netflix and Disney love a free promotion. They do love free advertising. Look at my tattoo. Ugh. Anyways, to be fair, if I show too much of a show, they will block it, right? That is true. But it just, you know, that's fair. It's like a show. It's a production. If Ethan wants to be a company, then we can treat him like a company. Then he's not a YouTuber. Maybe there should be a category for YouTubers who aren't actually YouTubers anymore. Because YouTuber used to mean something. But if you're going to be a brand, then we'll treat you like a brand. See, it's like Ethan wants to be a YouTuber, but he wants to be a brand. You have to make a decision. Are you a brand or are you a YouTuber? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I understand there are rules. I'm happy to follow the rules. I just want to know what the rules are so I can follow them. But I just thought YouTubers had a special bond. I kind of like the idea that YouTubers, we have a special, we don't report each other, we don't strike each other. Isn't that the whole like controversy between certain YouTubers that have happened over the years. It's like, I thought we had a agreement that we weren't gonna, you know what I mean? I've never reported any of the videos made about me. Even the videos that I thought were so salacious and so rude and obviously untrue, I never reported them. I could have, but I just never did because I think it's bad. I think it didn't go far enough for me to do it. Like, oh, so I was accused of running a cult. Boring. Obviously, I could prove I wasn't running a cult. Easy. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a gentle people's agreement. I thought we had a gentle people's agreement. I thought we had an agreement, you know?
Work, or they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission, something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry because why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases...
Do you know that was Sneeko's argument about Hassan? Do you guys know that Sneeko decided to do streaming because he got upset that he was making original content that wasn't getting as many views as Hassan was getting reacting to the content? He sold out so grossly because he was mad at Hassan for getting more views than him. Ethan is selling out right now because he's upset and petty.
Cases was happening. I mean, people don't like injustice, and we all see this and know it's not right. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the...
Also, well, no, I guess it would make sense. People don't want you to take the whole video. Yeah, remember that guy who made the same video about Asmin and said Asmin and all these people are YouTube promotes thievery? Do you remember that guy? His video showed up on my feed the other day and he's doing well. Remember that he commented on my video and I said, I don't understand. Am I transforming the video or not? I don't understand the rules. Forgive me, I'm autistic. I'm not understanding when it's okay and when it's not okay. You complain when Asmin does it, but what about when I do it? Am I allowed to do it now? Or no, is it just the people you don't like doing it? Or is it when the people who are bigger than you do it? I don't understand the rules. I don't understand the rules. When are people allowed to look, if Hassan wants to watch one of my videos, one of my pods, and walks away to go to the bathroom for 30 minutes, praise be. Do it. Do it, King from Turkey. Do it. Okay? Do it, God. Do it. Do it, sir. But that's because I have this stance that I will never be, sharing my content will never come at a disadvantage to me. Because maybe I'm just a socialist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine a world in which people share my content coming at a disadvantage to me. And you know what's crazy is I keep seeing all these big channels come out and say, I can't make money. I'm not making money. I'm not making money. Why is all these people with huge channels not making money? What are we all doing out here? Are we all playing different games? What are we doing? But again, maybe, I don't know. It's weird when I see bigger channels than me saying they make less money than me. And then at the same time, people are like Ethan, who lives in $11 million mansion, allegedly, right? Talking about how he's afraid he's not going to get his AdSense. What are we talking about? The man is worth $20 million, according to Google. What do you need you know what I'm saying? Some of us are living off $70K a year, $60K a year. Some of us are living off $40K a year. That content creator I really like. What's his name? The guy with the name I forget all the time because I can't remember how to say it. He shared that he's making like $40K a year. Girl, we got to get him more income. You know what I'm saying? But some of us are making $40K a year. Frogan, you just know, is making $20K a year, $40K a year. Frogan is not making six figures. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, $40K before tax. So it's like, what are we talking about? Ethan is going, you know what I mean? Who are you punching down at? Well, you're sitting there with millions. Like, I don't get it.
The prime suspects called into my show to debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
Well, that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, then watch your
do
prime...
That.
Then watch your prime content.
Do it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content.
This is my imitation of XQC. He's pretty funny. He's memeable. What's that Canyon cartoon? Did a really funny rendition of XQC. I'm not gonna lie. It was very funny. And sometimes in my kitchen, I'll stim. I'll be like, blah, 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 blah. He's so funny. Meat Canyon or whatever. Oh my God, I was gagging. I'm sorry. I don't even like that shit, but I did enjoy their XQC thing. It was just too funny. Look, gamers, we're the worst. I'm not a gamer, but you know what I mean? People are the worst. But a big part of it is like, isn't adulthood just high school with money? Look at these men. XQC got $100 million deal from a gambling company, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then here's Ethan Klein worth $20 million, and they're all like battling over like AdSense revenue. Eat the rich, kids. Eat the rich. What?
And see how many fucking views you get.
Oh my God.
Okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, what?
You know what? You can tell they're capitalists because every Republican capitalist goes, yeah, but what if I'm a billionaire one day and people are taking my money and then these people become rich? Like Ethan's proudly said he's a capitalist. I'm sure XQC is. You know what I mean? But like the audacity of these people, this is why people don't like rich people. Because when you become rich, you become even more greedy. How could you become that greedy of a person? Do you know what I'm saying? Really, bro?
And I think of that first. I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's
oh yeah, why didn't he sue Hassan? Allegedly not Hassan.
known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom or to eat or to talk to his mom. Or
I love that shit. Just individually to individually, I fucking think it's funny. I think it's funny when I go to like, because like, why would I pause it when my audience is watching it and I can go away for 2 minutes and come back? Or even when Hassan does it, like, please do it to my videos. I give you permission. Because I just cannot, you will not convince me this is a disadvantage. I will not believe you. I do not believe you. That a free billboard on a 30,000, 40,000 viewer stream isn't good for me in some, I cannot believe you. I do not believe you. It's bullshit. Everyone says it. Everyone's like, it doesn't convert into stream time. Bro, if it converts into 10 subscribers, those are 10 possible, like, those are 10 viewers. What are you talking? That's good enough for me. You know why? Because I'm a middle-class girly. I'm a middle-class girly. Do it. You know what? I just don't believe people. I don't believe you.
Or do whatever. Disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair.
Oh, chat says, are there any women he sued? I don't know if you're being sarcastic. I believe all 3 of them are women. It's his live stream says it's Denims, Frogan. No, yeah, Denims, Frogan, and some other person. I don't really know who they are. Yeah, he's suing only the women and the poorest women. No way these girls make any money. Sorry. I don't even know that other girl's name. There's no way these people make money. Isn't that interesting? He's Casey Tron. Thank you, Casey Tron. No way these women make money. There is no way they make enough money to fight him. Isn't that interesting? Oh, Chad said, I wasn't sarcastic. I didn't know. Wow. Yep. All 3 are girls and all 3 definitely make less than six figures. Definitely.
They call it.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana. Then this.
He lives on stream. One of the greatest parts of stream is that you kind of live there. You know what I mean? Chet said, who's the richest person who streamed the whole thing with little commentary? Honest question. I don't even understand the question you're asking. Do you even understand the question you're asking? What does that mean? I don't know what you're asking. There are billions of, I don't even know how many streamers in the world exist. What do you mean? Within the context of this conversation? I'm saying it's not objective. I'm saying you cannot say it's objectively wrong for Hassan to do what he's doing because I don't think it's wrong. Like, that's the thing. It's not. It's subjective. And I want to live in a world where I can stream something and go to the fucking bathroom because I'm 10 hours on stream every day. Or somebody's here. Like, God, can I please pee without needing to pause? It's fucking annoying for the streamer and for the viewer. It's bad streaming etiquette, in my opinion, to like I pee for 2 minutes, even if I peed for 10 minutes, like something happened, the cat threw up and I had to clean it, why would I pause it for my audience when you guys could be watching the video and tell me what I missed? Do you know what I mean? Ethan gets up to pee all the time. Well, he's lucky that he has the viewership, and yes, they go into intermission, but like, why even, you don't have to do that either. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying it doesn't make sense for it to be a big deal if it's not objective. It's just not objective.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea.
Ah, Chatter says, I prefer if you paused it when you left, since I like your reactions. It just feels so strange to like pause it when I leave for 2 minutes. I don't know. It just feels so abrupt to me. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I gotta pee in the middle of this sentence. It's like sometimes I can't wait. I gotta pee. But then it feels weird for me to do that, and it feels more stressful, I think. So I go like, just keep watching. You know what I mean? Chat says, would you condone your OnlyFans content being posted on different sites if not, what would be the distinction in your mind? I don't care. People do it already, and it brings me new viewers. People leak my shit all the time. I don't care. Because I think the real customers will pay, and the other ones will always get it for free. I don't care about pirating. I'm not anti-piracy. I don't care. I use LimeWire as a person. I don't care if people pirate your movies. I don't care. I don't hold any great value to this. Sorry. Like, I don't care. I'm telling you right now, I don't have attachments like that. I'm not having that lived experience. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't hold that as a value. But you can hold it as a value if you want. You can go after people. Like, maybe I'm in the mood to go after people who go after my stuff. I'm sure there will be a moment where I feel like someone's taking advantage of my work and I go after them. But I don't usually care. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't hold that opinion. But that's Brittany's opinion, right? Maybe that's a bad opinion for the world, but I don't care. I also I hate the idea that Netflix does like a Netflix parties and you have to have like less than 4 accounts. Like, if I buy a movie or if I'm streaming a movie, I should be able to stream it to people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like sharing is caring. Okay, I feel like sharing is caring. Why is everyone mad at Nintendo right now? Because they're making it hard for us to share our games with people. They're not giving us hard copies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sharing is caring. Sorry. Call me a socialist. Sharing is caring.
What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist? They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video.
Yeah, Netflix got so stingy that we have like 11 devices in the house, and we have too many devices for the amount of devices like Netflix or Disney allows. So they're like, are you on vacation? Somebody else is using your account. I'm like, I fucking hate you, bro. Like, I really fucking hate you. I pay for your subscription. I'm paying so much money as it is. Let me put it on all the devices in my own goddamn house. Let me have a friend and family account. You know what I'm saying? Like, sharing is caring.
It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now, the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership.
Whoa.
She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our post in their critique of H3. Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the Snarkers actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter. So thank you, Snark. It's one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement, but how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
It turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement.
Chet said, Brittany, if there is any threshold by which it infringe, would you consider that piracy of without your consent? Like if somebody stole my content in a particular, I told you, I already named the ways that I would go after people. People have uploaded my video with no commentary, literally just like mimicking my channel. I report those channels. If somebody started an OnlyFans and pretended to be me, I would report it. But if you're just like doing commentary video, if you're in the video, I do not care. Like if you get on TikTok and you post my video with your face in the corner, like at the end of the day, like as long as you're not trying to be me, I don't care. As long as you're not trying to be me, I do not care. That's what I don't like. Don't pretend to be Brittany. Don't build a second account and be like, this is Brittany's account. Like you're not me. I'm me. That's the only thing I care about. Nobody is trying to pretend to be Ethan. That's the only thing is like no one is trying to be Ethan. Right now, I will say, and this is where I'm deeply confused about this rhetoric. You know, it's very normal for people to not want to give certain people views, so they watch the content through a different means, right? That's pretty fucking normal. People don't want to watch Fox News. They want to watch somebody else cover the story, so they watch somebody else, right? Like YouTubers aren't news stations unless you become a full-fledged brand, right? So then we have to talk about that. I think I'm upset with this idea that Ethan doesn't understand. It's pretty common and normal for people to not want to give the source money, so they find other ways to watch it, right? Right? Chet says, the reason I ask is you said that the reason you didn't report many YouTubers is that they didn't go far enough for you to do so. Yeah. Yeah. If you're reacting, if you're sharing, if you take my nudes and you post them on Reddit, okay, just don't forget to say it's Brittany Simon, bitch, so people can sign up for my OF. Like, they're cute. First of all, they're cute nudes. Thank you. But like, I only make shit that I'm fully prepared for it to leak. That's my rule. Every time I make content on OnlyFans, I have to be prepared for everybody to see it. And if I'm comfortable with everyone seeing it, it goes on OF. That's the rule. That's how I make content. You know? So anyways, it just feels like one of those things where, they're doing something unethical. Now, let me make it clear to you. I think the people who are stealing paid content and posting it are bad. Example, one of the rules I have for myself is if somebody posts a members only video, I don't clip it for my videos. That's a rule I have in place. If a YouTuber has a paywall for the content, I don't post the content myself. If somebody leaks it, I'll take it from that source, but I will never go behind a content creator's back, steal content behind a paywall and post it because I think that's unethical, right? But that's different than Ethan posting a public video on a public forum to be publicly consumed. And then the culture on YouTube is that we make react content. That's the culture on YouTube. Commentary content is the culture on YouTube. Do you know? So ultimately, the individual stealing my content is doing something wrong, but also like that's because they're taking it from behind a paywall. Just as Ethan opened up his IP for everyone, all these women need to go show that clip in the court. Well, that clip, my Discord shared that clip earlier. Let me see if I can post it really fast. Let me see. Where'd you guys post it? Discord? My Discord is so good at finding things. Let me see. They did post it, but I guess Ethan can change his mind or whatever. Oh my God, we talked about this subject for so long on the Discord. Hold on. Oh, I don't know where it is. I don't know where y'all posted it, but my Discord was posting it. Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go over in court. Well, I guess we'll have to see. Damn, I don't know. We post way too much on this goddamn Discord. I can't find shit. Oh my God, we are so posty, girls. We're so posty. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where, again, I just don't like the precedent it sets, right? Chat says, if somebody was to stream and react your members only videos for free on their YouTube channel, would you try taking it down? No, I don't care. Listen, don't ask Brittany what she would do. I don't do 99% of shit people do. I do not care the way people care. Like, I do not have attachments the way people have attachments. Like, I just don't. I don't care about any of it. I'm just here to live my life and die, girls. I'm just here to live a good life and die. Hoarding wealth, hoarding content, hoarding shit just, like, doesn't matter to me. Don't ask me. I'm not a normie person, okay? I'm never going to give you the answer that you expect out of people because obviously I don't act like any of these people. You know what I mean? I'm obviously operating on a different level, okay? I don't care.
Statement, if you tried. Denim's the queen of self-owning. You prevail again. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now. I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hasan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress.
What does that mean?
Some of you guys out there sweating?
No, I don't know what it means.
Theoretically, I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars. But the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like
what?
XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually,
well, but you're doing it now. I'm afraid, but I'm doing it because I'm hoping that he loses his case. But also, like, why are you going after? So you didn't go after any of the millionaires. You went after 3 women who don't have the money to defend themselves.
Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Oh my God, I'm going to pull my own hair out. How dare he get up here and be like, I'm protecting the commentary community. Are you serious, dude? Are you for real right now? Ma'am.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy.
It's an activism thing. So let's explain activism bubbles. My mom doesn't shop at Target because they support pro-choice things, and most people don't support Walmart because they support what they support politically. We all do this. This is a very normal activism thing. Even people came to my streams during H3 and said, oh, Brittany, I'm going to watch it through you so I don't support Ethan. Am I going to get sued because my viewers also don't want to support somebody so they watch me? I don't want to support Andrew Tate directly. I tend to watch his videos through somebody else. But Ethan doesn't want to be held to a similar standard as Andrew Tate. So many of us do not watch original channels from bad people because we don't want to give them money. It's a very normal thing to do. You can frame it as they're trying to steal money from you, but what they're trying to do is not fund Zionists or genocidal people or abusers. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all that they're saying. They're just trying to say we don't want to support bad people. You can say I'm not a bad person. You can say I don't want to be associated with Andrew Tate or Destiny or any of these other predators. But the thing is like, that's who you are to some people. You got to get over it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you expected.
The environment. And with people like Hasan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fears.
Ugh, when streaming was good. When streaming was good. Streaming was better when people could react to TV shows. Streaming was better when we could get together as a community and watch cooking shows together. People were better. People were better. I do. Yeah.
That Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full.
I agree. Chat says if they supported Ethan, Ethan wouldn't have cared at all. This is just because he hates women and he's angry, is an angry little Zionist. I agree, because notice that he didn't go after any of the boys that he was a little contentious with, but ultimately support him. Mudahar even tweeted, like, this is going to change YouTube. Yeah, exactly. This is going to change YouTube for the worst. This is bad. This is just bad. But it is what it is. Get ready to adapt. I might have to adapt my content, which is fine. I can do that. I make really good fucking podcasts. I make really good fucking videos. I can do this stream, watching parts of people's videos easily, right? Like, this is not going to stop me, but it's still going to change the vibe. It's a disappointment. I really like watching content with my viewers. I really like watching things from beginning to end to give that original content creator full context. Because look, when we were showing parts of people's videos, people would say, where's the context? Where's the context? Show the whole clip. Show the whole context. Show the whole context. So then we started showing the whole context. And now you're like, you're stealing my video. You're stealing my video. What am I supposed to do, bro? Like, you know, What am I supposed to do here? You want me to show the full context, but when I show the full context, now I'm stealing? Make it make sense, queen. Make it make sense.
Video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
Who is this?
They're very
I do not know who Casey Tron is.
musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Frogan, who, bless her soul, she's still rising.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission? Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
This is a values difference. Again, what different bubbles, huh? Just different bubbles. Like, I don't care if somebody watches my video. Once again, I say it again, please watch my video and walk away and go to the bathroom. Thank you.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
And Denim's the queen of self-owning. And my God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you.
Chat says, would the compromise be pausing when they walk away? Well, then the issue is playing the whole video. If that's the case, if the compromise is like, hey guys, pause when you go to the bathroom, like, okay, like, I mean, I've seen streamers pause for 30 minutes. I've seen it. I've seen streamers who have to, like, you know, take a shit on stream. You definitely know they're pooping because it's been 30 minutes. Like, they'll pause for 30 fucking minutes, literally, which no judgment. When you're streaming for 10 hours, you're probably pooping. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to judge. But yeah, if that's the compromise, great. But why are we suing people? Why are we building those compromises then? This is what I say when I'm saying you're not a community member. Community members attempt to compromise before going to this particular route. You know what I mean? Did I not call out Alyssa when she went for Think Before You Sleep? When I like Alyssa. I don't like Think Before You Sleep. I think Think Before You Sleep makes the worst content on YouTube. And yet I thought it was wrong of her to strike his video. Even though I thought it was wrong of him to make a video on her when it caused her to get harassed. But ultimately, yeah, I don't want YouTubers striking each other. That's not what I want from our community. But, you know, what is a community? What is a community, really? I guess there isn't one.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun part. Let's take a look at the complaints. And let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own, the prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly analytical Casey Tron.
Who? A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're going to watch it.
Well, that's really
so fucking normal. That's what I mean. That's literally the most normal fucking basic shit I've ever heard in my life. It's like y'all didn't grow up with activist parents, and I can tell. I can tell Ethan's parents never did any activism because my conservative parents who did activism would do the same exact thing. I don't want to support this person, but I want to see this video. Betsy, can you get me this video so I don't support this person? Yeah. See, when you don't grow up in activist bubbles, you don't understand that people don't want to give you their money. Get over it.
Really dumb thing to say, don't you think? Why are you so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little title, and here's Casey Tron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Casey Tron smokes 42 times during her reaction. And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? And thinking there was no way that that could be true. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking.
Who is Casey Tron? Bro, what views is she even getting? Let's see. Who is Casey Tron? Who is that? I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who this is. Girl, she gets like 2,000 views a video. Relax, Ethan. Wait, she's mostly been gone. Who is she? Does he even, is this her YouTube? I guess she has a link tree to a Twitch. 500,000 followers. That's a pretty good following on Twitch. Is she a bigger Twitch streamer? Who is she? Casey Tron. I don't go on Twitch ever, so I don't know how this works. 300 views, 100 views, 1K views. So her Ethan clip got 1K views. Okay, well, I don't know who this lady is. Okay, so I got nothing to say about her. I don't want to know who she is. Don't go into my DMs. I won't answer you. Thank you. But okay.
Then she did talking.
See how he goes for small channels who are making absolutely no money and are women? What is this? Do you know what I mean? Like, he's literally going for 3 girls who absolutely do not make money. What are we doing?
In her quote-unquote reaction. And whatever talking she did was just to express how confused she was, presumably from smoking 42 times.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint continues. Indeed, Casey Tron is often too obliterated to comment on the nuke, and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Casey Tron smokes marijuana,
Wait, great point. Discord said Ethan is a liar. He mentions that this was all an elaborate 4D chess plan or game, but then he also at one point says he wasn't going to sue these ladies, but because of how they mentioned they're watching his video so others don't have to, he had to do it. He's both claiming it was a plan all along while saying it was something he impulsively decided he had to do. Wait, that's true. Wait, that is true. Ugh.
frequently in highly concentrated forms through vaporizers on 42 separate occasions. At one point, Casey Tron is so wasted that she states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot."
Chad said, I thought H3 was for the girlies. It hasn't been for the girlies in a long time, girls. I can't remember exactly when H3 fell off for the girlies, but it fell off for sure.
To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
What the hell
You
is
kids love
going
anime,
on?
right?
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look?
Ugh, girl.
Think I made this? This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. Without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going on here?
Stating outright that her intention of doing this is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is why copyright infringement laws exist. You could not and should not do that, especially if your commentary consists of you taking bong loads. At least try to engage with the content. Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. That was a flying star. It almost caught me. You know?
Yeah, I want to live on a YouTube where this is like a free speech argument. I would rather live in a place with free speech, even if I don't like your free speech. I would rather live on a YouTube that lets people react, even if I don't appreciate how you react. Yeah, I'm like kind of, even though I dream of living in a place where like we didn't tolerate Nazis, I also would rather live in a place with free speech. So I hate it, but here we are. I think there's a way to balance it, honestly. I do. But that's another conversation for another day. I would just rather live on a YouTube that lets people react without all these like requirements. Just like, as long as there's like not impersonation, I don't care. As long as you're not impersonating somebody, I don't care.
And you love her, guys. Frogan. Reaction by exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room. Is that transformative? I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, "It's time to watch the new nuke ethically. Hell yeah." Huh. Very smart to say on camera, by the way. She said, quote, "Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me." Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say, dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 1 minute and 32 seconds? It's been the same shit over and over again. This video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. Like, what commentary do you want me to add by, like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, he's mentally ill, and he's having a mental breakdown and uploaded it to fucking YouTube? Are you gonna make at least one good point? What do you want me to make a point on?
Oh, I forgot. She also said, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." You may use the bathroom, Frogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happens?
But you just pause it. That's it. You just pause the video, right? Like, you get up and you go to the bathroom, you just pause it. They should be watching for you. But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right? As lazy and pathetic as her reaction is, this is not...
I don't know. I just think it's nice to keep it playing. So, but if that's the rule, like, that's what I mean. Like, I'm happy to pause it, bro. I think it's weird, but you can do it. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think it's like he's dying on this hill like he's a fucking activist or some shit. That's the problem, is he's acting like he's doing this for the community. This is going to harm the community.
Not why she's getting sued. This is.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch the nuke ethically. Hell yeah. I found my way from Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit people. Reddit people, Reddit people. I came from the HP Snark Reddit. Ethan is so pathetic while Hassan is in Japan. I'm bothered having a great time. Exactly.
It is actually so crazy how pretty Frogan is. And it's so crazy how Tectone tried to say she was ugly. Literally, you're lying.
We're gonna watch it live, yes. He doesn't want people to know when it's dropping because we're all watching through other streamers. And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the stated malicious intent to steal. They talk about watching ethically, but I learned not to steal when I was 5. Up next is Denims. And honestly, just take a look at this, guys. It's a nightmare on Denim Street. Not only did she chair react, but she was kind enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was stealing my content and it was her room and nobody else's. Judge, did you know that we're on Denim Street right now?
Actually, my name is Denims and it could have been my room. They call me Brittany Denims Simon sometimes. Sometimes they call me Denims. Sometimes I'm in a different, that could have been my room.
Some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm going to stream it since he's confirmed it's coming out today.
Oh, and I've got Denims in chat right now, all 5 billion different Denims. So like it could have been any of us, honestly.
I'm going to stream it. That is very explicit. Denim said, quote, well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, give me a follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content. Your content? The Queen of Self-Own included a countdown timer so we could tell exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
I'm going to go pee, and hopefully, when I'm back, they're done with this.
Yeah.
You do look better.
Mr. 305. I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here, because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way, Denims had a very successful stream.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I think a good form of activism is not giving people money if you don't want to support them. I'm used to it. It's been done in my family for literally decades. I think it's a good way to make sure your money isn't going to bad causes or bad things. I think it's important to stay informed without funding bad people, because I think bad people rely on you wanting to watch them so they can make money off your views. But I think this is just a difference in values. Like, this is a huge difference in values. Interesting. I'm from such a different bubble than Ethan is. My boomer parents literally used to do this. The fact that my parents used to do it is why I think it's so significant. My own parents used to be like, I don't want to support them. Can you get me the video a different way? And I'm like, yeah. Or they'd be like, oh, have you heard this story? I don't want to go to this person's channel and give them views. And I'll be like, oh, this is what the video was about. Like, you guys have never, this is such a normal conversation. Chet says it's not about values, it's about revenge. Oh, for sure. It's so fucking petty. Don't get me wrong. I do think this is absolutely petty. I think, like, Ethan uploads people's content to watch it on stream, doesn't he? Haven't I seen him do that 100 times where he uploads the content onto a separate YouTube video in order to watch it on his stream? Am I crazy? I feel like I've seen him do that a lot. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure I've seen him do that. Chet says, Brittany, how much of the Frogan hate do you think also comes from her being fat and in hijab? The amount of uncreative whale and pig in the blanket comments about her made, fat phobia is 100% playing a role, or the fact that she's a hijabi is playing a role, or yeah, absolutely. Right? Like, definitely. Like, that's, yeah. I think that that's 100% playing a role. Like, look, people are prejudiced. We're prejudiced. We are biased. We have implicit, like, we have things we have to deconstruct. And so when we're reviewing somebody, we have to recognize, like, man, how am I pushed in a direction? How am I being pushed in a direction? And that's why you have to deconstruct it to the best of your ability, right? When viewing stuff. And no one on this side of YouTube is doing that. Tectone and Asmon and stuff, they're not doing that, right? Chat said, are you calling it activism because you think that's why people are watching through other streamers, or are you just connecting similar actions? I mean, no, I think it is a form of activism. They're doing it as a form of activism. We don't want Ethan Klein, the Zionist, to make money off his propaganda. Let's fund smaller content creators with better values who are viewing the content. That's a values decision. That's an activism decision. That's like not wanting to give your money to bad sources is a form of boycott. It's a form of protest. It's saying we don't want to fund this. We're watching it in a different way. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is a form of activism. I think the way these people are doing it. Yeah, that's why my parents do it. That's why I would do it, or somebody else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe for us other things, like I don't shop at certain places. I'm boycotting Amazon as an example right now. I really wanted to watch Sinners, but I can't because it's available on Amazon, and I refuse. So I'm going to miss out on Sinners for a while until I can get it a different way. Right? Like, if I can find out a different streaming channel, or if I can pay for it a different way, I will. But I'm just going to miss out for now. Right? But if my friend was like, hey, I have Sinners, do you want to watch it on my account? I would watch it on their account because they already bought it. So I would watch it. Like, they already bought it, so why wouldn't I watch it from them? But do you know what I'm saying? But I'm boycotting Amazon, so I'd rather miss out. But if somebody had another way for me to watch it, you know what I'm saying?
Stream. She had 43,000 people watching her live. Take a look at the title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hassan Content Nuke Watch Party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use. Now, Denims, of course, always deliver.
A watch party? I don't think that's fair use. YouTube used to be so good. This is the downfall. This is the downfall.
The goods. She went on this dude's podcast to debate fair use. And would you be surprised if I told you she said a lot?
Well, hold on. Chad is saying if you were to steal something from Amazon and sell it somewhere else, that would be stealing, right? That's how he's framing it. Yeah, but we don't get paid. We don't get paid. We don't get paid. I don't get paid for making content. I make content in hopes to get paid. Like, the money comes second to the content. You know how many videos my Jubilee video recently, demonetized, no money. My podcast on Jojo Siwa, 0 monies because it wasn't monetized when it went up. Like, I think now it's made $50 or something. Like, as content creators, we show up for free in hopes to get paid. Do you know what I mean? So if they're streaming and then they get donations or they get AdSense, like, that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah, they don't get paid for providing the video, so they're not selling it. They're not selling his YouTube video, right? Chad says you're not going to tell them to stop using Amazon. No, I don't care what people do. I don't tell people what to do. I don't tell people what to do. There's too many other issues to focus on. I don't make prescriptions. I eat plant-based. I don't shop at Amazon. I'm not telling you to do that. I don't care what you do. Do what you're going to do.
A lot of incriminating things in that podcast. The queen of self-own never disappoints.
I want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like, I think filler content, like, you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a React stream. And I try to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that, because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a whole team and stuff. And most of those videos have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. Like I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like, I guess, bad about that. Whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single content creator. The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part in the video.
P.S. I do fall asleep. I fell asleep to Iron Chef yesterday. The original series, season 1, episode 1. Bobby Flay looking young and grumpy as usual. That show is so kooky and silly, but I love it.
I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever. And I might walk away from the screen, but it's about like the communal thing. It's why like
it is about community. It is about community. The best part is the community part. Like that's what's going away. And I just, as a community YouTuber, I just want to mourn with you guys, hold my hand. It's been fun. That's why you should come and join my Discord if you're 18 plus, because we are a community there and we do lots of good things there. But like, yeah, this is it. YouTube's done. It was fun while it lasted. And who destroyed it? YouTubers. First corporations and companies, remember Adpocalypse? And now YouTubers. It was fun though, huh? People really ruin everything. And Ethan's a part of it. What are you going to do? It's done.
Streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people. A lot of people go to watch streamers on Twitch for their React content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos. And they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch. From the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specifically there to watch it so they don't have to scroll through YouTube and find a video they like. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream, there is a very low likelihood that they're going to go watch it separately and give you like the view or the like. Or the people who are watching content on Twitch, curated Twitch content on Twitch, aren't necessarily
Ignore that. Oh my
people
God,
that would be watching content on YouTube.
That, my friend, is
Oh my God.
And
I clicked on a Discord link on accident from my Discord. Apparently Sinners is being sold on YouTube. And then I clicked on it and then it was like a whole thing. And then sorry, my bad. This is transformative content. This is truly the transformative content you came for today.
you're a thief, and now I'm suing you. This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe they've, gotten. That she thinks she can go out in public on video and say shit like, I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like, you are way too comfortable committing crimes out in the open. Well, there you have it. 3 separate lawsuits for 3 separate geniuses. Now, I want to make it clear again, and I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these 3 people and not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously. And that's the part that really got me. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, for the most part, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that. Take it to these 3 absolute morons to state their intention to steal my property on video. And to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say. I don't care. What I do hope, though, is that you'll support.
For the record, me giving my faces is the reaction. Okay, I don't gotta say nothing. The face says everything.
Support their crowdfunding efforts to defend themselves. Because let's face it, I want to make sure there's money left over for me when I win my lawsuit.
Oh,
Thanks
great.
for watching, everybody. It's been a great time. I'll see you around.
Man, eat the rich for sure, bro. Hey, what are you gonna do? The end of YouTube. I think this is a cultural shift. If you're creative, make sure you're really creating. Look, I'm really lucky. I feel like I always felt secure about this coming. When did we think this was coming? Probably a couple years ago, because I remember telling myself, I'm so grateful that I can make original content without ever needing people's content. Look, I already did it before. I can do it again. But it is what it is. Like, it is what it is. It was fun while it lasted, YouTube. I wonder if there are other platforms, that might be better. This is why people have even talked about going to OnlyFans. Do you know that? Content creators were talking about going to OnlyFans because of exactly these issues. Even like YouTubers were going to OnlyFans because they're like, at least I can post on that timeline and I can make it free. And then people can watch my videos. Honestly, not a bad idea. Like, not a bad idea. The good news is that if YouTube, it depends on how this goes, right? Chad says, so no live streams for you? No. I can still make content. Girl, I can rant. I can make slideshows. Girl, I can, I just won't watch Ethan. Because you guys remember, YouTube changing it for content creators, it's not gonna also be every other person's content. It's just like maybe other creators. Like, if creators are gonna be so happy more than companies, Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I can still provide content for you. I can live stream. I can talk all day. I can talk about my girl. Don't even sweat it. I will adapt. I am an adapter. Okay. I mean, there's so many things, you know, but it's this. What I'm saying is going away is the community, the talking about YouTubers, having conversations, talking about content. Look, I've been really lucky that for the most part, I've always stayed out of the drama. Even when people have tried to drag me into it, I think I've done a pretty good job of staying out of it, even when talking about it. But maybe that was the problem. Maybe everyone just got in too deep. But I really think the only person who escalated was Ethan. In my opinion, the only person who truly escalated in this situation was Ethan Klein. Everyone else had their moments of like pettiness and silliness. And I think people engage in ways I would never engage, but I can't hold them to that standard. They're not me. But I would say the only person who had the power to make a difference and escalated was Ethan, much like Israel. Period. You know, you can say, oh, well, both sides. Every time, always both sides, but never both sides. Don't both sides the situation. One person made it worse for everybody else involved. All it took was one person to go too far and make it worse for everybody else, and that's Ethan Klein. That's this man right here. It was him. You know? Chad says, Britt, what are your thoughts on Nebula? Seeing other creators on the left, FD Signifier and Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, doing some more original work there. Not sure if you can live stream there though. You have to be invited. You have to have a certain amount of views. It's like pretty independent. And I think they're trying to curate a certain amount of content. It's hard in this economy because I think Nebula, you pay. It's hard because YouTube is so free. Like, again, this is not going to stop me from being on YouTube. Girls, as a neurodivergent, autistic, queer person, the one thing I know how to do is survive in capitalism, even if it's middle class. And the one way you survive in capitalism is learning to play the game without it coming at the expense of your values. You think Ethan Klein will ever get in the way of me thriving? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Right? But that means that the YouTube it used to be, the feeling we used to have, it's over again. We're in a new transition. And that's life. So when you are a creative, when you're a person in life, get ready for this transition because it happened to your parents. You ever come home and your dad's laid off? You ever have the market go in a different direction and there's not money coming in? Get ready, creatives. If you're a commentary channel, you can build commentary around the rules. And look, if you want to watch my channel and figure out how I'm doing it so you can do it, pay attention to the fact that the one thing I know how to do is adapt. My partner said that because I was talking to my partner about all these big YouTubers who keep making content. I've seen like 8 different videos now of content creators with huge audiences and huge views telling their audience they're not making enough money to survive. And I'm like, what are you doing? And I still can't get it because I know I'm surviving and surviving is loose. We're all living paycheck to paycheck, but I'm not like making full dedicated videos to how I might have to quit YouTube. Like they're making, I have to quit YouTube videos. I'm not making enough money. And I'm like, how? And my partner said, though, I'm paraphrasing, but they said like the one skill you have is like you're barely making it, but you're so good at making it when you're barely making it. I'm like, yeah, I am very good at surviving. I'm a humble bitch. I can't buy new clothes for 3 years, but I still get to do YouTube. Let's go. I don't care. Like, that's the thing. I think these YouTubers maybe got money too early or something, or they're used to LA like living. Like, yeah, I'm living within my means. I'm thinking they outspent their money. My theory is that they all need to quit YouTube because they're like either not living in their means or something is going wrong, or like they talked about giving up their houses in LA. And I was like, yeah, girl, I never lived in LA. I never could afford LA and I never lived there. I always had roommates. I lived within my means. I never overspent. Yeah. Chat says, girl, you literally adapted in a whole new country. That's true. And I'm officially so good. I officially, now that my sister came to visit, I got to test my real skills here. I know how to take the buses. I know how to read bus times. I know how to be on my own now. I'm so proud of myself. I'm slowly getting there. Yeah, my theory is like a lot of these YouTubers probably accidentally got themselves in a bad position, you know? But that sucks. Like, that sucks because they're huge. They're huge channels. When they post, they get so many views that I'm just like, dude. But maybe they're not community based. That's also the theory I had. I'm very community based. Like, I do rely on my community. My Patreon is very giving. My YouTube members, you guys are very generous. Like, I try to provide as much content as I can. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just a community-based kind of girly. But that's what I think, you know, that's why I subscribe to people's Patreons. That's why I like to give back to the community. But that's why I'm so upset with Ethan. I like the community aspect of YouTube. It's too bad it can't stay healthy. It's too bad it always gets toxic. It's just a bummer. It's a bummer that we can't figure it out. But hey, Trump and Elon are fighting right now too. Adulthood really is just like, I don't know, high school with money. You know, it's just sad. It is what it is. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? With that said, any last thoughts on this before we move on? We have other content to go over. Anything else before we move on? P.S. Will you guys decide if there's anything else? I'm going to tinkle and I'm going to pause the stream, girls, and give you some Samantha Dragonati. No, I'll give you some Elvin, so I know it doesn't accidentally switch to Lady Gaga Judas and demonetize my stream. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Be right back. All right. Oh, kind of crazy news in the news. This is kind of an insane update to a story we were following. When did we follow this story? When did we watch the Stephanie So exposed video on Nikocado Avocado? Remember, I was shook. I was devastated for her. I was like, oh my gosh, this is like a horrible thing to happen to her. I was really feeling for Stephanie. Well, apparently Nikocado Avocado came out with an update video exposing Stephanie, and the comments are on Nick's side. Nick's is his real name, right? They're on his side. And I was like, oh, so let's watch it. Let's see how we feel about it. Remember, when we do philosophy through pop culture, we're doing applied philosophy. Our meaning, our purpose, where we are, our ethics, our morals. And this was a very contentious case because people were divided on who was morally, ethically in the right. This wasn't just something petty. She accused him of being like dangerous in a sense. And then he's accusing her of like basically clipping him out of context to manipulate the audience into thinking he's something like he's not. So this is a pretty big accusation on his end, right? Let's go ahead and see what he has to say about it. I'm so curious.
Here we go. Hi, everyone.
That's pretty loud.
We're
Is that
gonna do
good?
this.
Volume
We're
wise?
going to talk about it. Today, I want to talk about an experience from my past, an experience that's been deeply misunderstood online, an experience that was taken out of context in ways that felt deliberate, and one that cost me a lot. This video is about Stephanie, also known as Rotten Mango. What happened between us took place over half a decade ago. We're talking like 5 or 6 years back, but people still talk about our fallout to this day. Stephanie Soo told the internet about our real-life interaction together in a way that seemed less like a personal story and more like a true crime special. She took moments between us and magnified them into something.
And Stephanie, for the record, does create true crime content, right? So I think that's what reference he's making.
Way bigger. Weaving it in and out of an emotionally charged narrative that, in the end, felt designed to hurt me. The reason I'm bringing this up now is because my weight loss got 50 million views, and it sparked a lot of interest in who I am. Millions of people are coming in, they're watching old content, and this includes videos made about me and Stephanie. Back in 2019, she put out Why I'm Afraid of Nikocado. It went viral. It's got like 17 million views. I made a response to that years ago, but it only got 4. That means that the vast majority of people coming in aren't hearing my side. So this video will be a shortened recap of exactly what happened between me and Stephanie. And it will also be the truth. Because if you want to hold people accountable, both sides deserve to be heard.
Well, I don't know if both sides deserve to be heard. Like, I don't got to hear Diddy's side. I saw the videotapes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about that, but let's see, because even though Stephanie did provide videotapes from my recollection, let's see if there's more context to the videos she showed us. Just to see if we really need to hear both sides.
I'm an actor, and for the past 8 years, I was on a character development for my YouTube channel. I was intentionally gaining weight. I was intentionally acting like a buffoon. I was developing an online persona.
Sorry, for the record, the face I just made where I was like, oh, it was the way he was eating. I get icked out with the way people eat. I can't watch mukbangs for a reason. I'm very sensitive to ASMR sounds. Thank you.
In the earlier years of this, I leaned very heavily into covering drama from other YouTube creators.
I mean to say that I wasn't icking out at his body. I'm actually pretty neutral about his body. Thank you.
I'd spill the tea on them, even holding a kettle prop sometimes. I'd stir the pot, throw the shade. I literally injected myself into any drama. And a lot of people couldn't separate that character from the real me. And this is how things started to develop in the very beginning. By the time Stephanie and I crossed paths, I had already gained over 100 pounds and built a reputation for having a character that was chaotic, loud, and messy.
We have a few things to discuss. The tea is steaming hot. You eat. I have some receipts. Sit down. You, these clowns. Your fault. Everything about me is no. For anything. You actually sit down. Sticking her nose in drama. Acting like she doesn't want drama.
I was not always seen as credible. And this made
I'm not gonna play I Do Love Me and a Nikocado Avocado gif. This man did gif on giving. That's the commentary y'all come from. That's that transformative commentary y'all come for.
me an easy target. The perfect fall guy. I mean, who's going to believe or even take seriously the man throwing food on his face and shirt? Probably no one. And Stephanie Soo knew it. She leaned into it, and she leveraged it. I want to tell you the quick 30-second summary of what exactly happened between us. I wanted Stephanie Soo to sit down and gossip with me in one of these types of videos, to spill the tea about drama happening in our mukbang community.
Nick said it very assertively, we're going to talk about Veronica and we're going to spill all the tea. I freaked out, and again, I wanted to defend myself by sharing my story, which is I think what he wanted.
And that made her uncomfortable. I clearly didn't pick up on that well enough, and that was my first mistake. And then as a result, she didn't show up to one of her collabs and gave me what I perceived at the time to be a flimsy excuse. So I reacted poorly. I sent her angry text messages, I vented about it with my friends, and I made it pretty clear that I was going to bring up the situation in my next drama video.
I'm this effing close to making an exciting video.
That was the core of what happened between us. And that—
Excuse me, hold on, chat. Chat says GIF with a hard G. Where's the unsubscribe button? GIF with a soft G. Where's the block button? Yeah. 2 can play at that game, girl. 2 can play at that game. Okay, we already went over this earlier in the stream. It's GIF. It's GIF. Okay? It's GIF. The GIF that keeps on giving. The GIF I gave to your mom last night. It's a GIF. Okay? Thank you.
That was 100% my fault. I was immature, I was unkind, I was unprofessional, I was childish, I was wrong. Stephanie, I am genuinely sorry. You were not obligated to sit and gossip with me on camera. You didn't owe me that. And I was totally out of line for reacting the way I
I'm
did.
sorry, this is such a serious video and I'm just goofing off with my chat. This is really the community aspect of it, guys. I'm sorry, guys, focus. Very serious video. But if I'm caught laughing, it's because my chat is very funny and it's not my fault.
When you didn't show up to film. I was too wrapped up in trying to get juicy content for my channel. I clearly lacked the maturity to handle the situation the right way. I also want to apologize to you, Stephanie, for saying I would call you out for ghosting me. You know, plans change. It happens. Looking back, the way I treated you, the way I responded to you was not okay. Like I said, I was caught up in trying to get juicy content for my channel that I wasn't being considerate of how I was making you feel. You didn't deserve that, and I am sorry. And there's something that I've never actually shared with anyone until now. That situation with Stephanie changed me. It made me take a hard look at myself, how I was using my platform.
Hold on, chat says, how do you pronounce giraffe? How do you pronounce grief? Okay, thank you.
How I was creating content, how I was making people feel. And I realized if I was going to keep this going, if I was going to keep putting myself out there in this way, trying to make edgy content, I had to go about it differently. Not overnight, but around that time, I made a choice. No more dragging other people into my drama. So I started to shift. It would be my own mess, my chaos, my circus, smashing pies in my face, bouncing on
You know, sometimes I wish I could have done this. Like sometimes I wish I could have done it. Like some in some part of my like lonely girl 15 status. Like, but then you feel bad because you know what? I really like the YouTube community. I like the authenticity of YouTube. I think when you come on as a character or as an actor, it breaks down the trust between you and the audience in a way that just feels really gross. Now, if the audience is in on it being a character, then it's funny. But the dilemma is like, yeah, like, okay, have you guys seen that Dax Flame? Everyone's always like, he's a character, he's a character. I think that's just his autistic personality. Plus, he might be a comedian, so he's playing it up, but I don't think the way he talks is a character. People are like convinced. I just think he's autistic. Like autistic people often get accused of playing a character, but what if you're autistic and you have a character you play, right? So it's kind of like one of these things where, who is the other person? Who else am I thinking about? Oh, Trisha. You know, earlier in stream how I showed you that Trisha clip of her and Lizzo and Trisha claiming she's never eaten broccoli or had a salad, even though it's obvious Trisha has eaten broccoli and had a salad. There's so many videos of her doing it. And then Trisha's like, no, I've never had that. Is that a character? Are you lying? Are you malicious? What are you doing? Like at some point you have to decide, are you going to be yourself or are you going to be a character? I remember making that decision. Had I been, like a sex worker full time and not just part time for funsies, I would have been a character because I think it would have been fun. Like Chaperone, I like that Chaperone is the character. I like that they say like I am playing a character because sometimes I do. There's a video. I want to watch it. It's about I think it's a trans woman, not a drag queen if I remember, but she is a woman who performs a character. Like much like drag is a character that allows them to show up differently than in their real life. And I've been thinking about that idea that like, oh yeah, sometimes there's a freedom in showing up as a character. I think that's why drag is so fun because you're playing a character, you know? And I think there's so much, that's why cosplay is so fun. That's why so much of this can be so fun. But I can understand the social experiment part of it. But I think ultimately I have to think about like, is my art transformative and beautiful and interesting and inspiring, or is it actually causing a lot of harm? That's why being an artist is hard. It's a hit or miss. Your art either hits or it misses. This was the whole Sabrina Carpenter conversation we just had. Either it hits in the way that you want it or it doesn't. I think as the artist, you have an intention, and then as the audience, you have a way you consume it. And sometimes those things don't align. I think with the thing about Nikocado Avocados, it was always pretty clear he was playing a character, but the question was, is the character ethical and is it safe for the YouTube community to engage with the character?
Scooters with my belly hanging out, screaming and crying and laughing like a lunatic. It was absurd, but it was mine. I didn't need to bring other people into that tent. And sure, every now and then I would clap back at someone or throw a little shade here and there, but overall there was a real shift to the content I was making. Because deep down, I didn't want to hurt anyone.
Actually, chat says in Ethan's case, it's been a constant miss. I used to like Ethan from H3H3 because I thought Ethan was playing an exaggerated version of himself. So when he was mean to Trisha or he was mean to people, I thought he was just being kind of funny. And now I'm like, oh, you're just mean. Fuck. I thought you were playing a character. You know, that's why I get confused when I'm socializing with people. Like, is that a joke? Or are you joking because you know it's ironic? Or are you actually this person? You know what I mean? It was, yeah, same. Original H3 was so funny for me years ago. Years ago, it was so funny. And I used to think it was so funny. And now I'm like, oh, you're just mean. Which goes back to that video I shared yesterday with you guys. I forget the content creator's name, but it's you're not Regina George, you're just George. And it's this idea that like mean gay girls, like mean gay guys, but mean girls, like in the queer community, it's funny and we all think it's cute and spicy and we love a clapback, but also you're just mean. At some point, you're just mean. And I'm not about it. You know, I love, like, I'm okay being mean sometimes, but I just want to make it clear, I do not have the intention of actually being a mean person. I do not view myself as a mean person. When I think about who Brittany is, I don't identify as mean. I identify as blunt, but I'm not actually trying to come for people. You know what I mean? I might have a strong opinion, but I'm not trying to usually deplatform people or take away people's money. I'm certainly not suing people. You know what I mean?
Anybody. I just wanted to put on a show. With that said, two things can be true at the same time. Yes, I was wrong to egg on drama during my collab with Stephanie. Yes, I was out of line for getting upset over text. And yes, venting about it on social media wasn't okay either. But what happened next didn't feel like a response. It felt like a preemptive strike. You see, before we filmed together, Stephanie wasn't exactly the persona many knew her as. Off camera, she talked poorly about other creators in our community. It was bad. She wasn't actually that shy about throwing shade. And to be honest, that's okay. A lot of YouTubers have a more professional front for the camera and then a more relaxed, candid one off camera. That's just real life. I don't fault her for that. But when our collab fell apart, she panicked. She knew I was upset. She knew she said things that she didn't want going public. So before I could say anything, she got ahead of the story and she rewrote the story. Stephanie opened her video about me with what looked like security footage. Her shaking on a couch, visibly distressed, with someone holding on to her. It was dramatic, it was intense, and for the millions of people unfamiliar with either of us at the time, it planted a powerful impression that the person in that footage was me. And where she wouldn't clarify who the man was.
What? It's her husband. It was never him. We watched that video. It was her partner, wasn't it?
Impression that the person in that footage was me.
No! Wrong. That was never the case. Pause. No. We watched those videos and I never at any point, she literally said it was her partner. Did people who didn't hear the video think it was him? Or thought it was him? It doesn't even look like him. I'm so confused.
And where she wouldn't clarify who the man was until 30 minutes into the video when many people...
Well, it's obviously not you, Nikocado Avocado, no offense. Does this boy think it looks like him, boy? They thought it was him for a while? Who? Y'all need to get glasses. Who thought this was Nikocado? Look at those arms, girl. Forearms get worked out. Who?
And where she wouldn't clarify...
Who? This man has literal glasses on, first of all. This man got a forearm. What are you talking about?
Who the man was until 30 minutes into the video when many people had already clicked out. From there, she invoked language and image.
Yeah, was he 100 pounds at the time? Literally. He was literally so big. What are you talking about? How this... Girl, please.
That directly echoed the media. A movement created to support the survivors of
in and out of sleep. In and out of sleep.
Well, me too.
Hashtag me too.
She repurposed the emotional weight of that cultural reckoning and redirected it at me. Not only did this lend her story immediate credibility, but it also cast me in the role of a within the first 10 seconds before even having to say it directly. That movement is...
I don't know about this video.
For you to use as a prop. It's not a storytelling device for dramatic effect.
Chad says, this reminds me of when I get mistaken for Robert Pattinson. Yes, this reminds me of when I get mistaken for insert heart person's name here. FK Twigs. Honestly, people literally tell me I'm her twin, but we're just actually distant cousins. Yes, sometimes people do come up to me on the street and go, oh my God, is that you, FK Twigs? And I go, it is. It is. Thank you.
It's not meant to be used as emotional currency. But in Stephanie's video, it became all those things.
I feel like I've been manipulated by fear, that I can't say no to him, I just had to take back my power to say no. I think when someone shows me a pattern of predatory behavior, I'm not going to not listen. Hashtag too. And feeling like
Framing our fallout.
Yo, those edits do make it look silly though. But we watched the original video and I was feeling for Stephanie. But like that edit does make her look really silly, which I have an issue with. Because if this is a serious video, then why am I getting sound effects? Why am I getting quick cuts? Why am I getting all the like? Why is he purposely framing her goofy, except to make us feel like she's being goofy? I'm smelling something. Nikocado, fartacado. I'm smelling something.
With references like that shifts how people understand it. She said that my interaction with her was at a similar degree to when she was.
And the only way that I've ever felt like this to any degree in my life prior to Nick, it was one where I felt shit. I was in my own home. Felt like no, really didn't have a lot of power.
Stephanie literally co-opted the media to intensify and distort the nature of her conflict that was at its core about gossiping on camera, canceling a collab, and venting about it through texts. She used dark imagery to connect us to a serious cause.
I think when someone shows me a pattern of I told myself I would never, ever, ever feel like that again.
And I'm sorry, that's a terrible thing to do to a person. And I'm not saying that Stephanie didn't feel uneasy or that she wasn't allowed to set her own boundaries. Of course she was. But there's a major difference between being uncomfortable with gossiping on camera and equating that to serious, life-altering violations of consent. Her video about me wasn't just sharing her.
Sure. I mean, I guess I could see that perspective. I have no comments about who uses the hashtag #MeToo. Like, it's none of my business. But he says the title of this video is, or not the title of the video, sorry. What's this? The timestamp is called Weaponizing and Exploiting Me Too. I don't really want to argue about who's inappropriately using the hashtag #MeToo. I would instead like just the facts of the case. The fact that he's focused on this thing feels misogynistic to me. Like, we don't need to talk. This thing sounds important to your brain. I'm sure you're thinking, but Brittany, no. This case can be made without him talking about this. It's giving false accusation vibes. It's giving women scream false, like fake rape all the time. We're not saying he raped her. Her using that hashtag is like maybe inappropriate, but him focusing on it for me personally is like, it feels like a distraction. Just tell me, bro, did you do it or not? You know what I mean? And look, none of these people are perfect. YouTube is messy. Guys, if I told you some of the stories that went down, this is what I'm telling you. People are messy. Like, sometimes I'm really shocked at the way people, even in consent-based bubbles, will just do the weirdest fucking shit. I know it's their mental health, I do. But it's like one of those things where I think about it all the time where like, you know, like he said, oh, like she ghosted him and like didn't talk to him or something like that, or he ghosted her or whatever. Yeah, people in like consent bubbles who talk about consent and mental health, I've literally been ghosted by people. My whole friend groups have been ghosted by people. And I know it's just their mental health, but it's so weird when somebody you know ghosts you and your whole friend group without telling anybody and then moves away to start a new life because they were going through something, but then like has a career where they talk about consent. Like, we're adults, you know what I mean? But like, it happens. People do that, and they could have all of their reasons, but like, people are messy. You know what I mean? It's messy. So I think there's a lot of compassion to be had here. Probably should have been in a therapist's office, if I'm being honest. Like, I feel like a lot of this should have been handled in a therapist's office, but I don't really like the way Nikocado Avocado is telling this story right now, if I'm being honest.
Her experience. It was about turning me into a real villain and doing it through the lens that guaranteed public outrage. In the video, she claimed that she lost the power to say no.
It's your basic human fundamental rights to say no. Can't say no to him. I just had to take back my power to say no.
Lost the power to do what? To say, hey, change the subject. I don't want to talk about that on camera. Or, hey, I don't want to come to the next collab. Sorry.
Not feel like someone's holding this thing over me.
That's performative. She even dug up.
Well, this is why I say a therapist could help with this, because maybe it's not about Nikocado Avocado. It's about her pattern of doing this with a multitude of people. Maybe the issue isn't Nick exactly, but I have a feeling he's pushy. And maybe the issue is something she could talk to her therapist about, like, hey, I tend to do this when I'm in uncomfortable situations. How do I make sure to stand up for myself? Because it really feels like really scary for people pleasers, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't pushy. It doesn't mean that he didn't give her enough outs. Like, when I tend to collab with people, I tend to pause. You guys have seen me on my panels. I tend to check in with people. How are you guys' spoons? How is everybody doing? Like, I don't see a lot of people doing that. I don't see a lot of content creators checking in with people. And when I do see it, I'm like, oh, that's so nice. They're checking in with their guest. Hey, how are you doing on time? Are you doing okay? Like, that's a very specific bubble that pays attention and says like, hey, are you doing okay? Is everybody doing okay? Does everybody have the spoons? Like, I think this is a skill issue, but I don't trust Nick to create a situation in which she probably felt safe to back out. Plus, it's messy, it's drama, it's not real friendship, it's collaboration. We have to remember, like, none of these people are friends. And even when you're friends, your friends can still ditch you. Like, your friends can still have mental health crises. Your friends can still have problems. Like, you got to accept that, like, yeah, people are sick, dude. People have mental health problems. But, like, him coming for Stephanie like this is just a little awkward because I'm still not getting the receipts I want to feel like he's telling the truth. But I also, you know what I'm saying? I'm not getting it.
Anecdotes about me, ones totally unrelated, and repurpose them to make our situation seem 10 times scarier.
What was the purpose of all of this? To hurt Veronica? To hurt me? To get your sucked?
Yeah. Our mukbang had nothing to do with that. Why did Stephanie evoke themes that resonated with the Me Too climate? Why use those emotional cues? This was a takedown, a carefully constructed, emotionally charged.
So he's accusing her of being manipulative. Maybe she is. She is a YouTuber. I know I'm a YouTuber, but it wouldn't be that abnormal for a bunch of, that's what I'm saying. Like, the older I get, the more I'm like, I'm not collabing with any of you guys. I don't trust nobody. Like, I don't get what, so he's claiming she's manipulative. I don't know. I don't watch Stephanie like that. Does anyone watch her? I don't watch Stephanie like that. What do you guys think? Chad says, wait, I'm confused. Why did she bring up his dick? Well, that's the problem. We watched her video initially. I can't remember now. Her video's like 2 hours long. I feel like he's not giving me enough. Okay. This video is going to make Stephanie look bad. First, start there. Deconstruct with me. This video, who's making it? How is it being made? He made a 33-minute video that's 4 hours of her content with receipts and text messages and video content. He is going to create a narrative. He's already doing it now by giving me snippets. 10-second, no context. What was the context for this? Right? So I'm struggling believing him because he's going to try to make her look bad. But he's not giving me the receipts. So I'm going to need the receipts to believe this. You know what I'm saying?
Hit piece. Whether it was to protect her own image or grow her true crime brand or control the narrative of her fallout, this was the strategy she chose. And I hope we can be honest about what that choice looked like and what it cost me. I think one of the most
Okay, chat. Okay. I do like her victim-centered. She has great research, donates money in each video to relevant parties. Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. Okay. You watch her, you feel like she's genuine. Yeah. I'm more convinced by Stephanie's video than Nick's video, but let's see.
hurtful and harmful things that Stephanie said was that I already knew about her being in the past.
I told him about the one thing that I don't talk to anyone about.
That was not true. Stephanie and I had met just one time in person before filming. One time at a restaurant. We didn't know each other very well. We weren't close. We were just trying to break the ice before filming. Telling me about the times she was in the past was never one of those icebreakers.
Oh.
I promise you. We didn't talk about anything like that. And why would we? We just met each other.
I had set up this dinner with me, Zach, and Nick at Hot Pot. Honestly, immediately going in, I was nervous. I definitely
So is there a witness? Is there a secondary party?
had a guard up.
Does it even make sense that someone who describes herself as being an anxious person and hesitant to meet me, as she said in her own words, that this person would suddenly open up about the most private, deeply personal experiences of her entire life that, as she said, most of the world never knew? And to do this on the very first day that we met, surrounded by friends, surrounded by strangers eating at tables next to us, it doesn't make sense because it's simply not true.
It might not be true, but we need the other parties to confirm it. That's all we need. Because if everyone says like it is true, it happened, that's helpful. I mean, everyone could be lying for Stephanie, but it's possible, but kind of crazy.
The truth is, we were two YouTubers meeting for the first time, trying to break the ice before our job. So we talked about our job. We talked about the things we liked, the things we didn't. That led to gossiping, who we liked, who we didn't. It wasn't some deep emotional exchange. But later, she told the internet that I knew these personal things about her.
I was nervous. I definitely had a guard up. I ended up opening up about something that I don't even talk about on YouTube. I was in my own home. It was somebody that I had to let into my home. I told him about The one thing that I don't talk to anyone.
That was strategic, so that she could paint me in the worst possible light and then turn people against me in the worst possible way. And you've probably heard the phrase in and out of sleep. It's something that people say when they're tired.
In and out of sleep. Oh, in and out of sleep. Like I'm in and out of sleep. Okay.
And that's exactly how Stephanie used it with me when she texted me, when she didn't show up to our collab last minute.
I was in and out of sleep. Hey guys, sorry I've been in and out of sleep.
I remember thinking, really? In and out of sleep? I mean, I cleared my whole schedule to be here. I flew to her state.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Like canceling a collaboration is fucked up unless she felt unsafe. Well, then it feels like a good thing to cancel. And she's just creating a social excuse instead of saying like, I don't feel safe with you. I'm not coming. So,
I was really upset and I ranted about it.
Just been in and out of sleep, and I don't know what's like in and out of sleep, in and out of sleep.
But in her video, she reframed the phrase in and out of sleep in the context of abuse, but only after telling people that I knew she had been in the past, which I didn't.
You knew why. I'm so paranoid. You know why.
Was it wrong for me to vent about it with my friends? Yes. Was it wrong for me to vent about it online? Yes. But we weren't joking or laughing about her being I didn't know that. My friends didn't know that. None of us knew that. We were reacting to what felt like being ghosted before a major collaboration. A major collaboration. In and out of sleep was the only context we had. It's the only reason she gave me. And honestly, I felt blindsided. I felt stood up.
In and out of sleep, we turned something that really bothered me into something that we could laugh about. It's just you have to laugh about things to get over it.
And my friends were honestly just trying to cheer me up.
You know, I got things to do. I got things to do. Have you been in and out of sleep?
In and out of sleep. Oh.
yeah, it's like petty and bitchy. Like they definitely don't give good vibes. She says, how about these two people just rubbed each other the wrong way and they're both just making the situation bigger and worse than it should be? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It definitely feels petty and toxic, but it's been a long time since we watched Stephanie's video, but I just remember feeling for her eventually. Do you guys remember my reaction? I'm usually pretty cynical of people initially because humans are horrible. But then I remember thinking I felt bad for her. Right? I think I remember by the end of the video feeling really bad for her. You know? Didn't he ghost Trisha? Yeah, I don't trust none of these people, but I do remember feeling bad for Stephanie. I don't know. There is a conversation about true crime people and whether or not they're ethical in general, but you know, I don't know. I don't like this though. This is bad energy.
Oh my gosh, in and out of sleep right now.
And so I was mocking her excuse. But Stephanie, who was afraid I might speak up about what really happened or the things she told me off camera, got ahead of the story and repackaged that moment into something it never was. And then thousands of people made emotional interpretations linking the in and out of sleep thing to her trauma history, concluding that I had been mocking a survivor. And that's what hurt the most. Not just being misunderstood, but being deliberately misrepresented. But Stephanie didn't just rely on her words to sell this story. She relied on performance. The trembling voice, the sudden tone shifts, even moments where she appeared to cry, only for the emotion to vanish seconds later. It just all felt calculated, like a script meant to feel raw without actually being raw. And once you see it for what it is, it's hard to unsee.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? And I just remember feeling so gutted. Like my heart had dropped to the ground because I thought it was going to be another interrogation.
That's performative. Real emotion is messy. It shows up physically.
I'm not going to tell people how they perform. Like, first of all, everyone looks differently. Dr. Kirkonda is writing a book about grief right now. And he says one of the biggest misconceptions about grief is that people think it looks a certain way when it doesn't. Grief can look like going out partying the next day because you don't know how to understand the grief of what you experienced. Like, you don't know what it looks like. So I would say that you can know. And this is what's cool about, like, I think my brain is that I try really hard to say, ooh, what am I seeing right now? Am I seeing grief? Like, there is parts of Stephanie's presentation that can signal fake to me, but then I have to challenge my own understanding of people and say, well, Brittany, why do you think this sounds fake to you? Because this part seems really real. And then I have to remember that YouTubers are YouTubers and we re-record and re-record content. You know how many YouTubers I've watched where they're like, this is my fourth time recording this video because I just like cried too much through it, or like this was my emotion through it, or like, and then you get your voice back. You ever cry and you lose your voice and then you say it again, you get your voice back and it looks like you weren't even crying before? There's just so many different ways people show up, right? So I would say that I think this is a bad thing that Nick is doing right now, is trying to pretend he can guarantee what it should look like. I feel like that's a really bad That's bad.
On the body. The swelling of the face, the mucus, the vocal cords being blocked by mucus, the tears that come that don't wait for a cue. But in her video, it was like flipping on a light switch.
And it's not the little movement. How dare you discredit an entire movement that the sole purpose was giving people a voice because you...
I mean, maybe there was a huge miscommunication between the two. Like, maybe they just really misunderstood each other. Right? Maybe she really thought he was being malicious and he really didn't understand that he was just making a joke. But then I don't know, because I'm like, well, why couldn't they good faith talk about it? But then you saw a very big falling out that happened with me online, and it genuinely blindsided me because I was like, why are you mad at me? And then like they wouldn't talk to me about it, which is fine. They ended up being a predator, so I got out of that scot-free. Like I got out of that easy. Like I knew they were toxic, but I didn't know it was that bad. You know what I'm saying? And so then maybe it's that kind of situation where it's like, why are you blowing up on me? Why are we having the conversation? But you can't have the conversation with someone you're not close to. And even if you are close to somebody, it might even hurt you so much that you definitely shut down. Listen, whether it's somebody you're close to or a stranger, you can't guarantee that a person's not going to shut down and ghost you, or shut down and not talk to you, or not be able to engage with you. You would think, oh, your family, you should be able to engage with me, but then they don't. Oh, you're my friend, you should be able to engage with me. Oh, you're a content creator, we're a coworker, we're professional. But like, it just doesn't, humans don't work that way, right? Like humans are going to human, right? Thank you, chat. Humans are going to human. So this feels very human, but it still feels very muddied. I feel pretty lost with a video that's supposed to make me feel less lost, right? Do you guys feel like Nick's video makes you feel more lost than... If I was a new person coming into this controversy, I would not understand what's happening. And I know a little bit and I still don't know what's going on.
You had a bad date in New York City. No one's going to believe you because...
A flip of a switch. 2 shaky sentences, and then she's back to baseline. Almost like that emotion wasn't lived. It was timed, designed to land a punch. And the editing only makes the case that much stronger, where the most intense moments were stitched together with jump cuts, as if they had to be assembled just...
Yeah, chat's like, who's the Minecraft guy that we watched? George. Yeah, George seemed genuinely confused about what happened with Katie. And Katie seemed genuinely upset what happened with George. Like, I think they were deeply wounded by one another, very much on accident. It felt on accident. But I felt like Katie and George felt like just deeply confused by one another. And I still think there was probably no maliciousness on either of their ends. I wasn't seeing maliciousness from either of them. Just like deep confusion and genuine hurt, like genuine hurt. But, you know, they're never going to be able to talk it out, right? It's just impossible at this point. So that's the thing, is like, sometimes it is impossible. Hey, 2 good people when together can make each other miserable, guys. Like, that's what we have to remember, is sometimes like there's no way to fix it. Sometimes like no matter what you do, it's just time to move on and stop talking. And that's why I do think friendships and stuff have like a 7-year turnaround rate. Like, I think that's the number. Is, yeah, like eventually it's okay to grow away from people.
That's right, to maximize impact.
I feel like I've been manipulated by fear, that I can't say no to him. I just had to take back my power to say no. Not feel like someone's holding this thing over me and me. I feel like in normal circumstances, I probably wouldn't share a private text message.
That's performative. It's like going through the motions, hoping the delivery feels real, even if it's not. This wasn't just storytelling. This was narrative control, wrapped up in vulnerability.
I just disagree with Nick. Yeah, chat says, I've seen a lot of her videos. Given the trauma she's experienced and shared, her behavior seems like a normal trauma response rather than something malicious. Yeah, I think I believe Stephanie more than I believe Nick at this point.
And then pointed directly at me. And when most people recount something serious, they don't use parts of their brain to switch in and out.
Yeah, the duck sound is cruel. Him using the sound effects makes me distrust him. That's the thing. He's using every malicious, like, manipulation attack. He's manipulating. He's editing, cutting her short, adding in duck sounds. He's encouraging the audience to feel a certain way when watching the clip. Yeah, like, I actually feel like he's the one manipulating us right now.
Of character voices. They just talk. The emotion flows naturally, or it doesn't at all, depending on the person. But here, the emotion switches on and off mid-sentence. One moment she's gasping and quivering for air, and then the next moment she's cool as a cucumber. Take our text messages, for instance. She starts out all smiley and giggly.
I've been in and out of sleep all afternoon after staying up late, and I realized I had a few sponsors due. I hope you guys understand.
But then seconds later, switches into a new character voice when reading my texts.
Stephanie, I have been sitting here for 5 hours. So no, I'm sorry, I do not understand. But ignore me for 5 hours after that. Don't play games.
And then it goes back to her texts, now suddenly gasping for air, all breathy and broken.
But ignored me for 5 hours after that. Don't play games. I texted it back and I said, again, I'm so sorry if
And then the next moment, she flips the switch and goes back to the Nikocado voice.
I'm so sorry if there was any miscommunication and if I made you feel that way. So sorry for today, and I hope you're able to enjoy the rest of your day. And he responded with, please talk to me. Zach told me he wants to be left out. I reached out half a day and I feel we need to chat.
Literally moments apart. It just doesn't feel like she's saying straight up what's going on. It feels like she's bringing out the theatrics and performing for the camera.
She is performing for the camera, but not in the way he's implying. Listen to me. I hate talking about this because I won my case and I don't have to talk about this person anymore. You know what I mean? But something really messy happened in my 20s. And I ran into a alleged quote fan who was ended up being a con artist who stalked and harassed like multiple people. And I was one of the targets. And after I won my case and during that whole process, I went on Chris Hansen's show to talk about it. And during that show, I was like really stoic and matter of fact. And the moment he stopped interviewing me, the moment he's like, cameras off, I burst into tears. I was so relieved at just like getting it over with and telling my story and moving the fuck on and like never having to talk about this person again, because it was a mind fuck for me. I felt terrified like everywhere I went in life. Like to this day, my partner and I are pretty paranoid about like where we live and what we show and how I show up in the world and like what I talk about. And like, that's why I don't show you guys around Croatia, because it makes me nervous. Like I'm very, it's scary. So I remember thinking like I did perform for that interview because I was trying to keep it together. But after the camera stopped, I just remember bursting into tears, and like Chris Hansen and his team were like, hey, are you okay? And I was like, I'm okay, thank you. And like, it just felt very freeing, but I'm sure like in some ways that cry would have looked really good on camera, but I was so terrified. I couldn't cry on camera because I was just like, I was so trapped by my own body that I just like, this happened. Yes, this happened. And then the moment the camera was off, I just burst into tears. Like, no matter how we show up in the world, we're not always in control of how we show up, but so many of us do, quote, perform through really difficult situations. And so I don't think she's performing in a manipulative way. She might just be performing in a keep it together way, right? Chad says it's like you're in survival mode until you feel safe enough not to be. Absolutely, right? Yes, Chad says especially with BPD. No, especially with everything. Autism, BPD, just the experience in general. I mean, it was really horrible. And I know this person is deeply sick, because I do think you have to be deeply sick to scam and stalk people. But it was a very terrifying situation. It was just like, I know people downplay it or they downplay everything because they do on the internet. The internet downplays everything because we're so fucking rotted in the brain. We don't understand. Like I've never had this happen. And all the time I've been on YouTube, yeah, this is terrifying, right? So it's just like one of those things where like I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to bring light to it. I won my case. As long as I never talk about it again. That's the problem. When you do talk about people, you open them up to coming into your life, making content, suing you, doing whatever. So I don't talk about it because of that. Like I don't have to talk about it. And it just feels horrible. But people don't believe you. And I get it. Like I get why you don't believe us, because we're watching two YouTubers and we can't figure out who's telling the truth and what's the truth. But I have learned over time that what have I learned over time? I've learned over time that we can never know, but I think we can know if we really are paying attention. And that if we can't know, we don't have to tear people down if we don't know. Like, I don't know how to say it. This is such a heavy subject. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying it's scary being in a position where you genuinely feel out of control with how people are telling your story. And the worst part is there are mean girls on the internet and they want to tell your story because they don't care. And that's what's so scary. But yeah, but like there is an intuition, you know? Chet says the intuition. Yeah, and that's why maybe we do go to therapy, right? Like we go to therapy and we talk to our therapist about it because like that's why I wanted Ethan to go to therapy. Because if the internet was really making Ethan crazy, I think he should have gone to therapy. And then he should have stopped engaging with the internet. Like I don't engage with those people. I don't engage with people that drive me crazy. I didn't engage with a community that threatened to stalk me. Like I don't engage with those communities. But Ethan went full E. He was like, I'm going to stand up for myself. And that crossed my mind, by the way, a lot. Stand up for yourself, make content, tell these people to fuck off. But I knew, like, I made a video, I felt good about it, and I took it down. And I stood up for myself and I moved on. But if you keep engaging with it, it won't leave your life. Like Ethan doesn't get it. Like the more you engage with it, it's not going to leave your life. Let them do what they're going to do and move on. I let people do what they're going to do and I move on with my life. Because ultimately, like you focusing on it is going to drive you crazy. And that's what I decided to do and it worked for me. I'm much better. I'm so much healthier. I have a good relationship with myself. I have a good relationship. I'm still a content creator. That situation drove me off the internet. And then when I was ready, I came back and I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. And it was really scary, you know? Chet said, I think there's some toxic masculinity in it. I can see his logic of not letting it go. I could see that from Ethan. Yeah, I could see that from Ethan. It does feel like that, you know? But it was just definitely just one of those moments where I really feel for Stephanie, especially because she just seemed to have more of the data and more of the receipts. And it scares me. Like it scares me the manipulation that we could be falling for. I feel horrible the way I defended Johnny Depp when that trial first happened. I can't believe we fell for it. I fell for it. And then I come back and I'm not saying Amber Heard is perfect, but she didn't have to be a victim. And to this day, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so easy to fall for the narrative because you're running with the group. It takes a lot of effort to be like, I don't know about this. You know, I'm getting bad vibes, but I don't know about this. And I will forever, I'm sure, fail as time goes on. I'm just trying not to do that here. Right? I'm trying not to do that here. So I don't know. Given the evidence I see, it's much more likely that Stephanie is telling the truth. That's just like what the data is showing. So as much as I want to hear both sides, so far it just feels like my intuition is telling me Stephanie's telling the truth. She might not be perfect. She might be, you know, even maybe bad, but I don't think so. Right? That's I don't think so. But I don't know. But my opinion is I'm more on Stephanie's side so far. All right, that was a long monologue. Transformative content, kids.
A true crime audition tape for many different roles.
That's what I normally do. And I just want to say thank you so much for giving me a platform and giving me a way. I just want to say thank you so much for giving me a platform and feel like I have a voice. And I just want to say
again, performative.
I just need to do whatever I can to get through tonight and tomorrow because we have collabs scheduled tomorrow.
It feels highly performative.
Just be done with it. I don't want him to...
I think this editing is very manipulative. His editing is so manipulative. I don't like how many times he's pausing. I don't like the way he's doing it. I don't like this.
Make a video trying to say all these things I said about...
Making yourself suddenly gasp for air and then coming right back down 2 seconds later. Working together to frame our situation far darker than it ever was. To justify the title, Why She Was Scared of Me.
How extreme things have gotten. I was already feeling really scared and I can't imagine how much more frightened. I just couldn't. I was just so scared.
And why the viewers should feel scared.
And tomorrow, because we have collabs scheduled tomorrow. So I must have... believe that they know the full story. Not just going up against Nick, but look at all the friends he has. You know, who do I have? And I just felt like I couldn't say anything.
That's performative.
I felt like I couldn't talk about it because what was there to talk about? I felt like I couldn't talk about it because...
again, performative.
Texted me or called me.
That feels less like a personal story and more like a true crime reenactment.
Chat says it's giving Ethan. It's giving Ethan.
Not because emotion isn't valid, of course it is, but because this emotion didn't feel organic. It felt choreographed. And if this were fiction, it
like
would be...
the editing is giving Ethan, which I agree. Ethan does this with his editing too. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like the editing.
One thing, but I'm a real person.
Can't say no to him. I just want to take back my power.
It's disturbing how heavily she felt the need to lean into these themes of you-know-what to sell her story. She even typed in the phrase, "Hi Nick, I know you're seeing this," into the tags of her YouTube video. And tags are something only YouTubers would tend to look at. That doesn't feel like the behavior of...
First of all, I do not look at your tags, but thank you. And also, that's crazy. That's petty. Hi Nick, I know you're seeing this. That's petty. But also, I never expected an unhealed girl not to be petty. Okay, the girl is unhealed when she's making this video. We know this. She says it. She literally says she's unhealed in the video, basically. So the hashtag was petty, but that doesn't make her less of a victim.
Someone claiming to be so scared, yet you'd go and taunt and imitate them too? What purpose would that have served to anybody else watching the video? None. And so it felt highly calculated. Even the thumbnail felt calculated. Look at what she's sitting in front of. Look at what it implies. The tears set on cue, holding herself in distress. A teary scene, by the way, that never even appeared.
Yeah, like, YouTubers, listen. Do you know the video I made on Destiny? I tried not to make that sensational, and some people were kind of upset that I didn't put more effort into it to make it more viral, because they're like, people need to see this. But I was trying to do the opposite. But the fact that I even wore this dress in that video made people like harass me on Twitter with big booba gifs. I took my Twitter down, but like I got harassed like, oh, Brittany's boobs are out. Brittany's boobs are out. I didn't even think about it. Like I just showed up in something I was comfortable in. I didn't even think about the fact that my chest was showing a little bit. But they're misogynists. So the only thing they did was like boob gifs. So when I made that video, I didn't want to sensationalize it. I didn't put his face in the thumbnail, right? I could have put his face in the thumbnail, but I didn't do it because I was trying to send the message that I'm not sensationalizing this, but that it, you know, it got some credibility, but it didn't really take off because it wasn't enough. It's interesting. Ryan Beard made a video about Destiny and Hassan watched it on stream, but I made a video and Hassan didn't watch it. And I think it's because of misogyny. I was discounted. I've never slept with Destiny. We've never done anything sexual, but Hassan didn't watch my video, but he watched Ryan Beard's. Maybe it's that I'm a small content creator. Maybe it's that my boobs are out. Maybe it's because people figured I must have slept with Destiny or something, even though that's never happened. I don't know. What are you going to do?
Appeared in the actual video. Out of every possible place she could sit and film, she chose this spot. That wasn't random. That was a visual strategy meant to...
By the way, I did get my closure emotionally, so we can move on from that. But you know what I mean? Like, I did get my personal closure from it. But I think it would have been important to highlight another woman that had no sex with Destiny, no close friendship with Destiny, who also had a falling out with him from a coworker perspective, because a lot of the men who aren't friends with him coworker-wise aren't friends with him because of their own reputation, not because he's a predator. Listen, I don't want to get back into it. Do not DM me. I'm not going to answer you. And I wouldn't. I don't want to talk about it. I already know how people treated me during it. I already know how they're going to treat other people during it. It's not good. This group of people, ultimately, they're not healthy. I don't want anyone slide into my DMs. I'm just sharing this with you, my audience, as I eat a pretzel. Okay? Don't slide into my DMs. I won't answer it.
To shape perception before a single word was ever spoken. And Stephanie didn't just lean into the theatrics, she took it a step even further with editing. We filmed an ASMR video for my channel, whispering, soft.
Ooh, are those hot Cheetos, girl? Pass it over.
Spoken, relaxed, calm. But that's the whole point of ASMR. And they're gonna help me make it, so let's get started. At the end of the video, when we were wrapping up and saying our goodbyes, asking our viewers to subscribe, I turned to her and I asked, is there anything else you'd like to say? What would you like to say? Stephanie took this out of context and distorted it to make me sound way worse, with dramatic zoom-ins and everything.
Nick turned to me and he said, is there anything else you'd like to say? And I just remember feeling so gutted. Like my heart had dropped to the ground because I thought it was going to be another interrogation. What would you like to say? Thank you for watching us eat these. And so
Your heart dropped to the ground? We were saying goodbye. So now I'm going to show you the real version that she edited out.
Okay, here we go.
In fact, watch her hand movements toward the end, where it seems as if she wanted to say something before closing out the video. Thank you. Wait. What do we do now? Goodbye. She's playing the flute. Okay, ready? Okay. What would you like to say?
thank you for watching us eat these. We love you. This is the new filet mignons.
But Stephanie brought out the shaky character voice.
And I just remember my heart had dropped to the ground because I thought it was going to be another interrogation.
What would you like to say? Say.
Thank you for watching.
Goodbye. She's playing the flute. What would you like to say?
Thank you for watching us eat.
Hold on, I'm gonna find out.
What would you like to say? Say.
Thank you for watching us eat.
Goodbye. She's playing the flute. What would you like to say?
Thank you for watching us eat these.
Say.
Thank you for watching us eat these. And so
Your heart dropped to the ground.
What do we think about that? Oh, chat's like, all of us are like, Okay, in good faith, maybe Stephanie was trying to highlight how she was internally feeling. But I didn't find her edit to be the most manipulative, because look at it.
another interrogation. Thank you for watching us.
What would you like to say? Say.
Because she still looks happy here.
Thank you for watching.
A little awkward. I guess she looks, okay, she does look more awkward because the light isn't hitting her eyes yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Fuck me. It was on my stupid face.
Real
Okay.
version that she
Look.
edited the video.
Okay, look. So you don't, Stephanie has a really good light in her eyes that comes in. There's the happiest she gets in this clip, but she's got this great light in her eyes. See, she's got this great light in her eyes that really conveys like a happiness there, but she does clip it. But see, here's the thing. This is his edit of her edit. I don't know if I went back and watched her video, is this how she clipped it? Because that's the hesitation I have. See, this is why I live stream and I show you guys in real time. Remember that guy who made a video about me running a cult and I in real time showed you his video and then I showed you my receipts? So there wouldn't be any of this suspicion about, yeah, but did he edit it in his video? Because now I don't know. Now I'd have to go back to her video and see if that's really her edit. Or is this his edit of her edit? Because I don't know. This is the perk of being a live streamer is I can see, be like, here guys, here's his edit. Here's my edit. I don't know. But I think this proves she wasn't uncomfortable. I don't think this proves that she wasn't feeling away. Because look, at the end of the day, listen to me. Maybe this is because I mask so often in public. You would never believe what was going through my head. I am such a good masker. You would never believe it. You would never believe, like you could see me being like, oh my God, hi, how are you? Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh, I'm just coming in to grab some apples. You have a great day. Like you would never know in my head the way that I am truly feeling. You just never would know. Not because I'm manipulative, but because like, it's just a survival technique. It's a social technique. It's not because we're trying to be, that's the problem. Oh, do you know what? Not to bring her up again, but you know what Destiny, what came out with Destiny is I think he thinks I was being manipulative because he's manipulative. I think Nick Avocado thinks Stephanie's being manipulative because he's manipulative. I think Jeffree Star thinks everyone's manipulative because he is. My theory is that when manipulative people meet masking people, they think we're being manipulative when we're just masking. We're not being manipulative, we're masking. That's my theory. Like, I don't think people know the difference. I'm not trying to be manipulative. I'm just trying to get home from the grocery store, bitch. I'm not trying to be manipulative, girl. I just want to get out of this fucking social situation. Like, I'm not trying to be manipulative, girl. I'm just trying not to fight with you right now, okay? So that's my theory, is that they can't believe it because they're doing it. Like, they're like, everyone's recording us. You're not recording people? I'm definitely recording people. I'm like, no, I'm not recording people. And they don't believe it. Because they're like, you got to be recording people. I'm like, no. Why would I be recording people? They're like, no, you're definitely recording people. And I'm like, okay. I don't know.
Goodbye. So now I'm going to show you the real version that she edited out.
Bye, everyone.
But Stephanie brought out the shaky character voice.
And I just remember feeling so gutted. Like my heart had dropped to the ground. My heart had dropped to the ground because I thought it was.
Yeah, this seems really inauthentic to me, but like, I don't know that that's true. Because like, okay, why did he take the pictures of her house? Just go through that. Like, show me the part where he took pictures in her house. Is he going to talk about that? Because that felt weird. Like, why was he doing that? Like, hopefully we get an answer for that. Maybe he was just taking a video for his mom.
Going to be another interrogation.
To misrepresent me.
He really thought that I wanted to spill my guts about Veronica all of a sudden.
Does this sound like common sense? That I'd suddenly just launch into spilling tea in whisper format at the end of a very quiet video? To sit there and start whispering shit like we were in some ASMR confessional booth? I mean, it doesn't even sound believable. She also claimed she had made it apparent how uncomfortable she really was.
In the video, there's no way Nick did not know that I was so uncomfortable for those 30 minutes.
Really?
He knew. There's no way he didn't know I was uncomfortable.
Would you have gathered she was experiencing utter distress?
No. Yeah. Like, it's hard to imagine she's uncomfortable. But, you know, all right, girls, let's think this through. Yeah, I mean, if Nick knew she was uncomfortable, then that other guy would know she was uncomfortable, which means both of them didn't call her out or help, which means she didn't advocate. I'm confused. I'm confused at what to think now. Now, because it's unclear, I'm also growing disconnected from caring. Because these two grown-ups, it should be clear. But now it's not clear, and now I especially distrust Nikocado Avocado. But now my brain is confused. Look, that's Chet said. The idea of collabs always freaked me out because like you're just inviting a stranger into your home at the end of the day. 100%. Yeah, like I think we should be probably more cautious, but at the same time, you kind of like hope people are like their content in a sense. But then why did she collab with Nikocado Avocado? I actually think it's a red flag that she collabed with him. That's actually what I think less of Stephanie for doing. Why did you even collab with this man? Couldn't have paid me enough, girl. You know what I'm saying? But then people said that about me and Destiny, but my only defense is I didn't know who he was, and I have proof that I didn't know who he was. That's the only reason I collabed with Destiny was because a viewer asked me to. I sent him an email. I didn't even research him, and that's why I will research from now on. But that is a good question. Why did I collab with Destiny? Because I didn't know who he was. But if she said I collabed with Nikocado Avocado because he's a famous mukbanger, well, I didn't even know who, like I didn't know who Destiny was. You know what I mean? I didn't even really know who Hassan was. I learned who Hassan was from Destiny, which is why I thought Hassan was like a really bad person. And then I was like, oh, my bad. That was my prejudice. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, I get it. Like you should ask people like, why are you collabing with this person? But what would Stephanie's answer be? Would she be like, oh, well, it was good money, good clout? Or would she be like, I just didn't know? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, not exactly broadcasting discomfort, is it? So when she ghosted me for the collab the next day, that's why I felt blindsided, because that was the last interaction we had.
I'm this effing close to making an video. What the F is wrong with people? So rude and inconsiderate.
One time I was talking to this YouTuber, and I was traveling around the US, and I hit them up and I was like, hey, do you want to do a collab while we're at this event together? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, cool. So I made an effort to go to the collab for this event. But had I not collabed with them, I probably wouldn't have gone to the event. Like I usually, when I do collaborations, I'm thinking about work. I do not collab for funsies. I'm collabing for content. So when they said yes to the collaboration, I made an effort to derail my road trip to make sure I went to this event so I could do the collab with them because I thought it'd be good for work, right? I show up at the event, and they're kind of like not being very communicative. They keep saying we're going to collab. It's not happening. It's like midnight at night. And finally they're like, hey, Britt, I'm so sorry. I'm really tired. I don't think I can make it for the collab. And I was like, oh. And I said, hey, girl, like, it's no problem, but just heads up, I did only come to this event for the collaboration. And then they were like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that. Yes, midnight at night. I waited up all day because they were one of the people at the event who was like a guest performer or whatever, a guest speaker. I don't know what to call them. Anyway, and you know what? They came to my hotel room for the collab. And I thought that was a really a good testament of their character, where I was like, okay, thank you for doing the collab anyways, but in the future, I'll be more clear with my collaborations. Like, I'm only doing this for work. But then I thought that was clear when I went to Miami to meet with Destiny and Abba. And then Destiny was like, what the fuck? And I was like, this was a work event. I don't know what YouTubers think we're doing. Do you think I'm just, the airport is 6 hours from my house, round trip. Do you think I'm just coming to the airport to come to Miami for fucking fun to meet you fucking? No, this is for work. I'm not coming just for fun. I wouldn't do that. So like, I don't know what these YouTubers are thinking, that people are just like got money or some shit. I'm showing up to work. You know what I mean? I just think people are stupid. I think YouTubers are stupid. I think they forget they're working. I think they're also privileged and rich. They forget that not all of us are coming here with money. I spent a lot of money to come here to make a collaboration for work. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would I travel? You know what? And I just don't think they think about it. And that's fucked up. So I really learned after Miami, like, I'm not working that hard. And also, I got to make it really clear with people. This is for work. I would not do this if I didn't think it would be good for content, because I don't want to leave my house. I am an introvert. Chet says they think you're friends visiting each other, which is crazy. Obviously not. Like, it'd be nice, but like, no. Chet says YouTube doesn't give off work vibes sometimes, which is why we have so much drama, because we don't know the line between socializing for friends and work. Listen to me when I say this. If you're a YouTuber and we're collabing, 99% chance work related. And even if you become a friend outside of work, you're not going to be a close friend unless you're very, very special. Because girl, I got all my close friends. I'm not looking for new ones. Unless you are destined to be a soulmate friend, we'll be friends. I can't even keep up with the friends I already got, girl. Okay. I already got too many people on my roster who want to talk to me, which is great. What a blessing. But like, I have 3 close friends and that's enough. You know, I got a few close friends and that's enough. Plus my siblings, you know?
I didn't sense there was anything wrong. She didn't tell me there was anything wrong. But the only thing that she did do was deliberately misrepresent what happened at the end of that ASMR video.
And he said, is there anything else you'd like to say?
While just having spent 30 minutes connecting me to the Me movement.
#2.
And associating me with the person who her years before we met.
And the only way that I've ever felt like this prior to Nick, it was one where
This was performance, supported by deliberate editing.
No. Didn't I say this on my original video that I remember saying, oh, this is her trauma? Wait, hold on. No, wait. Didn't I literally? Yeah. Didn't I literally say like, oh, I think this is her trauma, and she's equating the level of pain, but she is really feeling it. She's just misplacing it, but that doesn't make Nick innocent, for the record. This doesn't exempt Nick from his bad actions. I'm just saying it wasn't, she was feeling similar to when she was assaulted, but he didn't assault her, but the feelings might have felt the same anyways, because that's what trauma does, right? So maybe it's that? Wait, chat says, I feel like he's doing this because she's in drama because of her Diddy coverage. Why? What is happening there? I haven't seen it. What's going on there? You know?
Choices. She clipped, she cut, she curated, and there was a clear intention behind it. And it didn't stop there. She continued to exaggerate our experience together, and this includes the house photos. Stephanie and I talked a little bit about interior design. She had recently bought her home, and I was looking to renovate mine. She gave me a house tour of her place upon arrival, and we had what seemed like very nice conversations about lighting layouts, appliances, security features, the usual when you talk about home projects. During much of this conversation, we were in the kitchen, which was a shared, open concept space. I was taking photos of different elements that she was pointing out. I was also on FaceTime with Orlin, sharing the ideas in real time. This isn't the most flattering screenshot of Stephanie. The point is, she knew I was taking photos. She was there. She was participating.
No, pause. She wasn't there in the video footage she showed when he was in the house. Wait. She wasn't there. Wait. Chet says, Britt, do you hold any weight to how late this response is in the timeline? Nick Ocato's response? Not really. I think it can take a while for people to speak up. I don't want to, because that's another victim blaming like narrative, like, oh, why'd you wait so long to speak up? No, I don't think that's very important to me necessarily, because I think people need time to process. But why is Nick saying that like she was in the video?
She was pointing out. I was also on FaceTime with Orlin, sharing the ideas in real time. This isn't the most flattering screenshot of Stephanie. The point is, she knew I was taking photos.
Well, but the video she showed was of him alone in the kitchen while she ran somewhere. I mean, some people are snoopy. Like, I knew a guy once who was like, oh, when you use people's bathrooms, do you look through their cabinets? And I was like, no. And he was like, wait, what? And I was like, do I need a tampon? If I need a tampon, I'll ask for a tampon. He goes, no, but don't you want to know what they have in their cupboards? And I was like, no. I don't even do this at my family's house. I don't care what you have in your cupboards. Toilet paper? No, I do not do that. Like, that's what I mean. Like, guys, we are not all the same. What's normal to somebody is not normal to somebody else. And then people like, he's like, there's no way you're not even curious. I was like, no, I'm not. I need you to know I'm only curious about philosophy. I'm not curious about anything else. I am only curious about what it means to be a floating ball of atoms in the universe. Like, I am not interested in what you have in your bathroom. But he literally was like we had a moment where I was like, oh, I'm looking at you different, buddy. I'm looking at you. Anyway, we don't know each other anymore. But I was like, oh, we're looking at each other different.
She was there, she was participating in the conversation, and actively involved in showing me around. Nothing about it was hidden. She said she didn't know why I was taking photos of her house.
And then immediately he started looking around at the ceiling. I didn't have any cool light fixtures up there. I just don't know what else would be up there other than security cameras.
She also mentioned that after briefly leaving the room, she saw me on her kitchen security camera taking photos.
And during that time that I slipped away to the restroom very, very quickly, the one time that I did, without letting me know what he was doing, he took multiple pictures inside my house. Seeing that footage was shattering.
This is where things get more.
Chet says, I do like seeing what's in people's bathrooms. I don't know. I'm just curious. Well, explain it if you want to. Like, why though? What are you curious about? Don't you think it's like a violation of privacy? Isn't it like going through their underwear drawer? I equate it to kind of looking through people's clothing drawers. You know? Like, I kind of want to respect that people. I want to believe, well, I don't blame you from an animal perspective, but if we want to believe in consent culture and we want to respect people's privacy, we got to respect people's privacy. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just something about, but maybe that's a learned thing. I don't know. Like, my parents always taught me, never go into people's fridges. If you go to someone's house, do not ask for anything. If they offer, you can say yes, but you can't look in people's fridges. One time my cousin came over and opened up my mom and dad's fridge, and my dad said, what are you doing? My dad's like, I'll feed you, but do not feel entitled to my food. And I was like, that's different to me too. I think being entitled to being fed is different than saying like, feed me. Feed me. Like, if I go to my sister's house, I'm like, feed me. But I wouldn't feel entitled to it. Because you don't know, what if your sister's budget is bad that month? What if they don't have money? You know what I mean? Like, my parents feed people, but don't go through their refrigerator without asking. Like, I ask. Like, hey, can I go through your fridge? Or like, hey, do you have a snack I could steal and then I'll replace it? Even out of courtesy. Even if you're at your auntie's house, I'll go, oh, auntie, can I have like a drink? I'll pay you back. She goes, don't pay me back. Don't be stupid. I go, okay. Because I know my auntie's not going to charge me for it, but it's kind of courtesy. Hey, bro, can I grab a drink out of your fridge? I'll replace it. Don't replace my drink. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You do the courtesy thing because the entitlement thing is bitchy. We don't want to be entitled, not even to family stuff. Okay? You know, I don't think you should be entitled. Now, if you set the precedent, if you gave a blanket, like I had a blanket consent thing with my brother and his kids that they could come over and eat whatever I had available. But that was me giving them permission. I gave them permission because it does impact my budget and I am on a budget. and he's got 5 fucking kids. You know what I mean? I can't just be feeding a whole ass family every fucking day. So like, obviously out of respect, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's good to feed people, but we have to be aware of sort of like how we're impacting people even through love. You know what I mean? Especially since there are people, like if you got 8 brothers, they will eat you out of house and home, as they say. They will eat everything in your fridge and be like, what? My brothers can eat $200 worth of groceries in a night. You know what I'm saying? Like, because, everybody relax. But I do try to feed people. That's like one of my favorite things to do. I was really excited at how much my sister loved my vegan food. I really appreciate it. Okay, wait, did we get a response about... Chad says, I'm definitely not rummaging, just kind of like, oh, they use Crest toothpaste. I wonder if it's a good one. I guess I never thought about it as a consent context, though. And I don't think most people do, to be honest. I don't think most people are thinking about consent. But I think that's the thing, is like, what if somebody's having a medical problem and they hide something in a cabinet and you open it up and see a medical problem and now you violated their privacy and ability to share that medical diagnosis with you? Or what if it's a sex toy? Or what if it's a nude of them that they quickly put into a cabinet because they didn't realize you were coming over? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. It's like there's a give people a chance to feel safe with you in their home. Give people an opportunity to trust you in their home by not rummaging, But I think that's the thing, is like, if they asked you to your face, hey, did you go through my cabinets? Hey, did you see? Then would you be able to tell them the truth? And are you okay with the fact that they might not want you in their house again? Because that might feel like a huge violation. Would you be willing to face them if they'd be willing to say like, hey, like, I don't appreciate the way you went through my stuff. Honestly, I feel really violated. I'm going to need you not to come over again. Or I'm going to need you to like understand that really felt violating. Is that okay? Because it kind of feels like we got to be okay with the fact that that might be really deeply personal to somebody. Okay, let's finish out this video.
Nuance. I can actually understand that having someone take photos when you're not in the room can feel uncomfortable. Truthfully, I wasn't trying to cross a boundary, because in my mind, I saw it as a continuation of taking the photos we had been taking together thus far. I never left the common area. I didn't go looking around the house. I stayed right there and continued to take photos of the things we were talking about while she stepped out of the room. Looking back, I realized I was at fault with this part. I was too presumptive. We didn't know each other like that. I totally get it. I do. Especially for someone she had just met. And after all this happened, she made the
So he is saying he did do it, but he understands it's wrong.
Video about me. I learned that she had past trauma in that house. I can see how that freaked her out. I can. Stephanie, for that, I am sorry. I genuinely apologize. What I didn't feel was fair, however, was how she portrayed this moment in the context of abuse, but only after telling people that I knew she had been in the past, which I didn't. And by now it's clear that this narrative building was intentional. She also referred to the kitchen security monitor, implying that I revealed something private by taking a photo of that too. But that monitor had already been visible in dozens of her own videos, seen by millions long before we ever met. It was visible in her house
Hold on, but what's on it?
Videos, seen by millions long before we ever met. It was visible in her
You know what they say, when I do it, it's okay, but when you do it, it's not. Maybe that's it? Maybe she changes the screensaver? Look, okay. What if you're in a social situation where you just don't like the person and you don't have an exact reason and you don't want to talk to them ever again? What if she's just like, he gives me the willies, I don't like it, I don't want to hang out with him ever again, he makes me feel unsafe. Maybe it's because she made the video, but... Yeah, why take the photo? Good question, chat. Why take the photo? That's what I want to know.
Her house tours, her vlogs, her interviews. I mean, it was something that literally sat on her kitchen counter. When people come to my page and comment, you jeopardize her security system. I didn't wander around the house and look for her system or all the controls. It was the monitor. It was the same screen that you see when you watch her mukbangs or her vlogs. I was simply interested in it because I wanted one for myself, and she knows this. because we talked about it.
He asked me, what's the name of your fancy security system? I low-key want that security system.
And again, looking back, it was out of step for someone she had just met. I'm not excusing that, and I take ownership that I shouldn't have done it. But I wish she would take ownership on how she amplified it.
It was just something that I don't think I'll ever be able to understand.
Now, someone might say, well, if that security monitor is already online, what would be the need to take a photo, right? And, you know, that's a fair question. It makes me think, like, why do we take photos of the Statue of Liberty, even though it's already all over Google? I was just excited. I was there. I was in
I don't know about that, but
person. I was talking about it with Orlin. She was telling me about it. I was learning about it, but I don't appreciate how this got turned into something dark and calculated. That's why
maybe she projected her trauma onto him, but maybe, I don't know. Now this situation feels a little bit confusing to me.
There's nuance here. You know, taking photos of her ceilings and her cabinets and security when she steps out the room, that's wrong. Lesson learned. And I apologize for that. But she wasn't being straight up about it in her video either. This was a strategic exaggeration. She embellished it.
I didn't have any cool light fixtures up there.
This was a targeted takedown against me.
At this point, my home safety is kind of in question. Of my safety, my security, any sort of security.
Maximum emotional impact.
#2.
A carefully constructed spectacle.
How extreme things have gotten.
Built on exaggeration.
I was already feeling really scared.
Omission of facts.
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
And staged vulnerability.
Like my heart had dropped to the ground.
Because when you strip away all of the theatrics, the edits, the acting, the misleading claims about what I supposedly know, the trembling voice, the tears that never quite seemed to make it, you're left with the truth. And the truth was so much simpler than what she had made it to be. So much less pearl clutching than the viral version she created. She didn't just put me on blast for being someone difficult to work with or for being explosive in text.
Yeah, Chet says maybe they're both blowing it out of proportion. Yeah, I feel like there's something like if this was two family members and they came to us, how would we react with just the information we have? A part of me says I'm not talking to both of you because both of you feel suspicious. But I feel like we know who was more likely telling the truth. And I do say my intuition tells me Stephanie's telling the truth more than Nick is. Because the witnesses agreed with Stephanie. There is a chance, though, that Stephanie could have people around her that manipulated and everyone as well. But Stephanie has other people confirming her perspective. Nick doesn't. So that's one point of data, but it doesn't guarantee we know. It's just one more point of data, right?
She portrayed me as somebody, someone who knew she was, which I didn't. Someone who made fun of the fact she was, which I didn't. Aligning our problem with the gravitational pull of the media movement, which was unwarranted. Saying that I took away her ability to speak. And she did all of these things sitting in front of a bed. A deliberate shift from her usual filming setup on that channel, as if she were recounting a true crime experience she had had with me. I'm very hurt by what she did to me. It has been a constant reminder, not because I can't let it go or I can't move on, but because millions of people take her version at face value. And when a version isn't true, it doesn't fade over time. It actually sticks. It shapes how people see me. Since losing weight, I've had no choice but to enter a new chapter of my life. I've launched a new YouTube channel. I'm back on Patreon, posting daily again. I'm trying to pour my energy into growth, connecting with people. But to fully connect with people means I need to heal the wounds surrounding this public issue. And a part of healing is telling the truth, fully and without distortion. Because for years, this story has lived lopsided. And the only way that I can move on is by having the truth acknowledged. Stephanie, I regret trying to pull you into drama. I regret the way I vented. I regret being inconsiderate of your boundaries and disrespecting your space. I regret all of that. I am truly sorry. You didn't deserve it, and I own that. But I also hope you can own your part too. It wasn't accurate. It exaggerated the truth. And that exaggeration has had real consequences on my life. You knew the emotional weight your video would carry. You knew how your delivery would all work together to shape how people saw me. You knew. That type of storytelling has the power to destroy somebody.
Ugh, it's giving dramatic. I don't know. This video wasn't enough to convince me.
The power to ruin them. Even
Chet said, what does the tomato mean? We're just throwing tomatoes into avocado. Boo! Boo! I don't know. It's not enough. I'm not convinced.
Permanently. I had already become the villain on my own channel. I'd never expected to be cast in a production on yours.
Dramatic.
Every day, somebody somewhere out in the world is saying I did things to you that I never did. I've owned my part, and I need to move forward. I'm asking that you find it within yourself to own your part too.
Okay, pause. Oh, wait. Motherfucker. Wait. Motherfucker. No. Look. Nikocado Avocado exposing what really happened with Stephanie So, one channel.
We are here. Hi.
Second channel. I can't stay silent about Stephanie So, new Nikocado Avocado. What? What a little bitch.
Everyone. Oh my god. So, okay, it's really good. Okay. I don't even know how to start this video. So many people are coming to this video because of the whole Stephanie video, and I know there's gonna be so many questions, and we're gonna talk more about it in this video. I have other things I would like to say.
Oh, that's ugly, bro. That's kind of ugly, though. Brittany, don't act surprised. I am surprised. That's... Fuck this boy, bro. Fuck him. What are we talking about? That was ugly. That's ugly.
I don't know if I'm gonna put this out first, and then people on this channel are gonna be like, what? Okay, because this channel was like a trial channel. It actually has like a few podcast videos up here. That was like a 3-episode thing, and then I bounced because I was on my weight loss journey. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out, but like I really couldn't. There's no way I could do it, or else it wouldn't have been a surprise. So, but Caleb graciously gave this channel to me because it's like, hey, you know, what am I gonna do with it? I decided to branch off going forward on like a fresh channel, a new start, a clean, fresh.
Bro, don't make me burp right into this mic, right into your fucking ears. I'm so... Fuck Nikocado Avocado. I don't believe him. As a level 5, my official take is fuck Nikocado Avocado. Are we all enlightened yet? Am I floating through the sky with crisscross applesauce going on? Okay, think you were done with that. That was crazy. That was just absolutely mad, really. Absolutely fucking mad. I did not realize this next video is an hour and 20 minutes. But we're gonna watch it, kids. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna take a break and I'm gonna come back and we're gonna watch it. Caleb Hammer fired somebody and you guys wanted me to watch this. Ex-employee. Apparently, you guys asked me to watch it and give my opinion. I will be as wholesomely critical as I can be. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right. First of all, huge announcement. I've been playing Mario 64 on the Switch. Very big announcement. And it is so much fun. I've collected 20 stars. So, very big news. Very important news in the gay community today. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that Nikocado avocado. No, not Mario Kart, Mario 64. You know, when you're Mario and you're in the castle and you're gathering stars and you have to get the baby penguin and give it to its mom. You know that one? So fun. Classic. I don't know how I feel about that Nikocado Stephanie story. It's so interesting, isn't it? That like we're watching real people in real time. Like I'm a real person, you're a real person. But yet there is such a weird barrier because we're on a screen that creates almost like a not, you don't exist, which in some ways is healthy. Like in some ways, when I go for you guys in the comments, I don't want you to ever think I'm going for you, the person, because like I can't, like I don't know you like that. But also, even if I slightly do know you like that, I'm just going for the you know what's so funny? So my sister was visiting, and we were neurodivergently like passionately like getting loud with each other. And my partner, it was their first time meeting my sister and watching us. And I was like, her sister was a witch. Like I was like that energy, right? Where I was like, oh, her sister, witch, you know? And I'm just like, you know, and my sister's doing the same thing. And we're looking at each other. I was like, and then this, and then we're talking. And then after she left, and we talked about it, like after she left, my partner was like, I was like, that went really well. Like it was our first house guest, the first person to like hang out in our house with us as a couple. That went so good. And then he was like, yeah, even though you guys got passionate for a minute, it was so good. I was like, oh, that was nothing. That was not even a thing. Like my sister and I laughed at like how passionate we get. But my whole family's like that. We're all very passionate. And so like, it was so fun and it felt so good having somebody, because my partner isn't a yeller. Like my partner's not even loud. And so my sister and I were like, no, this. And we're like, no, this. And like we were getting into it. It was so fun. But it was, it makes me miss my family because we're so loud. I can't even explain to you. Like we even joked, oh, you just wait until my like Mark comes, like my gay brother. I was like, oh my God, my sister and my gay brother in the same room. Oh, the neighbor's going to call the cops. We're going to be so loud. Okay. The neighbors are going to have to call the cops because we're just gonna be like, excuse me, no. And then like, you know, it's a very loud family. Anyways, I'm sure if somebody was observing us, they'd probably think we were angry. And we might be annoyed or maybe even upset, but we're not like really angry. We're just like loud and correct. And I was like, you're being loud and wrong right now. And she's like, no, you're being loud and wrong. I was like, you're being loud and wrong. And then we were like, listen. And I was like, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you this. And she was like, but it sounds like you're asking me this. And I was like, but I'm not. I'm asking you this. And then we just argued about semantics for like an hour and a half. We literally argued about what I was asking for an hour and a half. Sisters, love it. It was great. It was honestly a fabulous visit. She was a great guest. We put the bed up in here. We cleared out everything, you know, that was in the way. I put the bed in here. She had her own room. It was very comfy. It's probably going to be a long time until I see her again. She was overwhelmed with how hard the travel was. I was like, girl, it's loud. I mean, loud. I read chat. It's hard. She was like very much learning stuff about herself. It is very hard to travel here. It's 3 hours. Her total travel time, I think, was 29 hours. I think less, 25 hours. It's one way. That's exhausting, you know? But anyways, it was great. And I'm tying this to passion, loudness, and anger. So we're watching real people on the internet get very passionate. And it's hard to know, like, are you angry? Are you being funny? That's why I actually did like Ethan way back in the day, because he was so loud. He was so loud. And I just thought he was being so funny because my family's so loud and so funny. But then, you know, he wasn't fun anymore when he got loud. I was like, oh, you're not fun anymore. Now you're being like you're still loud, but you're not fun. I don't mind if you're loud and wrong as long as like you're fun about it, but you can't be loud, wrong, and mean. Chad says my mom just went to Croatia for vacation and she complained that the travel time, it was nuts. It was nuts. It's nuts. Did her longest flight, do you know if it was 10 hours, 14 or 16 hours? Because I've done the 14 hours, my partner's done the 16 hours, and I've done the 10 hours. And I think my partner's done a shorter one as well. Oh, I agree. Chad says old Ethan would make fun of current Ethan, 100%. 14, killer. You want to talk about masking? When I did the 14-hour flight and I was sitting there, I was like this. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Watching my little K-dramas, and I was like, but I need you to know in my head, I was like that SpongeBob meme where he's running around looking for his name. In my head, I was like, I'm gonna jump out of the plane. I gotta get out of this plane. And I was like, don't move, bitch. I was like, you sit down. You smile and look fucking normal. And I was like, I am stuck in a plane in the air. I am claustrophobic. In my head, I was like screaming. And then in public, I was like, yes, thank you so much. Thank you. No, I'm just going to watch my show. Thank you. I was like cute and demean. Just, you know what? Girl, I was dying. The 10-hour flight was better because I had a window seat. That 14-hour flight, I was in the middle. So you know how there's 2 and 2, and then there's the 4 or 5 in the middle? I was on the end of the 4 or 5 next to all these very nice football boys. But with fibro, sitting down for that long, you just know I was walking up and down the aisles. I do not. The way I just disassociate to get through a plane ride sometimes, you know what I mean? I'm like, I am not here. I am meditating in the mountains. Not disassociate, but I am not here. I do not exist. That shit's rough. Let me tell you, it's rough. Okay. Chad says Indiana's so brave for doing that travel. You know, Indiana came with me on the 10-hour flight, and she was such a champ because she was drugged. I drugged her. According to the vet's suggestion, I got a prescription. And she passed out, but on that 10-hour flight, she woke up and panicked. Habibi woke up and started to panic. And I was like, Indiana, it's fine. She was in front of me. I stuck my hand. My little cat carrier has a little zipper I can open up and stick my hand. I stuck my hand into it and I was petting her and I was like, we're good, girl. We're going to make it through this. And good thing my sea buddy was really nice, but it was loud. Her ears were probably popping. It was a horrible experience. And she just did her best. I wish I could have put her on my lap and hold her, but it's not allowed. But I was just like, and anytime I removed my hand, she would like panic again. So I'd put it back. My poor baby. Chad says, you can take her on the plane. You can take your animals on a plane. You have to pre-book it. It has to be booked special. You have to make sure there's no other animals in your aisle. You have to follow like protocol. But yeah, you can take your animals. Chad says, I thought they made pets go under the plane. No, that's sometimes, but not always. And there's actually some airlines that are like pet friendly, but I was about to put Indiana on a cargo plane. That wasn't going to happen. You know, I think PewDiePie, if I'm not mistaken, they wanted Edgar, wasn't it Edgar? His doggo to go underneath, and he said no because they think he would have died. So they got a private plane to go to Japan. I don't know why that was. I didn't need a private plane, but maybe it's because it's Japan and it's such a long flight. Because Indiana, like, she's a cat. She can hold it for 10. She didn't even hold it for 10. She held it the whole time. When I went through security, I took litter in a little portable litter box, and I went through a bathroom and opened up the litter box, and I put her in the bathroom for like 25 minutes. We just sit there and relax, and she wouldn't go the whole time. She was so anxious that she didn't go potty even after we got home. And, you know, after we landed in the capital of Croatia, we're still a whiles away. We're a couple hours, whatever, a few hours away from the capital itself. So we had to drive, and Indiana had to just be a good girl and be patient. But yeah, she didn't go, which is kind of crazy. I felt so bad for her, but she acclimated. She's here now. And that's another reason I don't want to go back to America. I don't want to have to make her go through that again. I just love her so much. I would be devastated to make her go through that travel time again. It was brutal. It was really, really brutal, you know? Okay, let's watch this video. 1.2 speed. Actually, yeah, 1.2 speed. let's get through this. This is Noah Chrysler. So Noah is an ex-employee of Caleb. He apparently had a negative experience. We've covered Caleb in the past. Look, I don't watch Caleb Hammer except with you guys. So we haven't watched him. I'm not a fan of his thumbnail style. I understand the branding of it all, but I don't watch him without you guys. It's not interesting. It's too performative for me in private, but I love like Chelsea Fagan. I love The Financial Diet. I watch that all the time. I watch Chelsea. Every video Chelsea puts out, I'm watching. I only watch Caleb for stream, so I haven't checked in with him. And I do think his show probably gets people who aren't in the best position, because it makes better content, to come on the show, which is, it's all kinds of possibly unethical, right? So like there's conversations to be had about that. But why did he make this video about being an ex-employee? What is his beef with Caleb? Let's find out, because I don't actually know.
And it strikes me to my...
Oops.
Hey guys, what's up? I've attempted to record this video at least a half a dozen times, not just within the last week or so, but within the last like 6 months or whatever. Since I've started making content again, I've tried to start this video so many different times. Nobody understands. That's the other thing, is that nobody understands. Nobody understands that I think about this situation compulsively. I think about this situation at least once an hour every single day. I'm filled with fear around this situation.
Oh my God.
Even though
Oh my God. Okay, I'm set. Let's go.
I have had months to decompress and months to rebuild myself as a person, right? Like I still think about this situation and it strikes me to my core with fear.
Oh.
Let's give this thing an intro, huh? My name is Noah Chrysler. For about 8 or 9 months, I believe last year, I worked for a man named Caleb Hammer. The job started out as a dream, right? If it originally felt like I was like living in this dream, that like my dreams were coming true, and I moved all my shit to Texas. And then it slowly devolved into a nightmare. I signed 3 contracts while working for Caleb Hammer. Each one includes things like a non-disclosure, a non-compete clause, and legal language that made it incredibly hard to figure out what I'm even allowed to say.
Oh, a non-compete clause. So even while he's working, or that's interesting. Oh, so he couldn't make his own YouTube channel on the side?
And because this all happened in Texas, I've had to navigate a legal landscape that doesn't exactly favor people in my position. Making this video has been absolutely exhausting. I've spent weeks trying to get it right, fact-checking, editing meticulously, and replaying memories that I wish I could forget. I did this because I know the risks, but I also know what it's cost me to stay silent. This isn't easy for me, not just legally, but personally. For the first half of this story, I considered Caleb to be one of my closest friends. We worked side by side, and I barely knew anyone else in Austin, so the way this ended is something I've carried with me every day since. Throughout this video, you'll hear my voice come in from time to time. Those parts have been carefully crafted to reduce my legal liability. Putting this out at all might be a mistake, but I'm going to do it anyway. Over the past 6 months, as I've returned to making my own content, I've been using it as a way to sort through the harder chapters of my life. I started a podcast series called My Failure Resume, where I reflect on old projects, not to wallow, but to make sense of them, to lay them to rest. I didn't set out to make this video, but if I'm honest, I think some part of me always knew it was coming, that behind the other stories that I was telling, this was the one that was waiting, and sooner or later, I'd have to face it. There were some things that were happening at the company that
This is Caleb Hammer, the financial audit guy, financial audit.
I was deeply not okay with. So I march into the office of Caleb's business partner. That morning, I had a private conversation with Robert, the main business manager of the company. For weeks, I'd been wrestling with growing concerns about what I was seeing behind the scenes. When I would raise these concerns in other areas of the company, they would fall on deaf ears. That day, I finally voiced them directly and privately to Caleb's main business manager, Robert. I told Robert that I couldn't keep working there unless serious changes were made at the company. That afternoon, Robert pulled me into his office and I was let go. I asked if Caleb planned to even say anything to me as I was being fired, and Robert informed me that no, he would not. As Robert delivered the news, he told me that there was a severance offer, but to receive it, I need to sign an additional agreement. It was the most restrictive NDA I'd seen so far. It made it clear, if I took the money, I couldn't talk about any of this. I told him I needed some time to think. Later that evening, Caleb texted me a large video file. It was the security camera footage of his business manager, Robert, firing me. Caleb just texted it to my phone.
What?
Shocked, I watched the video back in disbelief. Then I immediately blocked Caleb's number.
He said, I'd show it, but I'm fairly certain that showing it exposes me to significant additional legal risk. What?
Now, I told Caleb multiple times, on camera and off camera, that being let go was something that I carried a lot of emotional baggage around. It was a trigger for me, and it's something that we even discussed on his show more than once. So when I received that video file that night, I couldn't help but wonder, why send it to me like that at that time? That's just what I thought in the moment. I drop everything. I immediately go and I drive to Walmart and I buy the largest baseball bat that I can possibly find. And then I bought mace.
Okay. He said, out of sheer panic, I bought these items because I felt unsafe and unprotected. It was a personal reaction to fear, not a response to any specific threat. Maybe don't share that with us. Why did you just share that with us? That is a very weird thing to include in this video. Why do you go, what a crazy thing. Who are you afraid of? There was like, what are you doing? Like, even if this was panic and he's like, I was having an emotional response, why are you sharing that with us? Do you know what I mean?
Bought like personal defense fucking mace, and I bought a doorstop so that I live like a quarter mile from his studio because I moved to Texas for this job, and he's just texted me footage of like one of the most traumatic experiences of my life, right? So you can go ahead and say that I am like, you know, irrational and insane, but like, you know, at that time in my life, I was freaking the fuck out, right? I know that sounds paranoid, but in that moment, I did not feel safe. Receiving that video and watching it back made me feel like my sense of security had been fundamentally violated. The next morning, I received an email from Caleb where he explained that he just sent me the video by mistake. Since I was in the video, he got confused. He informed me that he had intended to send the video to Robert instead for Robert's records. I'm only going to make this video one time, and I'm going to do a good job. I've outlined the major story. There's so many individual stories I could have put in this video that I decided not to, and the only way to do it is with something like this, and I'm going to tell you the whole story of my engagement with Caleb Hammer since the beginning. I don't want to make this video. I really don't. That said, I realized eventually that I have to. I had to make this video because I can't get this fucking shit out of my brain. The reason why I'm making this video is so that I can try—
Did you go to therapy? Did you go to therapy? Question. Did you go to therapy? Because, like, my guy—
to achieve something similar to closure. I think about this situation every single day. There's 8 acts here. We're gonna go through each one. Tab out if you want, like go play a video game, throw it on in the background, go for a drive. I don't care. Act 1, here we go. For the past 2 weeks, I've been trying to turn the most traumatic story of my life—
Fuck, what did it say? The invitation?
For the past 2 weeks, I've been trying to turn the most traumatic story of my life into a television show. I have tried to make this video many, many, many times. One of the renditions was me trying to cut this situation. I gave a down-the-barrel monologue about this situation. I give an angry, angry monologue in the woods, okay? And then that is a part of this like 3-act structure comedy show, like television show pilot that I was trying to cut. And so like for the past 3 weeks or so, I've been trying to take that monologue where I'm so angry and trying to cut it into this like funny television shows type thing about my life. And it's driven me insane. Right? Like trying to make the most traumatic story of my life into a television show has actually genuinely driven me nuts. And I've been sitting here for like 3 weeks, staring at my computer, trying to get this right, asking myself, why isn't this right? Why isn't this right? Why?
Because you didn't go to therapy, Habibi. Chad says men will do anything but go to therapy. Okay, I'm trying to stay open-minded. I just do not know what's going on. But did Caleb fire you maybe because you're mentally unstable? And I say this as a girl who's been to therapy and has been diagnosed with personality disorder with peace and love. Sometimes, you know, it's a sign. You remember how I got fired and I went to therapy? Changed my life? I'm just saying, with peace and love, did Caleb maybe fire you because you're giving weird vibes? But let's see.
Why isn't this right? And the reason why it's not right is because when something horrible happens to you— Hi, Macho. I'm watching back the footage of what I made, right? I'm watching back the edit, and I just realized to myself, there's no possible way that I can sit— after 3 weeks, I sit there and I realize there's no way I can cut this together in a way that people are going to understand that, like, the anger that I'm experiencing in this monologue as I give it down the barrel of this camera, they're never going to understand—
Ooh, when a man says angry and barrel, I get a little scared.
And why I am this rightfully angry. This will not play how I want it to play, right? And so instead, what I ultimately decided is that I needed to make this video where I just tell you all of this information down the barrel of the camera. We're going to start at the beginning. This is a whole story. This is my whole arc with Caleb Hammer. I'm only going to make this once, so we're starting way back where I want to. I built a marketing agency, right? I quit my cushy job at a marketing agency to build my own. Previously in my life, I'd squirreled away $10,000. I'd listened to hundreds of hours of the Dave Ramsey Show.
Oh, well, first of all, okay, first and foremost, I don't know what it's giving, but it certainly isn't giving somebody you want to work with. And I'm just telling you how I feel. 7 minutes in, I'm just a little confused. I don't know this human. I don't know this person. I don't watch Caleb. Like I said, I only watch him on stream, so I'm not even like a fan or anything of Caleb. I'm just trying to like understand the vibe. And he is angry, and it is giving male anger. And a part of me is like, you need to talk to a therapist because it's kind of scary. But also, maybe that's my prejudice because like when men show anger, people die. Anger is a very valid emotion. It's just like the way that men often engage with anger is very dangerous. Like him being like, I bought a baseball bat and I bought all these things, but then saying it was for his protection. Okay. But I feel like a lot of this is like mental health, which is valid. But why?
Show and squirreled away $10,000. I was overweight and I didn't really like my life and I didn't like my job, right? I had moved to Atlanta a few years prior, probably 4 years prior, to try to make it in the entertainment industry, and I was working some senior living marketing job. I would talk to my parents and they didn't really understand why I had moved away. And so I took all of my life savings and I quit my job to build my own marketing agency, right? I picked back up where Oscar and I had left off, but I was too afraid to admit that I wanted to do YouTube stuff, right? So instead I picked up the idea that Oscar and I had where we were building a marketing agency. You know, I got some clients, I made $20,000, but I had spent so much money trying to get this agency to launch that it ultimately failed. During this time though, like I had met this person that I still really care about, a close friend of mine. And she told me once, she goes, why don't you just work for a YouTuber, right? Like this marketing agency doesn't seem to be what you're passionate about. Like, you know more about YouTube and you make better videos than like most of the people I've ever seen. So like, why don't you just go work for a YouTuber, right? And that really blew my fucking mind wide open, because it's like, oh, holy shit. Like that is such a simple solution and you are so correct. Yes, let's do that. So I jump on YouTube and I find the next week, I find Caleb Hammer has posted this job ad. You know, we're hiring a junior producer, and I'm thinking to myself, let's go get it, you know? So I'm like, great, this is my shot. I make my application video. I pour over that video like for 10 days. I fucking work my ass off on that video, right? As I'm making that video, you know, there's a segment at the end where I talk about how his show is this positive transformational force for good, right? People come on his show when it changes their lives, right? And I was really, really excited to.
Okay, well, first of all, that was your first mistake. I don't think anyone watches Caleb Hammer and thinks it transforms anybody's life. I mean, you're kind of crazy. That's a crazy person take. That's a crazy person take. Like, not crazy mental health, just like absurd. That is like the most absurd take I have ever heard in my life. It's giving fanboy. It's giving fanboy. It's giving absolutely delusional fanboy. No offense. Not taken. Thank you.
Work at a business where people's lives were, you know, that was like personal transformation. That was like what we were going to be doing, right? And I remember trying to find B-roll for that section. Up to this point, I'd only really consumed Caleb from TikTok and from YouTube Shorts, but I had consumed so much Dave Ramsey that I kind of was like, oh, they're probably like sick.
First of all, I've watched hundreds of episodes of Dave Ramsey. I took what I needed and threw out the rest, because I guarantee you the same money parts that Dave Ramsey gives you that's good, Chelsea Fagan gives you as well from Financial Diet, except from a perspective of a progressive and not a conservative. Okay, so like Dave Ramsey, all his money advice, generally like the basic stuff, is the same thing Chelsea says. Everything extra in Dave Ramsey's niche is for conservative Christians. So like I got burnt out on Dave Ramsey. I jumped into the bubble. I like his baby steps. It's really good for my autistic brain. Like I like following his baby steps. That's the best thing Dave Ramsey I could get from him, is like, I like his baby steps. Okay. Everything else, all the conservatism, all the Christianity, all the Trump stuff, like I don't give a fuck about any of that. I stopped watching him. I took what I needed. I left it. Now I watch Chelsea. Chelsea gives similar advice in a different format. Love that. She has her own variation of like baby steps, but it's not really like packaged the way Dave Ramsey packages it. All of this to say is like, take what you can get. Like, look, Dave Ramsey definitely financially secured my parents into retirement. That's just the truth. They basically followed Dave Ramsey's steps and turned their finances around. Cool. Took what they needed, threw everything away. I look at Dave Ramsey, take what I need, throw it away. Why is this guy talking about Dave Ramsey like he's a good person? Dave Ramsey is not exactly a... What is Dave Ramsey? He is a capitalist Christian. You do what you want with that. You do what you want with that.
Similar, right? Like this is Dave Ramsey, but he's holding people accountable with tough love. That's like how I thought about it, but it's pretty funny to watch, right? And so as I'm trying to like put together this like, you know, voiceover section of like, oh, your show changes all these people's lives, I was really struggling to find clips of Caleb changing anybody's life. Instead, I just found people crying. I found a lot of people.
Oh, so he does agree. Interesting.
And so as I'm trying to like put together this like, you know, voiceover section of like, oh, your show changes all these people's lives, I was really struggling to find clips of Caleb changing anybody's
And then you still applied for the job.
Life. Instead, I just found people crying. I found a lot of people crying. I found a lot of like Caleb making funny faces to the camera, but I didn't find a ton of the transformational stuff that I was talking about in my voiceover that I had originally written. But you know what? You know, the video was almost done at that point. So it's like, okay.
I mean, he's a marketer agent guy. Like, I don't even like his industry anyways. You know, he's in an industry that I'm not even a big fan of. So I'm just going to say that.
Fuck it. Ship it. Like, you know, like red flags.
He sounds like a guy who's chasing money. And so he's going on a finance show, but he doesn't feel like a creative. He feels like a money guy.
Cost, you know, sunk cost. Fuck it. Like, let's keep moving. What I realized now is like, wasn't concerned with transformation, right? Was concerned with human.
Yeah, Caleb's show is mean, guys. Listen to me when I say this. Most shows that I watch, I've listened to talk radio my whole life. People like the meanness for some reason they think it's authentic. Dave Ramsey is really mean. Caleb is mean, but people like it because they feel like, yes, Dave, tear her a new one. Yes, Caleb, tear her a new one. People live through the vicarious, like people want to tear people down for their bad choices. Actually, one of the reasons I do like watching financial shows is like I learn from people's mistakes, but also even I'm yelling like, I can't believe you did that. Oh my God, I can't believe someone fell for this. There's something human about it. It's very like, again, I think there's just something like people like, but I will say that it's pretty negative. I will say that it eventually I find it to be like really gross. Which is why Dave Ramsey, eventually I got burnt out, and I get burnt out on Caleb if I'm not watching it with you guys very quickly. But Chelsea, I don't get burnt out on because Chelsea doesn't do that. But Chelsea doesn't have a call-in show, and she doesn't deal directly with people and their problems, to be fair.
Humiliation, right? That had been the playbook since day one, and I was not aware of it, right? That's why I bring that up. So whatever, I finish the video, I post the video, and then within 2 hours, Caleb calls me on my cell phone. I lose my mind over the first call. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited, right? I am so fucking over the moon excited. You know, we do 2 interviews, right? We do 2 interviews. First, I talk to So I do an interview with her, then I do an interview, second round interview with her and Caleb, right? I nail both of them because like I know my shit and I remember this part. I'm pretty sure there's a paper trail that backs this up, but like let me just go ahead and cover my ass and say that this
He said there is, I can confirm it.
is the impression that I was left with. The impression that I paper trail that backs this up, but like let me just go ahead and cover my ass and say that this is the impression that I was left with. The impression that I was left with was that I wasn't sure if I had gotten the job, right? They had kind of like alluded to the end of that meeting that I had received the job, but like I remember not being sure that I had the job until I got a call from Caleb that he was at a Best Buy and he was going to buy me AirPods, right? He was going to buy me AirPods 2, or the fancy ones that like were really nice. And I remember that phone call was like confirmed to me that I had the job. I had asked them, so I was like, hey, can you send me the job offer?
Hi, Caleb. Thank you so much for the call Wednesday night. I was over the moon excited. Do you guys mind sending over the offer and location of your new studio before we get to the weekend? I know you guys are wrapping up for the holiday break, but I'd like to get started planning on my move from Atlanta to Austin. Also, if you have any recommendations for areas in the city to look for houses or apartments to rent that would be close to the new studio, please let me know. Thanks again for the incredible opportunity. I look forward to joining the team and contributing to the success of the channel. Okay, this seems like a pretty basic email.
Right? Send me the job offer because A, I have to go get an apartment, and B, like I'm going to move all my shit across the country, right? I need a fucking job offer. So send me the offer. And they told me that they would, but then they're like, well, we're super busy. So like, you know, we'll get to it eventually.
Hey, Noah, we're very excited to have you joining our team. We are currently still working on the written offer and gathering the documents for you. We'll send them over as soon as they're ready. Okay, so you need to relax, bro. I don't know why he's like, this is how it works. Sometimes when you get a job, it takes like 2 months for it to become a thing. Did he think he was just going to get the job and move over the next weekend? Like, it's giving desperate. It's giving fanboy desperate.
I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to move all my shit across the country. You want me to do this on like a hope and a prayer that you tell me that there's a job there with no formal offer? What the fuck? But you know, I don't want to rock the boat. There was Moby Dick, right? There was a giant whale in the ocean and I had made my casting video.
He's a YouTuber. He's not even that big of a YouTuber. Relax. He's not 15 million subscribers YouTuber. Like, I don't know why you're working so hard for Caleb Hammer. How much was he even paying you? Like, relax.
Right, my application video, and I threw my harpoon at the whale, and the whale reeled me in, right? I wasn't about to be like, hey, like, what the fuck, whale? Where's my offer letter?
How old is this guy? Does anybody know this guy's age? Because if he's like 22, I get it. He's like a young guy. He doesn't know anything yet. But I don't know. It was giving 30 something to me. Is he 22? Because if he's young, I get it. Like, he's stupid and young and he doesn't know better, right?
And instead, the whale called me and he said, I'm going to buy you AirPods. And I said, oh, okay, cool. Right. Thinking nothing of it. Right now, in hindsight, I look at that story and I think to myself, wow, instead of like transparency and a job offer, instead it's like, hey, like come to Texas, get your AirPods. Right. Like that's fucking weird. Little bit of an aside. One of my friends, Emily, is a therapist and she talks to me. We've really explored recently how
No, chat. Wait, are you guessing? Chat says, girl, he is 38. Girl, that better be a joke. He's... Is he really? How do we know his age?
This is very exposing. Here we go. My entire life, I've been like very ADHD. I dealt with loneliness my whole life, right? I felt like
uh-oh. Neurodivergent lonely king? Is he about to tell me he's an incel too?
people don't understand me at a very high level, right? And so that
Oh no. Oh no. It's giving school shooter. I said what I said. I'm sorry. I'm so
Very
sorry.
deep.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But it is. It is. It's giving school shooter. I'm sorry.
One of my friends, Emily, is a therapist, and she talks to me. We've really explored recently how this is very exposing. Here we go. My entire life, I've been like very ADHD. I've dealt with loneliness my whole life, right? I felt like people don't understand me at a very high level, right? And so that's very deeply concerning to me. And so like the way I've coped with that,
It's giving, I don't mean to bring the N-word into this conversation. It's giving narcissist. It's giving vulnerable narcissist. It's giving, I'm sorry, nobody understands me at a high level. I'm like ADHD. I'm just like at such a high level and no one understands me. Girl, I'm sorry. You are not helping your case. He's a fedora. Bro, tell me this man does not own a fedora. You're right, chat. He definitely owns a fedora. He's all like, Caleb, you know what I mean? I don't, no, ma'am.
there's like 4 ways to cope with trauma. I think there's like fight, flight, or freeze. And then there's a 4th one called fawn. And so fawn is the one that I typically use. Fawn is like this obsession with like escapism. Okay. So like when you're fawning over something, you can fawn over a book or a movie or a person or a celebrity. Right. And so this is the one that I've typically used. Right. So essentially like,
yeah. So that's like where we go to therapy. Do you have a therapist or do you have a friend who's a therapist? Are you actually going to therapy and deconstructing? Are you bothering your friend for free and using her for emotional labor? Because he said, my friend is a therapist. Cool. Do you go to therapy? Because he's right. In neurodivergent bubbles, there is a little bit, I see this in autistic women a lot, though men can do it too, where like they get obsessed and, you know, focus in on this thing and it becomes bigger than life. And when it doesn't happen, it's like their life is crashing around them. Ground yourself, people. We need to ground ourselves, right? It's okay to be disappointed, but it can't shatter your whole existence. And remember, thank you, Chad. He said that's not what fawn is. Girl, literally, I was like, is that even what fawn is? I don't remember it, but this isn't my genre. And I was like, I don't even remember what fawn is, but I feel like that's not it. Also, wait, pause. Don't forget it, Brittany. What were we going to say? No, what was I going to say? I forgot. Oh, he said this was the most traumatic thing that's ever happened in his life. I know it's men's mental health month, as well as my religious month of pride. Go to therapy, sis. Like, go to therapy, ma'am. Go to therapy, bro. Bro. Therapy, bro. Men's mental health. If I could give any men advice, get a good ass therapist. Get a male therapist you feel close to. Get a female therapist you respect. Get whatever word, gender thing, non-binary, whatever you need to get. Get a therapist. Actually, shout out to Survival of the Thickest. The best friend gets a therapist who's a man, and it's so good. And the friend is like, oh my God, I need therapy. So he goes to his guy friends and he was like, guys, I need something. And they're like, what? Money? Are you on drugs? What's wrong? And he goes, I need a therapist. And they're like, oh, I've got a therapist. He's like, what? They're like, oh yeah, we're all in therapy. He goes, you guys have been in therapy and you didn't tell me? And they're like, yeah. And they were like, my therapist would say, this is what this is. And it was so cute. And I was like, oh, this is such a nice man representation of therapy. And then he starts seeing a therapist and it's really great. And you need to find a therapist that sees you and humanizes you, but you also got to humanize yourself and you got to humble yourself through therapy because you're about to face yourself. And that's the problem. This man is not giving humble. I don't know if this man could do therapy because I don't think he really wants to be better. I'm 12 minutes in. Let's see.
like whenever I felt like negative emotion in my life, I typically gravitate towards fawning over like media. And so that makes it so that like I am like hyper excited by like people with online fame, right? And I didn't understand at the beginning of all of this how prone that makes me.
I mean, yeah, sure, that's very neurodivergent. In the context of mental health, fawning is a trauma. Let me get you the. Fawning is a trauma response where an individual attempts to avoid conflict and ensure safety by excessively pleasing and appeasing others, often to the detriment of their own needs and boundaries. Okay, yeah, it's a people-pleasing behavior that can develop in response to interpersonal trauma. The way he's explaining it doesn't sound like that to me. But maybe he means to say that he puts them on a pedestal so high that he doesn't know how to act normal around them, so he lets them get away with doing things he would normally. Is that what he's trying to say? Maybe?
Me to manipulation. I didn't understand that makes me like a big juicy target, right?
Yes, Chet says he's mistaking it for escapism. They overlap but different. Yeah, maybe that's what he's doing.
Now I understand. Now I get it. So that's fun.
I talked to my friend about therapy for 1 hour, so now I totally get it. Go to therapy, dude.
Fun tip. If you obsess over escapism or online celebrity, you should look into fawning and see if you fit the bill for some.
Y'all help me with this. Jesus, take the wheel, take it from my hand, because I'm gonna block this man from my life.
Someone who
Oh,
fawns,
Lord.
because like
Oh, Lord.
if you are that and then you someday meet those people, you will be prone to manipulation by those people. Okay, so you should look into fawning and you should try to figure out how to cope with it in a way that's not going to ruin your life. Cool. Anyway, Caleb Hammer calls me. I still don't like, we go back forth, emails. It's like multiple weeks. They have tons and tons of opportunity to send me a job offer, but you know what? They can't figure it out. They can't figure out how to send me a job offer before I move all my shit. I was staying in New York, but I had to move all my shit from Atlanta down to Austin, right? So I drove from New York. In the course of like a 2-week period, I drove from New York like 16 hours down to Atlanta. Then I packed up all my shit in less than a week, and I moved all my shit and moved out of my apartment from Atlanta across the country to Austin.
If he has ADHD, he's probably experiencing what I actually talked about in my failure podcast that I just talked about, which is like this deep desire to switch from hobby to hobby that you think is going to make you money. You put all your effort into it and it doesn't go anywhere, but you're not really serious about it. Actually, I'll tell you this, the conversation my sister and I were having where we kept miscommunicating was we were talking about, are you like, if you say you're going to do something like, I'm going to run a marketing agency like this guy, I would ask him, okay, are you actually going to run a marketing agency? Are you like, is it like a hard goal or a soft goal? And he goes, no, it's a hard goal. I'm putting all my money and time into it. Yeah. Is it really something you're going to do? Or is it something you're going to pretend you're going to do and lose a lot of money in the process? And he'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, I'm really going to do it. Are you really going to do it though? Or is it something you're going to pretend to do because you're not actually going to do any of the research and actually set yourself up for success? And you're actually going to fail at it and give up because it's not going to stimulate you in the way that you need your dopamine stimulated and fed to you. Like, are you actually going to do it though? You know what I mean? Like hard goal or soft goal? Like, are you really going to do it? Or are you going to say you're going to do it? Yes, I know, Chad. Stop calling you out. Stop calling me out. I can't tell you how many times in my life I've told friends and family, oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, I just, invested $1,000 into this thing. It's going to be my new business. Oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to do this. Yeah, none of those were real hard goals. Now, let me tell you what happened when I actually picked a hard goal. What actually happened when I truly 100% put a hard goal in front of me? Full-time YouTuber, baby. Thank you so much. I did it, baby. I did it. But until I made YouTube a hard goal, it was always a soft goal that like, hey, if I get lucky and I do it, but I would invest so much money into my soft goals, but I wasn't really doing it. I wasn't really serious. I spent so much more money soft goaling my chance into YouTube than I ever did hard goaling it in. Once I made it a hard goal, that's it. It happened. But if I don't make it a hard goal, it's not going to happen. Soft goals are things I play with and I do, but hard goals are things I make happen, no matter how hard it is or what happens around me. Now, how do you pick a successful hard goal? It has to actually make sense for who you are. It actually has to play to your strength. A hard goal isn't just something you say, I'm going to be a billionaire. Hard goal. Okay, first of all, hard goals should be realistic and work with who you are as a person. They should be the best thing for you to do for who you are as a person. And then you should be the best version of you doing it. You should show up to work and be like, this is the thing. And then there will be something there. But until you make it a real hard goal, and then you make sure that it actually is healthy for you, it's just going to be a goal you once again tell yourself you're going to do that you're never going to do. Because I've been there, done that, girl. Okay? Been there, done that. So many times, thousands of dollars, I started to make a list of all the hobbies that I was going to turn into businesses, how much money I've been spending. Girl, you want to know where that 60K of credit card debt went? A lot of it went to those attempts at like this big dream. Like I would make an Instagram page and a website before I would even make the first product I was going to sell. You just know that's not serious. You know how I know you're not serious about your business? Because you're busy building social media for it when you don't even have a product. And I know because I was that girly. I know because I was that girly. It was fun building the website or the Tumblr page or the Instagram more than it was even making the product I thought I was going to sell. Chad says, and you're not diagnosed ADHD yet? Listen to me. You just know this is an odd ADHD girly, you know? So again, it's okay to attempt everything. Every failure led me here. But, you know, once I realized that's what I was doing, once I got autism diagnosis and ADHD possibly diagnosed, where I was like, okay, I get it. I'm this thing. Yes, chat says, girl, in your failure video, I saw myself so much down to the pilot's lessons. The way I thought I was going to fly planes. The way I thought, maybe I'll fly planes. Call me Amelia Earhart, baby. Oh, oh. Earhart. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not going to fly no damn planes. You know what made me realize it? When I was up there and he was like, D2, do. And I was like, what? My dyslexia could not even understand what he was saying. And he's like, repeat it back. And I was like, repeat what back, girl? I already forgot what you said. Like, I knew I wasn't going to fly a plane. The moment I was on the microphone, I was like, do. And I was like, I cannot repeat what you just said back. Niner. D12. Rook to pawn. Like, what? I don't even know what you're saying, dude. And so I knew, I was like, nah, my anxiety can't handle this. My anxiety can't handle it, you know? Anyways, okay, so yeah. Oh, how about the one time I went to FITM for a school field trip because I was convinced I was going to be a fashion designer? Good times. The time I was in fashion club in high school and actually submitted one of my dresses to a fashion show that my grandma helped me do because she was a seamstress. My partner, ADHD, is always just like, we should buy a sewing machine. And I was like, we will do that eventually when we've both decided it's a hard goal. We should do this. We're both like, oh, we should buy this. Oh, we should buy this. And it's like, we're never going to use this. Oh, you know what we said the other day? We're like, oh, we should buy one of those treadmills, like the little treadmills for the house. And I said, I've already had one of those. I never used it. We're not buying it. And we talked about it and we laughed. Oh, if I buy it, if I have it in my house, I'll use it. I've already been there. I didn't use it. I had a treadmill in my old house. I never used it. And by never, I mean I used it like 10 times. That's not worth the investment. You can't use something 10 times and tell me it's worth it. You know what I mean? But anyways, no judgment. I've been there. When I moved to Croatia, I had like maybe 200 schools or yarn, crochet yarn for crocheting. Literally had to give them away. Just like to buy them because they were pretty and shiny. I like pretty shiny things, girls, okay? Yeah. Okay, let's go back to this guy who, yeah.
I felt like I was living inside of a dream. People don't understand that, like, it felt like I was in a dream sequence, right? Like, I had posted this video, my application video. I posted that publicly to my social media. I posted it on Facebook. I posted it on Instagram. I posted it on YouTube, right? Everyone in my network kind of knew I had kind of gotten discovered and moved all my shit across the country. For the first time in my life, people actually started to respect me. Instead of like, oh, that's Noah, you know, I don't know what he's doing, but he really likes videos, and sometimes he'll make something that's like kind of funny, but a lot of times it's cringe as hell. For the first time in my life, a lot of those people started to respect me for the first time. And that was very, very, very nice, right? A couple weeks in, you know, like I'm working really hard. I remember talking to my father, and my father really truly did start to respect me for the first time. He started to understand, right? He started to
chasing daddy's approval therapy.
Understand that there was real money in the industry that I had like focused in, right? Because he didn't get it for the longest time. He did not understand.
That's really hard because straight out of high school, my dad's like, be a YouTuber. My dad is the one who suggested I become a YouTuber at 19. Like I graduated at 17, I graduated just after my 18th birthday. I worked for a year and then my dad was like, hey, do you know this girl, Justine? You should be a YouTuber. Yeah, like I'm really lucky. I have very supportive parents. They don't like the content I make, but they always supported me being a content creator. They're very proud that I'm a content creator. They think it's really admirable that I do this.
finally had my father's approval. And people don't understand how powerful those forces are. People don't understand how that locks you in. That locks you into being railroaded subconsciously into behavior. I just know at that time, I really loved the story that was being written. Swept away to...
Okay, first of all, shout out to skydiving. Also thought I was going to be a skydiver. Also thought I was going to skydive for a living because I went 3 times and I was like, this is my next goal. I'm going to skydive for a living. Also did skydiving 3 times. You know? Chad says, your parents keep me confused always, honestly. Hey, me too. They're the most supportive, unsupportive people I've ever met in my life. They are the most supportive, not supportive people. I can't even, okay? No, listen. I was going to be a pro, oh my God, here's one. I was going to be a pro skateboarder. Elizabeth Burnside. Oh my God, it's been like 20 years. She taught me how to drop in, and I was convinced I would be a skater, right? I was like Cara Beth Burnside. I was convinced I would be a pro skater. Okay. I went to the pro skating events. My mom would take me to girl skating events. I submitted my skateboard video pictures to skate companies to be sponsored. I couldn't even do a kickflip. I could barely ollie, and I was sending in applications to be sponsored on people's teams. I was really young. I was like 13 and 12 years old, okay? But I was like, I'm going to be this person. I'm going to be a pro skater. I saw Beckett like Beckham, and she's the man, and I was like, buy me a soccer ball. Buy me a soccer ball. My mom bought me a soccer ball, and I practiced for like a week straight, and then I was like, bored. I'm over it. Anyways, yeah. Okay. Yes, it's always the movies, which I relate. Okay, listen, I am an autism girly, right? When I see things, I think, oh, do I want that to be my life? And then I figure out, oh, nope. Oh, do I want this to be my life? Nope. I have a cousin in journalism, and they're really successful. And I don't want to say too much because they're kind of famous. And my mom always said, oh, I wish you would work with your cousin. I wish you would go into this industry. Yeah, I don't want to work in the news or journalism or blah, 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 blah. Like, but I'm proud of my cousin. I'm proud of my cousin. They have a really successful thing they're doing, but like, not me. I could have moved. I could have lived over there. My cousin could have given me a job, but I just don't want to do it. Isn't that interesting? Like, okay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's something to be said about finding who you are and what works for you. But let me tell you, when I said I've tried everything, you know, Chad says, did you ever doubt your own ability about the things you were the most passionate about? Yeah, I mean, gosh, even guys, I'm a full-time YouTuber, and I sit sometimes in my living room like, oh my God, do I even know what I'm doing? I suck at this job. Am I even made for this job? What am I doing with my life? And then I go, I should make a podcast about that. Yeah, like you doubt, and then you get up and do it anyways. Like you doubt, and then you're like, fuck, I'm good at this. You gotta stay, you know. It would be a lie if I told you that I actually have a song. I say, I always sing to myself, like, what am I doing with my life? And like, I say that like 100 times a day. And a part of it is just cathartic. But yeah, like, I think when you're always on a journey of discovering who you are, you know that it's going to change. And so then you wonder, is this a thing I'm going to do forever? All I know is this is the thing I'm doing now, and I really love it. And I hope I get to do something similar, whatever that is. But, yeah, you know, my partner always says this, the one skill that's what he was saying earlier. Like, the one skill I have is being able to be like, oh my God, what am I doing? And then just get up and do it anyways. I can just get up and do it anyways. And that's my one talent. That's my one get up and do it anyways, girls. Just do it anyways. Just do it anyways. Worst case, you fail at something and then you have more data to move off of. You know, just try to do it responsibly. Don't get $60,000 in debt like I did. You know?
To adventure, to go reinvent yourself after being discovered by this extremely successful person who's having a meteoric rise. It was a beautiful story, and I got to be the star of it. So cool. I arrive on my first day. Sit down. Here's your job offer. Sign the letter. And I immediately am like,
That's crazy. That's crazy. As an adult person, you drove to a place for a job before you knew you had it. Note to self, guys. Okay, let's use this for our own life. If a company offers you a job, you do not move until you have a security of that job. You use the proof of that job to get yourself a good apartment, proving you will have said income. Okay, so if you're moving out of your mom and dad's house for the first time, you've got a guarantee of a job out of college. The job has given you a signed contract. You can use that contract with your apartment building as proof of income. Okay, you can negotiate with the people around you. Say, like, I'm starting a new job. Here's my official contract. Here's the money I'll be earning. You know, you can be like, hey, can I get a free month on my lease if I sign for 2 years? Hey, can I get a free month on my lease if I sign for a year? Hey, can I get a free month if, like, negotiate with everybody? Because the worst they can say is no. Hey, I'm willing to sign for 1.5 years. You got, like, I'm looking for apartments with kind of deals to help me with the first month's rent. Here's my proof of income. Here's my proof I have a job. The fact that he drove before he had the contract, it's not a yes until I sign. It's not a yes until I sign.
like, that's kind of weird because I've been asking for this for weeks. And now on like one of my first days, like, you know, you immediately have this. And now I'm being like pressured to sign it. That's weird. By the way, also, if you're a lawyer or someone else, like, send me an email. If you haven't.
What do you mean? What does he mean?
Being like pressured to sign it. That's weird. By the way, also, if you're a lawyer or someone else, like, send me an email. If you have anything to say about this situation, you want to help me in any way at all, send me an email. Contact.
I don't want to be this person because if you know, you know. But you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of a guy I've dated. He's got a little bit of that vibe. Red flag. Do you know what I'm saying? Has anyone been around that long? He is giving a little bit of X vibes where I'm like, everyone's fault but mine. Always everyone's fault but mine. My dad issues, my this issues, anything but therapy. Anything but therapy.
At noahchrysler.com because I'm terrified. But
yes.
You know, I've read so much.
He is giving man-child. It's giving man-child.
About this that like I know that like there's calculated risk here. And I've heard that like if I just tell the truth and I just focus on telling the truth and articulating the truth as highly as I can, right, with verifiable facts, then I'm probably okay. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
Okay, hold on. Before we get into Act 2, I was a little behind, caught up. Sorry if you answered this already, but how do you tell the difference between a hard goal and an ADHD goal when your brain thinks the ADHD goal is a hard goal? Okay, this is how I do it. It might not work, or you might not know enough about yourself yet, because I took many years to figure it out for myself. It took me a long time to figure it out. Sit with yourself alone in a room and really be honest with yourself. Do you want to crochet 10 scarves a day and go hunt clients down and get arthritis in your fingers to make $30K a year? Be honest with yourself. Are you going to wake up every day and do those 10 hours of hustling you got to do to be a content creator? Be real with yourself, not with anybody else, with you. No one's going to hear you. Be honest. Are you really going to do that? Okay. And then ask yourself, does this thing just sound exciting and new and I want to do it because it's a special interest? Or is it something that should just be a hobby? If you're make your soft goals hobbies, make your hard goals hard goals. Things that are going to be hobbies, that's for fun. And make sure you're responsibly engaging with your hobbies. Don't financially go bankrupt for a hobby, right? But be honest with yourself, okay? Like, are you really going to do that? Discord said, ooh, I'm going to do this for becoming a parent. Ask yourself, do I really want to teach someone what a vulva is and labia? Do I really want to teach somebody how to clean their foreskin? Do I really want to teach somebody to wipe their butt cleanly? Do I really want to sit in a room with stinky baby diapers for at least 5, maybe 2 I don't know how long, 2 years, maybe a year and a half, depends on your baby. Do I really want to deal, with puberty? Like, ask yourself, do I really want to do that? Okay. And that's okay, whatever the answer is. Okay. Chaz says, do you really not want to sleep for more than 3 hours at a time for a month? Yeah. And that's you only can be honest with yourself. I can't you have to be honest. Is this what I want? Is this really what I want? Because sometimes the things we do for hobbies is easy until it has to become a job. And then it's like, I don't want to do this for a job. And that's the thing. Sometimes we think, oh, I'll make my hobby into a job because I want to do my hobby all the time. But sometimes you do your hobby because you're not thinking. But, you know, you have to make a decision about which one is which, but you have to be radically, radically, radically honest with yourself, you know, because only you can know. Only you can know. Like if you're going to be an artist, okay, what kind of art? What's the medium? How much money do you expect to make? And who's your clientele? What kind of a job do we really want? And how does this work when you're 80? What are you doing when you're 80? What does that look like? Where does that get you? And that's okay if you don't know yet, but being really, really honest with yourself is where it's at. Because you're the only one who can answer that question. You're the only one who can be honest about whether or not you're going to do it. I have a friend who's a professional ballet dancer, and she is on her feet dancing for like 10 hours a day. And I was like, oh, yeah, like I'm not doing that. You couldn't pay me enough to do that. And she does it for a ballet salary, which if you know anything about ballet is not a lot. Some of these people do it for free. Do you know some ballet companies don't even pay their dancers? And they're on their feet every day for like 10 hours a day. So ask yourself, like, am I really going to do that? Or do I just like the aesthetic? Because if you're like me, it's mostly I just like the aesthetic. I really like aesthetic, but I'm not really going to do it, girl. I'm not really going to do it, you know? All right. Hope that helps.
Cool, whatever. I get the offer letter. I sign the offer. Cool. I take a bunch of pictures with Caleb Hammer. It's my first couple days there. I'm literally freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, I'm living in a dream. Holy shit. Cool. Couple days go by. Caleb has this idea. Graham Stephan's coming into town. Hey, Noah, I know this is weird, but like Graham's coming into town. We should do something fun and special for, you know, Graham coming into town. What if we audited you? I immediately go, no. Nope. The reason why I originally said no was because I had just dealt with the trauma of, I'd worked for years trying to build my own marketing agency, and then it failed. And then so I had to go lick my wounds by going to work for another agency. And I was working for that agency for 3 months. And then at my 90-day review, after I met all of the outrageous goals that these people had set for me, at my 90-day review, they had made a decision to terminate me and let me go, right? Because they had lost this big client in a situation that I believe had nothing to do with me. But whatever. They lose this big client and I'm let go of that job at my 90-day review. And that situation was so deeply tied to my finances.
Ain't no way. No. I don't believe anything he says. Sorry. I've dealt with too many men like this. I don't believe anything he says.
Is that it was like, there's no possible way that we could avoid talking about that if I was on financial audit. So I think about all of this. And then I eventually go to Caleb and I'm like,
oh, pause. YouTube, pause.
Like, or I go to Clara actually, and I tell Clara, I'm like, you know, Clara, like the reason why I'm so hesitant to do this is because in my application video, I don't get into about how I worked for 90 days at this previous job and then they let me go, you know, and we didn't really talk about it in my interview because like you guys didn't really probe on that at all. I'm very reluctant to talk about any of this because like how uncomfortable would it be for me to reveal that information to my employer, like on his fucking talk show in front of all those people, especially in front of Graham Stephan. But anyway, whatever. Eventually I think to myself, okay, I've just moved my life across the country. I'm already committed to this, pot committed. Do it for
exactly. Chad says he's the most conveniently unfortunate person. Listen, I am usually pretty good generally, I think at telling when a person is like truly like a victim of something and I need to be compassionate. And when I'm like, I smell bullshit and I just feel like he's giving bullshit. I could be wrong, but I'm just not getting any, he's that specific category of person when they talk. If I was on a first date with this person, I'd be like, no, thank you. No second date.
For the plot, right? Do it for the story, right? And also I think to myself,
no wholesomeness, no sweetness, no thoughtfulness, no consideration, no compassion, no wisdom, no introspection. It's giving everyone's fault but mine. No humility.
If I'm going to be recruiting people to go on this show, the most powerful thing that I can do is believe in this show. I don't know if you know about sales, but like when you're selling something and you believe in the product, it's way easier to sell the thing. If I'm going to be recruiting for this show, I might as well fucking go on this show myself, see what it's all about, right? Like, is this actually going to help me? Because if it actually helps me, then like it's going to make my job super easy to go recruit for this show. So I go on the show. I agree to go on the show. Now, I will say, you know, this was consensual, right? This was something that I agreed to do. I agreed to go on that show. That was on me. I will say that, like, you know, it should have been done more intentionally, right? Like, we should have gone in with a plan. There was no plan. There was no plan. It was the camera's on. Let's go. So we filmed that audit. I didn't sleep at all the night before because I was freaking out, because my greatest shame, the debt that I had, you know, my greatest shame was going to be paraded in front of all of these people that they don't want the best for me. I go on the show, I do the show, I get no sleep. Between not having any sleep and being so starstruck by, like, I'm sitting across from Graham Stephan.
Chet says, why does his camera move like that? I think he's using that feature on his phone, which I just discovered it's on my phone, where it zooms in and it follows you. And people have been doing it for, like, an effect. I think it's just it's Gen Z coded.
And who I've watched for years, right? I'm sitting across from Caleb Hammer, who has recently decided to completely transform my life, right? I'm sitting across from these two people as they're digging through.
Caleb Hammer, who significantly decided to transform my life. How did he significantly transform your life?
Through my greatest shame and having to explain myself on no sleep. It was fucking crazy. Like, people don't get it. In a city where I know nobody, in a city where I've, like, God and, like, you know, completely isolated myself from any support network, I'm suddenly just, like, in it now. So I do that. There's even a clip that I recorded after I went on the show. I originally was so excited. I was so excited. I'm thinking to
you know what? That's interesting, because Chet says, I know someone like this and they do go to therapy, but I feel like his therapist may be enabling him. But even having that thought makes me feel like an ass. Well, there is a stereotype that therapists seem to struggle with narcissists that aren't willing to get better. And anyone who's not willing to get better but manipulates therapy as, like, a way to get social credit or learn the language, like, it's going to happen, right? Like, it's going to happen, right? So it feels like going to therapy isn't enough if you're not getting better. It's like, oh, my friend goes to the gym, but he's not improving. Well, then it doesn't matter that he goes to the gym. If you're going to therapy and you're not getting better, what does it matter if you go to therapy? It doesn't matter unless you're getting better. Like, that's kind of the point. Otherwise, and a big part of it is, like, you and the person you're doing it with. So it's the quality of the gym maybe, but it's also the quality of the food. It's the quality of your life. It's also just like a mental struggle we all have. Are you really ready to do therapy, or are you not? The first therapist I had, she and I were not aligned. We were ill-matched. But even I wasn't truly ready to get into it until my second therapist, when I felt more connected to her. And I was like, I'm ready. I can do this. And you have to be ready, and it has to be the right therapist, and you guys have to meet. So you know what I mean? Like, Chat said it right now. He's a professional victim. He's giving professional victim. You know how they always blame leftists for being professional victims? Look, there are professional victims in every category of person, but the category of professional victim is everyone else's fault and never mine.
Myself, like, man, there's a lot of moments in this conversation where I'm, like, legitimately funny or interesting, or I have interesting insights. And so there's going to be people in Caleb's audience that are going to be like, hey, this guy's actually fucking cool, right? At this point, I had made videos for a decade and nobody had actually recognized me at all. And look, like, I consented to all of this, right? I consented to all of this, but, like, I look back on that situation and I just think to myself, like, wow, like, what a ham-fisted way to handle that situation. Clearly, there should have been, like, an adult in the room that's like, hey, like, this guy is clearly, like, emotionally compromised, right? Like, he's clearly being swept up by fame and agreeing to things that he probably shouldn't. They're probably.
What are you gonna do with all these men? Hi, it's me, Jordan Peterson. It's been a long time, but I just want you to know I'm really thinking about you. I'm thinking about Ethan. I'm thinking about Hassan. I'm thinking about all these boys out here who are really struggling. And I just want you to know your feelings are valid. I really want you to know that lesbian style shirt you're wearing, it's very cool, man. I like it. Listen, okay? You just need to watch out for these Machiavellian mothers, cutting off the tits of their daughters, because that's really what this is about. Okay? These Machiavellian mothers will probably encourage you to wear that shirt. These boys, what are we going to do without all these men?
Probably not in his best interest. And so, like, let's at least do this with some sort of intention. Let's do this carefully so that this person doesn't grow to regret this. Now, in hindsight, I wish that had existed and it didn't. But whatever, I went on the show and I'm proud. It was brave as fuck. I don't care what you say.
What?
It was brave as fuck for me to do that. Like, you know, you can be like, you know, there's like.
Oh yes, these brave men. I've always said to myself, you got to be brave, like Kermit the Frog. You got to stick a hand right up your ass and move your mouth like you're singing hallelujah. Ah yes, these brave souls.
You know, is he stupid or is he brave? Well, you know, let's not split hairs, right? He's both. He's a little bit of both. This video is also that, I hope. I hope this video is like, you know, is he dumb as hell or is he brave as fuck? Pick one. I don't know. Cool. I go on the show, whatever. The reality behind the scenes. When I was originally hired, I was the lowest on the totem pole. I don't think had ever managed anybody before, but for the first couple of weeks, as I was like, they were saying jump and I was saying how high, right? Like that was like when our relationship was decent. For those first couple months there, I was working at least 60-hour weeks, right? I had gotten an apartment that was less than a
by 20 Kermit the Frogs.
Do you believe you are Jordan Peterson?
What do you mean by believe?
I don't know if you're copying my voice or what.
That's the circular definition.
That's the circular definition.
You stake your life.
You stake your life on it.
And you die.
And you die for it. I feel like I'm talking to myself here.
How much do you know about me?
Hypothetically, if you were born Jordan Peterson, but you talked like Kermit the Frog, that would just make you a human with a frog voice.
You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical, with no precursors to back me into.
I can't.
Beautiful.
Tell them apart.
Wow. Amazing. Wow. I'm going to go ahead and share that in the chat so you guys can check out that channel.
a mile from the studio so that I could just focus on putting all of my time in at the studio. I have a dog, and so like I wanted to make sure that I could, you know, if I needed to let my dog out, I could go let my dog out, and then I could go back to work so that I could really just focus all of my time.
Fun fact, when I moved to Croatia, we were still doing all the legal paperwork and becoming doing my visa paperwork, and our plan B was if they sent me back to America for any reason, let's say the paperwork wasn't complete or something, which, by the way, my mom really came through, because when I came to Croatia, I forgot a document, and I was like, please go to LA early in the morning and get me this document. I'm so sorry. You have to drive to Los Angeles. And she was like, okay, I got it. And her and my sister got in the car and drove at like 6 in the morning to LA, went to the courthouse, got me a document, sent it to me ASAP to Croatia. So I could, I just forgot a piece of paper. It was crazy. Anyways, Indiana, what was I going to do with my cat if I had to go back? Well, obviously she was saying Croatia. He has a doggo, and he just like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to think about these things. What am I going to do with my dog? What if I get fired? Can I, like, who do I go back to? Did he have a plan B after getting fired? Because like, that's the other thing to think about. You get a new job somewhere, make sure you think about the backup plan. What if you get a new job in a new city and it falls through? He just got fired from a job after 30 days or 90 days. Sorry, his 90-day review. What if it happens again with Caleb? You know what I mean? He didn't even have a plan. I have a plan. I have an idea. I have like an idea of a plan. It's kind of like a plan of a plan. You know, I kind of have an idea. It's like a plan. That's it. He's just like, I got a plan, sir.
Time doing this. If you talk to my parents at this time, you know, this is when my dad truly started to respect me, because he's like, because my dad is an
That's what it is. A concept of a plan. I couldn't remember it. I've got concepts of a plan. Lots of concepts, lots of plans.
Entrepreneur, and when he was building his business, he was working 80-hour weeks every single week. And so he saw the level that I was grinding at this, right? And he began to truly respect me. And I think everybody at that company started to truly respect me too, as they saw the dedication that I was bringing to my work on the show. Every week we would try to film 4 episodes, right? And at the beginning of my employment, before I communicated that it was an absolutely unrealistic amount of work, I was responsible for preparing all of the finances for everybody, for every single episode. For the first like week, that was the plan, was to have me just prepare everything, as well as do all of guest coordination, all casting. So I was going to do essentially all of the casting, as well as all of the document preparation and all of the budgeting for these people before they got on the show, right? So I would go through their statements line by line, right? And I would make these budgets for them. And then I would also be on the phone, constantly calling people on the phone.
This is a pretty hard job for a neurodivergent person. You would have to have a very big special interest in what they have you doing. So if he's ADHD, I think he said he's ADHD, or maybe he was just making a joke. If you're neurodivergent especially, you've got to play to your strength, because you need to pick a job that's not eventually going to feel crushing under the weight of the stress of like what you have to do. Like, nothing about my job is technically like stressful. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's exhausting. I'm mentally taxed, but I'm not. The most stressful part of my job is the being stalked or harassed. But my technical job, like editing and computer work and stuff, like that's okay. But if I was doing numbers all day, if I was interviewing people all day, if I was doing people's financial sheets, the job itself would feel horrible. I could not do this job. And I know myself, I could never do this job that he is required to do. Somebody out there can do it. It ain't me. I couldn't even do it if it was 1 day a week. That's how much I know myself. I ain't even doing it 1 day a week, girl. So I know one of the reasons YouTube became a hard goal of mine is I knew I liked to edit. I knew I could keep it up. I knew that I could perform on camera. I knew I liked to talk to people. I knew I always had something to say. Girl can't shut up. And I was like, okay, girl can't shut up. Special interest, current events, pop culture, philosophy, YouTuber. Like, I always wanted to be a radio host. Let's just do YouTube, but let's do YouTube for real. Not in this, you know, undiagnosed suicidal way. Let's really do it for real, for real. And that worked out, you know? Yes, Yapper Nation, exactly. So with him, I could imagine they gave him this job description and he didn't just lie to himself about being able to actually do the job. Because did you even think, can I actually do this? Can you even do this? Do you know that you can do this?
Literally every single day, right? My day was call people on the phone, right, to cast people for the show, and then do finances, right? And I was busting my ass, right? It was such a ridiculous amount of work that there was no possible way I could get it done within 40 hours a week. I was very locked in for the first couple of weeks, right? Working a shit fuck.
Very ADHD of him to be like, I'm locked in for the first couple of weeks. Yeah, we all are.
Load, trying to get this show to happen. I eventually tell them like, hey, look, this is unsustainable and I'm going to freak the fuck out because it was ruining my life. I'm like, look, we need to build a casting system and let me build a casting system or I'm going to lose my mind. Also, we need another hire to handle the numbers because I'm going to lose my mind.
So he came into an established, successful show and wanted to improve upon it with no proof of concept. Got it.
If I have to do all of the casting and all of the numbers for every single one of these people, I'm going to have a mental fucking breakdown. And so I was not met with support. I remember building the casting.
He said, this is how it felt emotionally.
System on my own time. I came in on the weekend. I came in on my birthday, actually. I was working on my birthday. I came in because I had no friends, right? I had no friends and that's not their fault necessarily, right? But like, I was just like, at this time in my life, like, you know, that's what I was doing is I was just like constantly working for this fucking business. So I came in on my birthday and all these other weekends and I fucking built them a casting system. And I built them a casting system that worked so well that it was undeniable, right? That was what I needed because like this was not a tool that I was doing for a pat on the head. This was a tool that I was going to use to try to reduce my workload from 60, 80 hour weeks down to like a reasonable 40 hours, right? So this
with peace and love, guys, no producer entertainer is working 40 hours a week on YouTube. I'm not working 40 hours a week. I work a solid 10 hours, 6 days a week, period. 10 hours, 6 days a week, period. That's what I work. Saturdays are my days off. Sometimes I work Saturdays, period. And I don't even have a high production show. If I was Caleb and I had a high production show, you're not working 40 hours a week. Did Caleb say you're working 40 hours a week? Was that your contract? Why is Caleb letting you work after hours? Why are you working after hours? Right? What are you doing? Like, why do you think the most famous streamers are streaming 8 to 10 hours a day, period, 7 days a week? And that's why they hire other people to do clips and stuff. See, I'm doing editing, I'm doing all that other stuff, so I have to run it myself. But yeah, like, how do you think content creators make so much content? We're always working. Always. So that's the joke, right? Oh, I work for myself, I'll have more time off. Joke's on you, you'll have more time not off. Right? So like, what was he thinking? Now, I'm not saying if his contract said 40 hours, then he should be working 40 hours. I want to make that abundantly clear. I'm not trying to be pro-employer, anti-employee. If his contract said 40 hours a week, period, and this is the pay you're getting and it's a fair wage, then I expect him to work 40 hours a week. But I want to know what the contract was, how much was he being paid, and what was the expectation?
This was a very important system to me. So I built out my casting system. That's when things started to change. I think everybody in the company eventually started to see the effect that I was having on the company as like numbers were going up. There was like a month where like every single video that we were producing was getting more and more views than the last one. At this time, I was very, very upset because like the audience was beginning to blame me for certain changes. And it felt to me like I was not allowed to tell the audience the changes that I was responsible for and the ones that I was not responsible for. My first ever cast for the show, I brought on this couple. During my original audit, I talk about how I thought what we were doing was essentially creating a millennial version of the Dave Ramsey show. Dave Ramsey for Gen Alpha and Gen Z and millennials. That's what I kind of thought we were doing. And so I remember casting this couple. I'm thinking to myself, great, this is going to be a very interesting episode. I've got this couple. I interviewed them over the phone a ton. I talked to them over the phone. These people are fun, right? They're outgoing, extroverted people who are constantly goofing around, right? They're both a little neurodivergent, but I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be a fun episode, right? Their finances aren't a complete and total dumpster fire, but like these are fun people who like are making mistakes, but who are trying to get better. And so I bring these people in and I put them on the show. This is my first ever cast. podcast. I'm full of fucking nerves, okay? For some reason during recording, Caleb is not bringing it, right? He's just like not there, right? At the beginning, he starts aggressive and he starts like, you know, he's locked in for a little bit, but like 10 minutes in, the steam just like melts out of the train. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like that sucks. Like, you know, I was so excited. The shoot ends eventually, you know, I handle thumbnails and stuff and we do off-ramp, off-boarding, I guess, and we say goodbye to these people. And I am pulled into an office to discuss the episode. And Caleb, in my opinion, from my recollection, I came away from the situation with a recollection and a feeling that
I remember feeling rattled and afraid. I don't know why he's censoring himself here.
I was afraid. I remember feeling fear. I remember feeling disillusionment because I started to realize like Caleb's main arguments boiled down to this. He had just hired me, right? He had taken all this financial risk on to hire me. His assumption was that the quality of the guests, his term for quality, right, was going to increase after he made this giant thing, right? And then he just went and did that conversation and he realized that the quality of the guests that he was looking for, right, that was not being met. This was the first true understanding that I had of this. I thought we were making the Dave Ramsey show. Debt-free Scream, you know, Dave.
If you wanted to work for a conservative Christian, you should have worked for a conservative Christian. I think the part of the Dave Ramsey show he's talking about is like the wholesomeness of it, where they talk about people's families and they're really sweet. They're like, hi, how are you? Do the debt-free scream. I don't know if you guys know that about Dave Ramsey, but like, Dave Ramsey has a family-focused show because they're pro-life Christians. Go work for a pro-life Christian. You're working for Caleb Hammer. Not that I'm a big Caleb Hammer fan. I'm not trying to come for Caleb, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you miscalculated, sir. What made you think Caleb Hammer, who talks shit on Dave Ramsey, is Dave Ramsey? Do you know? Yeah, Chet says I was thinking him at more down to earth and not like Jerry Springer. I agree. I think that is what he's trying to say, right? Like, that's another way to say it. Yeah, I agree with you. He's trying to say like more down to earth. But the dilemma is like, I'm sorry, have you watched Caleb Hammer? What part of Caleb Hammer is down to earth? What part of Caleb Hammer is like, I can't watch Caleb because he does that high-pitched sound. What? What do you mean? You went to McDonald's? Like, I can't handle it. It triggers my brain. I was like, I don't like that. I know it's for theater, so I don't care. I'm not judging it morally. I'm just saying I'm not the consumer for the content. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. No, if you wanted something wholesome, you should have signed up to be a nun. Like, what are you talking about?
Help me out. I'm trying my best. Hey, that's okay. I'm old as hell. Here's some Southern wisdom about how to guide you across the finish line, right? That's not what we were doing. In my opinion, instead it became clear to me that like we were not looking for people that we could help. In my opinion, my job became find people who had negative marks on their report card so that Caleb could point them out to him on camera. You know, we need a report card filled with misbehavior so that like during this fucking 90-minute shoot, which by the way, they don't need to be 90 minutes, but okay, they're 90 minutes. And I didn't understand that. Until Caleb gave me the impression of somebody who was very angry and there was much volume. I think that's the appropriate way for me to say that.
The machine's true
You know, when
purpose.
I first started working there, I was in this illusion. I really thought that what we were trying to do was build a modern version of the Dave Ramsey show. Say what you will about Dave Ramsey.
If he says that one more time, I'm going to vote Trump. Just kidding. Don't. I was joking. Jesus, even saying it made me feel like I said Voldemort's name. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke.
I disagree with a fair amount of what Dave Ramsey says, but at the end of the day, I look at Dave Ramsey as the pinnacle of this industry. Dave Ramsey has done this for like...
Look, women say this all the time. I don't like Trump. I don't like Donald, but eventually they pee on me. So what does this really mean? If you're going to pee on me, don't you like me even a little bit? I mean, maybe you're peeing on me for other reasons, but let's be honest. Maybe you like me a little, just like a little.
What, 50 years or close to it? He is the king of this space. People trust him. His foundation is an ethical bedrock. He points to the Bible. The borrower...
Who is this man? What is this? No wonder nobody cared about this video. Who on the internet is going to defend you? Dave Ramsey team would hate you. Okay, Dave Ramsey's team would hate this man. Okay? And the progressives aren't going to like him. Nobody on the internet is going to back this man. That's why this video posted 2 weeks ago has 45,000 views. And check this out. It says, moderator note, who is probably just himself. We're really grateful for the thoughtful feedback, even if it's critical. There's no way there's a we. It's just him and his dick, I tell you. But if your comment was removed, it's likely because it was insulting or mean, not because it challenged ideas. The space is about discourse, not cruelty. We're not doing shame here. Thank you for keeping this space nuanced and care are actually possible. Thank you for keeping this space where nuance and care is actually possible. Yeah. Chad says, I say this in the kindest way I can. This is the type of thing you should not share with the internet, but you should share with a therapist. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Or a slave to the lender. Spend less than you make. Those two things, those two values that Dave Ramsey has makes it so that every single episode of Dave Ramsey's show is at least somewhat valuable. His value system is based in the Bible, and therefore you can trust him. And people do. Like, you look at his empire, he has what? I think his facility is worth like $400 million, and it's paid for in cash. I looked up to Dave.
We get it. You want to suck Dave Ramsey's dick. We get
Dave
it.
for a very long time, and I was excited to work with Millennial Dave. Here's when I start to become disillusioned, okay? I'm thinking about like big waves I can make, right? Because I've just gotten there, right? And I want to prove my value, prove my worth, right? So I'm thinking about big waves that I can make as I come into this company. I look at the top most.
Yeah, why didn't he just apply to work for Dave? Because Dave would have sniffed him out. Dave Ramsey would have sniffed this man out.
Episodes of all time, and there's a few that stick out to me. And I'm thinking to myself, if we could just get these people back on the show, the audience is familiar with who these people are, and these episodes are going to do gangbuster views if we can just get these people back on the show. So the first one, essentially, we learned through another guest of the show that this person that was a former guest, one of the most viewed guests of all times, she's teaching a class in Austin, and that class is open for anybody to attend. And I say jokingly to the office, and it's half a joke, half not a joke, but I'm like, oh my God, I should go try to see if I can recruit this guest to come back on the show by going to her class. And I said it without like fully wanting to do it, right? Because like saying that and doing that are two very different things. But when I said that, like Caleb really loved that idea. In my opinion, Caleb grabbed onto that idea and he really, really wanted me to.
From my recollection, this is how those conversations felt.
Do this, in my opinion. And so I'm like, kind of on the fence about it. I'm like, and I'm excited, right? And I want to prove that like I'm a go-getter. So I'm like, okay, like whatever, like, but I'm as it's becoming more and more real, I'm like, fuck, like this is kind of crazy, right? I'm very nervous. We were gonna film this for Caleb's vlog so that this could.
This is the loneliness epidemic right here, baby.
Go in the vlog, and that never ended up making it into the vlog because I never sent in the footage because the situation disturbed me to my core.
What?
I end up going to this class after Caleb strongly encourages me to do it. I go to this class and I sit through the whole thing. Now at this time too, like I had no friends. I had no friends at all.
What did he say? He said he had no what? The loneliness epidemic looks like this.
And so I go to this class that is very much about like spirituality. And so I go to it with a lot of reservations, right? And I'm in Caleb's mindset of like, I'm going to film this vlog for this thing. I'm sorry. I've never really.
Wait, what category of misogyny are we giving this? Nice guy, but conservative. I'm a nice guy. My dad just doesn't believe in me. I'm a nice guy, but my bosses never give me a chance, even though I transformed their companies. I'm a nice guy, but when I saved up like my money, I had to spend it on relocation. I'm a nice guy, but I have no friends. I'm a nice guy. Like I do the right thing. I make everyone's life around me better, but for some reason, I'm always fucked in the end. Something like that. Something like that. And then he's like, why don't women like me? Why don't I have friends? But like, it's different. It's like, it's not even, it's false confidence, insecure. It's not like pathetic, but it's pathetic. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's not like, it's more like, yeah, I know. I'm like really great and really smart. And people just don't understand me at a higher level because like I'm so deep and people just don't get it. Fedora tip. He definitely watches Asmongold. 100%.
Spoken about this publicly before. So this story is very difficult for me to tell because like I feel terrible about this still. Anyway, we make it to the end of the class, right? I don't reveal at the beginning of the class that I'm working for Caleb or whatever, but what I didn't expect was to really, really, truly enjoy this class, right? It felt so wonderful to be surrounded by people who didn't have to like put on this like persona. It really genuinely felt like everybody was going to take their masks off and have like a vulnerable moment together. That was what the whole point of this class was to create a safe space where things...
He's giving Wolf of Wall Street is one of my favorite movies. He's giving... He's giving Wolf of Wall Street's my favorite movie.
We could talk about weird stuff. I was invited into this like cocoon of vulnerable people sharing their real selves, and I shared my real self with those people.
No,
at the
stop.
End of
Chad says I was about to type that out too. Same page, girl. Same page.
The class, and I revealed to her that I work for Caleb Hammer. And I watch this woman's face. I get this weird set of sentences out of my mouth where I'm like, hey, you know, I'm here on behalf. I work for Caleb Hammer.
Wait, pause. He was at a spiritual event, and the girl he was seeing had been on Caleb before, and she looked shocked. Is it the one girl we reviewed? Was it the girl who was like, she said she was on shrooms, but she wasn't feeling good? Because I heard she came back on Caleb Hammer. Is it her? Is it her? Oh, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Is it her? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? I only say that because I haven't seen most of the guests. It's just the only one I remember. She really needs to get grounded. She came on very emotional and cried. And I was like, girl, this is not it. You know, listen, do you know why I like Dave Ramsey better than Caleb Hammer? Even though because Dave Ramsey is a conservative. Dave Ramsey is more grounded. Religious people are more grounded than secularists who don't have a philosophical grounding. If you're, you know, it's not, I know that sounds crazy because they literally believe in God, but hear me out. They're just more grounded. But again, I burnt out on Dave Ramsey because like, I'm just not interested in his values and I'm not interested in the way he talks. But like Chelsea's always saying this on the Financial Diet. She's like, I know the world is melting, but y'all gotta focus. Like, I know everything is collapsing, but you got to focus. And like a big part of it is like, she's trying to ground you. She's trying to say, hey, I know it's bad. Focus. It was bad for our ancestors. It's going to be bad for us. Focus. Focus the same way your ancestors focused. Focused. But then I saw a TikTok the other day and the guy was like, so let me get this straight. Thousands of years of my ancestry and not one of you did anything with it. Not one of you left me with generational wealth. Not one of you left me with a legacy. Not one single one of you left me with anything. And I was like, damn, that's kind of true though. All of our families, all of our ancestry, and our people didn't do shit. And then I'm like, damn. And then here we come out into the world. We're like, it's going to be me. It's going to be me. Like, this is us. Millennials come out the womb like, it's going to be me. Millionaire status. Actually, we're in a housing crisis and you're not going to be able to afford kids. But sure, kid, it's going to be you. Okay, thank you.
Trying to get you back onto the show. I can offer you more money. You know, please come back on the show. Will you consider it? Here's my email. I know this is weird. I give her my pitch, right? And the look on this woman's face was something that I will never forget.
Oh, relax
The
there,
look
bro.
on this woman's face was one of intrusion, right? Intrusion, betrayal. And she was afraid of me. That's the thing that I think really fucked with me. We went from being super tight to immediate fear. She immediately was terrified of me. And I didn't understand how that was possible because I was living in this illusion. I was living this illusion that like everyone loved this show. The show was built.
Chad said his smile makes me uncomfortable. I think it's a tick. I've been wondering what it is. It could be a neurodivergent tick. I think that's what it is. I think it's a neurodivergent tick. I could be wrong, but I think it is. I think.
Built to help people with their finances, right? But yet I was speaking to one of the victims.
Because it was making me uncomfortable, but then I was like, I wonder what it is. But I have Chet said a nervous smile. I do it. I have a nervous smile I make, especially when I feel safe with my partner. It's a pretty ugly, it kind of makes my face ugly, but I do it only in front of him. The fact that he's doing it, or I do it in front of really safe people, but the fact that he's doing it on camera he might not know he's doing it. Right? He's neurodivergent, so he might not know he's doing it. By the way, like neurodivergency, for real, seriously, zoom out with me. Neurodivergency is real. It's disabling. It's not something you can just fucking run 20 miles a day. Like, what's his name? David Goggins. Go to a doctor. Get therapy. Get help. Understand you're neurodivergent. Your life will change for the better. When you understand your brain works differently, you cannot overpromise to your employers. You must pick a job that works for you. You got to like follow your passion, but be reasonable about it. Ground yourself. Like we just so downplay ADHD. Like it's not a disability, and I know ADHD, I see ADHD people do it all the time. And you all are being so dishonest. You know for a fact it is fucking hard because if you really had to compete the way other people are competing, you know you can't unless you really get lucky. You know, lucky in a very specific way. People keep looking at Elon like, oh, that's like, he's autistic. He must be a savant. Elon doesn't do anything but put his name on shit. Like, you have to understand that Elon doesn't do anything. He was lucky, born into the right family, with the right connections, with the right networking, and he could put his name on fucking shit. That is not the same thing as somebody who's physically, mentally taking on the load of doing things, right? Like, this is different. And so if you're a person who's telling yourself, I want to be like this person, I want to be a person who's out here doing this, like, you got to understand, like, are they doing it? How many resources do they have? What medication are they on? Who's doing the other work? Like, I think that sometimes we ignore it because, you know, the world, like, I have a friend who I'm pretty sure is autistic, and I'm like, go get diagnosed, because you keep running into these problems that are just explained by autism. And if you're autistic, your life will be easier. And they were like, yeah, but I don't really need it. Like, I don't need it. And I was like, but everything you struggle with in life is most likely autism. And as long as you ignore the diagnosis, you're going to ignore any of the tools that autistic people use to get better. Because my friend isn't the kind of friend that will utilize the tool unless they know. And that's why getting a diagnosis can be helpful for certain brains, because then they won't change their life. But every struggle they have is like neurodivergency related. I'm like, go make sure you're not, because if you aren't, then you aren't. But if you are, you are. And your life could get literally better. And that's the problem, is like, until you're ready to make your life better and to see in which ways you operate differently, you're not going to do it. And look, it's stigma based. My friend doesn't want the stigma, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them for not wanting the stigma, right? Like, a lot of people in our lives don't want the stigma. They don't want it on their paperwork. They don't want it in this job market. They don't want anything that makes them less viable of a candidate. And I said, what about dating? I said, what if you're neurodivergent and you're dating somebody and like they're really ableist and they're like, ooh, I would never date XYZ. But since you aren't out, they date you, and then you get diagnosed later. Are they going to be supportive? You know? Like, one of the things I will say about my partners, because they're already neurodivergent, we talked about that. What about future diagnoses? How do you feel about future diagnoses? Because sometimes people really say, oh, they're cool with something until you actually are diagnosed with it. Example, oh, I'm cool dating an autistic partner. You're not autistic, right? No, I'm not autistic. Oh, okay, yeah, I'd be cool dating one. And then you get diagnosed 5 years later, or reverse, you're on a first date. Hey, I'm autistic. Is that okay? I don't really want to date an autistic person. Okay. Same person, different scenario, forces different answer, unless they really don't mind dating somebody who's autistic. The point is that it's easy to say you're okay with something when you're not faced with it. Anyways.
Of this show. And that person had a very, very, very different view of the thing that I had just moved across the country for and stuck my reputation on the line for. In my outline here, it says, I wasn't recruiting, I was hunting. Another thing that bothered me was that I wasn't aware if the audience understood what the fuck I was actually doing. I wasn't sure if they understood how like predatory what my role ultimately was, right? Find someone who's going to make for good entertainment on this show. I wasn't aware of that. And then I would like look in the vlog comments, because at this time we were making a vlog and there was a lot of drama around the vlog. I didn't like the way Caleb would edit me in the vlog, right? And I would tell him that, and ultimately the vlog ended because I got so upset with like, it's like, Caleb, like you're painting me out to be like, there was one specifically that stands out to me, and that is the conversation around Gia. The thing that bothered me with the vlog was that there was internal pressure put on to me that was implicit, but Caleb would, you know, use the vlog. There's one moment in the vlog.
Ooh, wait, chat said, are you replying to the smile? You said true, could definitely be that, and maybe I'm just picking up smugness like Draco Malfoy, but I've definitely been looked down for the Uncanny Valley. You know who he reminds me of is not Draco. It's because Draco's right. He's smug, he's insecure, he's arrogant, he's all the things. He is more like I want to say Draco's dad, but that's not quite right. He is smug, he is arrogant, he's also deeply insecure, but he's not like Potter. He's more like he wants to be Draco's friend, and Draco won't let him in the crew. He wants to be Draco, but he's not cool enough to be Draco. He doesn't have the finances. He doesn't have the reputation. He doesn't have the family lineage. He wants to be Draco Malfoy, and he resents that he's not Draco Malfoy. That's who I think he is. Yes? Okay, thank you.
Vlog where I'm arguing about we need to film with Gia, because Gia had just like, you know, driven across the country to be there, and although she was sick, right? What people don't see in the behind the scenes of that vlog was that like just a couple weeks prior, Caleb Well, we don't have any backlog and we
Mute.
need more guests and we need to have an episode pop off, like performance. People did not see any of that. But instead, like, it was revealed to the audience that, like, well, Noah's pushing really hard for Caleb to film with Gia, even though Gia's sick. And Noah is so stupid and he really needs to take better care of the talent. And it's like, that drove me crazy because it's like, cool, now to your audience, I'm an asshole when they don't see
Oh, muted.
is geared at, well, we don't have anybody. And it's like, what they don't see is,
Uh-oh.
so I wasn't a super huge fan of the vlog all the time. But around that time, I started looking at the comments on the vlog, and I would go out, you know, sometimes the vlog would be about me going and looking and recruiting guests for the show. And in the comments, people would talk about the guests for the show, and they would refer to them as victims. They'd go, oh, Noah can search for victims at this place. That was the comment that really was seared into my brain.
Uh-oh.
That's when I began to realize, oh, like, even if I'm a nice guy, even if I'm a nice person that does care about and respect these people, I'm operating in a system where even people who are fans of this recognize that my role right now is to look for victims of this machine. That really fucked with me. In my opinion, there was also this implicit pressure that, like, you have to comply with Caleb's narrative, right? You have to comply with Caleb's narrative, in my opinion. So I couldn't jump into there and be like, hey, like, you know, it felt to me like I could not correct the public narrative about, like, hey, like, it's not okay to talk about these people like they're victims. If we're using the word victim when it comes to recruiting for the show, that's deeply fucked up, right? Like, it felt like I wasn't allowed to say that. In my opinion, my role became to attract people to the show that were going to get the most views. We film an episode of the show. There's this person that comes into the studio, right? This is a young girl. She's less than 20 years old. I don't remember exactly how old she is, but she's like a real fan of the show. She's not from a casting website or anything. This is a real fan of this show that, like, really needs help. Her finances are kind of a mess, but, like, you know, she's like kind of a kid, right? She lives with her parents. I remember she had this like cool car and stuff. She was like a character, right? She was fun, but she's a fan of the show, right? We come in, we do her episode. I remember she was younger, there wasn't like a big financial story there, but she fit the type of person that we assumed would get the most views, right? But the episode is like not great. I remember that, the episode not being great because there wasn't a whole lot of substance because, like, she only had, like, you know, a year or two of financial history where she was like on her own. She had a bad car loan. She had, you know, she didn't have any money. I don't think she had a job, right? But she fit the bill. So anyway, we go through this episode. This person's like 18, 19 years old. We get to the end and she recorded her episode and everything seemed fine. But after the camera stopped rolling, there was a thumbnail photo shoot session. That was normal. What wasn't normal was what I saw next. She was guided.
First of all, doing a photo shoot after the video is crazy. I could never. I always do it prior to streaming. I would be so out of spoons. I would just be so out of spoons.
Into poses that to me felt suggestive. More skin, more angles. It didn't make sense for a finance show. It didn't make sense for someone that...
Yeah, Caleb's show is Jerry Springer for finance. It's ultimately gross. I do think it's ultimately gross, for the record. Like, I need to make that clear. It is ultimately gross. It's not ethical. I would never have a show like this. I think it's really shitty. That's why I would never apply to work there. There are always YouTubers looking for editors. There are always people playing full-time editors. You could have been a full-time editor for somebody. Go be an editor for somebody. Why are you trying to be a producer? Why are you trying to do this? How much was he paying this man?
That young. And it definitely didn't make sense for someone who had just come in as a fan. I stood off to the side, chewing my nails, feeling sick to my stomach. She was barely out of high school. And I felt like the priority of the photo shoot had shifted from respecting this young woman to instead grabbing views. That was one of the moments where it kind of hit me. It didn't seem like this show was about helping people. It seemed like it might be about something else entirely.
Oh my God,
this wasn't
no
exactly
way.
a one-off
Wow.
situation either. Another time, a guest came in who was an exotic dancer. She was funny and charismatic, but after the episode, there was a clunky, awkward conversation about thumbnails. I don't remember who said what, but the whole vibe shifted. It felt like she understood what she was being asked, without anyone needing to say it directly.
Chat says, what level would he be? Girl. It's giving... Yeah, it's giving useless to himself and his community. It's giving one, but I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know him, but it is giving one energy. Like, if I met this person, I'd be like, one, get away from me. Goodbye. It just feels like you're not going to help yourself. You're not going to help anybody around you. Let's be so fucking for real right now. Like, you are not actually going, like, it's giving, somebody said it earlier in chat, it's giving Boogie. Who said it in chat, girl? You're a genius. It's giving Boogie. I'm exhausted. Holy fuck. Caleb was right to fire him just based off this video. I would have fired you 7 minutes into this video, girl.
Correctly. She pulled out her phone and started showing pornographic videos and explicit photos of herself to a member of the team right there in the studio. She didn't seem uncomfortable with it. In fact, it felt like she thought this was part of the process. Like this was just what you did on a show like this. At that time, I didn't really question that. I think I told myself that that was fine, but looking back now, it felt like the team was treating explicit OnlyFans content as potential thumbnail material for a financial advice show. And that felt like a deeply strange thing to me. A similar situation with another guest also left a lasting impression on me. Caleb had met her at a party and invited her to be on the show. She was an exotic dancer, and when she arrived to the studio, something—
He's just saying it's not professional and grown up. Yeah, you went on, it's giving, what's that guy's name that I just said Lady Gaga went on his show and I hate him, Howard Stern? It's giving Howard Stern. I hate it.
Felt off almost immediately. I'm no medical professional, so I won't speculate, but she seemed deeply out of it. She had trouble focusing. The shoot had to end early because it became clear that she couldn't make it through the episode. Before filming, she changed into an extremely revealing outfit, one that left very little to the imagination. And once the cameras rolled, she spent most of the time quietly playing with Play-Doh on camera, barely engaging with the financial conversation at all. At the time, it barely registered as weird to me. It was just another strange day in an already strange job. But looking back now, it's clear how far from normal things had gotten. There became a very big focus on the thumbnails, right? A lot of people blame me for the thumbnail changes. As a general rule, those thumbnail conversations happened. It's like a huge company-wide thing, right? Anytime I was in those rooms, I would try to give the guests informed consent of like, hey, like, you know, we're going to take some creative liberties and stuff. Like, we're going to make fun of you in the thumbnail and title, but like, we want you to be in on the joke, right? That was like my thing. Anytime we were doing thumbnails and titles, I would try to be more funny than I was rude. I recognize now that like I was in an environment where like that strategy is like fundamentally not going to succeed. Then when people started to blame me for the more aggressive direction of the thumbnails and titles, and Caleb wasn't correcting them, I realized that I was being—
So he did work and he produced work, and when the audience got mad at the work he produced, he blamed Caleb. Because he felt like Caleb was forcing him to produce this work. Interesting. I mean, he is validation seeking, right? He was like seeking his dad's validation, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. If you're producing work you're not proud of, you should switch jobs. You should switch jobs. I understand sometimes you can't out of survival, but when you're ready, you should get a new job. Because, yeah, you're not happy with what you're producing, but you are the one producing it. You are still the one producing it. You're still the one who thought this was a dream job. You're still the one who moved across country. You're still the grown-up who claimed he wanted to run all these businesses and be a big boy. Well, welcome to the big boy lanes. Yeah, Caleb knows how to sensationalize things to bring in viewers. It's not my favorite business model. I don't like the business model. I think the business model is unethical. That's why I would never work for Caleb Hammer.
Scapegoated for the direction of the channel. Caleb is screaming more. These thumbnails and titles are egregious and horrible, right? When did this change happen? Well, the big pivot of the channel was when Noah was hired. So let's blame Noah, you know, through no fault of their own. Like, they didn't know any better, right? And so that deeply didn't sit right with me. In my opinion, Caleb began to see my role for the company, not as like a builder, not as like someone who was helping him make millions and millions of dollars. My role in the company was Caleb.
Obviously, he's using the same clip, right? Every time he says, in my opinion, which is why he does that smile thing every time. It's because he's using the same clip, right? To say, in my opinion, for legal reasons, right?
It's garbage, man. That's ultimately what I realized my responsibility was. My opinion was that I was Caleb's social garbage man. So like, here's how a typical week would go, right? We would have 4 guests a week just about, or we would try to hit that, right? I would be ridden, my ass would be ridden until I alone casted 4 people a week. And if those people were not fitting Caleb's ideal guest archetype, I would be like, you know, reprimanded. And we would film 4 episodes a week. And what I found was that usually about 1 out of the 4 guests that we filmed with every week, they were so fucking pissed off because they came in thinking Dave Ramsey and they left,
no way,
realizing that they just went on like the Jerry Springer show. I eventually implemented policies to try to protect myself where—
That's the fault. Okay, look, y'all gotta be responsible for the shows you sign up for to some extent. The show shouldn't exist in the first place, but you gotta be careful about what show you're going on. You're signing contracts, you're showing up, do your research before going on reality TV. It's not perfect, you're gonna fuck up eventually, but this is just preventative advice from somebody who does not do her research all the time and it always bites her in the ass. Do as much research as you can to feel relatively confident, okay? It's a hard lesson to learn. I hate it, but it's just like, you gotta do it. And listen, I made that mistake a few years ago. Never again, bro. And if I do it again, I'm fucked. I actually gave certain friends permission to like tell me if they see me like a YouTuber will be like, do you know this YouTuber? Do you know anything on them? Do you know anything the bad they did? Because bro, so I feel like if he had gone on a different finance show, there's so many finance shows that are less Jerry Springer, but he went for the one that was like offering a job at his friend's suggestion. I wish he had chosen to be like a YouTube editor or something, but I have a feeling he liked the idea of being like a producer. I have a feeling he felt like, oh, my dad believes in me now. I'm a producer of a show. You know what I mean?
Where it's like, hey, let's have the guests use fake names, right? That was my policy that I really, really strongly pushed for, because it's like there's no upside to them using their real names and like actually just like tanking their public reputation. Why are they doing that? Why has this not been implemented like fucking a year ago? In my opinion, the show is disgusting. Like why would we have these people actually share their real information with the world as they're like...
I mean, I like that point. I like that he had them change their names. That's really good. That's really smart. I think that's really great. Chet says, but financial content often seems to be kind of adjacent to Andrew Tate. That's why I recommend Chelsea Fagan from the Financial Diet, because Chelsea is progressive. It's like a woman company, but she's very progressive and inclusive with her language. She brings on a lot of really good guests. She's serious about finance. And I really recommend her show because she doesn't bring customers on the show. She just reads emails from them, and I think that's really nice. I don't always agree with Chelsea's perspective necessarily, but I agree mostly with Chelsea's perspective, which makes me comfortable. She has a little bit of a deviation because of the way we were raised, but it's fine. It's like she's progressive. She says the right things. She acknowledges minority struggle. She notices her struggle or her privilege. Like it's pretty balanced for a finance show. It's pretty damn good. And it has really good, solid advice. I actually really like her little graphs that she posts on her timeline. So I like those very much. You know, it's really helpful. Boy finance shows can be a lot. Like I remember I was watching a Dave Ramsey episode and his daughter was with him and he was like yelling at one of the callers and the daughter's like, can you please listen to them? Dude, listen to them. And like, you know, Dave is like the old guy who yells at people and his daughter's like, wait, we should listen and consider it. And she's like really soft spoken and really sweet and like, well, anyways, I am surprised he thought he was making a Dave Ramsey show on a show that obviously wasn't Dave Ramsey from day one. When did he join? That's where I'm a little confused now. Because if he implemented all of these things, when did he join Caleb? At what point was he aware of Caleb's content? Because let's do this actually really fast. Because I'm a little confused at this timeline. Caleb Hammer. Okay. So 3 years ago, my first rental property is a disaster. 21 is making only $16 a month. Most popular. Okay, this one, more debt than anybody, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, here's Boogie, the end of Boogie. Okay, so what? He's got member videos. Yeah, the thumbnails. Oh, these are all he's doing a lot of member content. You're gonna hate her, Financial Diet. Yeah, I think this is giving whatever podcast, you're gonna hate them. Fuck this pathological liar. Yeah, I don't like this energy. I hate it, actually. I literally loathe it. I loathe it. I don't even remember, the last time we watched Caleb. I guess it was a year ago when we watched Boogie. But, yeah, I don't like this. Oops,
I invest in...
So loud. Yeah, he's fucking evil. He's more disgusting than Boogie. Ugh. Anyways, when did this guy join? Yeah, I don't like this. This is trash.
Doing character assassination kamikaze attempts, right? Like that's fucking crazy. So in an attempt to cover my ass, you know, it's like, hey, let's use fake names. You know, I had Caleb do the onboarding
Yes, mean girl vibes. I'm over mean girls, guys. I'm exhausted. Please be kind to each other.
video, right? I wrote this.
Be firm and bold and blunt. But mean, you know, there's a meanness that I'm like, I'm over this.
Script for the onboarding video, but like in my opinion, it seemed to me like it's like double speak. What I was trying to do was have like a high degree of transparency, and instead
oh my God.
That's it. Like, you know, that video
Muted
is
himself.
It is an attempt at transparency, but like I think that the ultimate goal of that video was that it gave more it allowed
Chad says I think he said it was last year. Interesting, but he wasn't even there a full year. Ooh.
Oh, the audience believes that like everything is totally transparent and above board because we made this video. Anyway, once a week a guest would leave our studio or their thing would be posted and this person would be so fucking pissed off. They were ready to either sue or come after us or fucking do some crazy shit, in my opinion. And so what I realized is like, I'm the garbage man, right? Like people, it was so funny to me. The frame was Caleb and are so introverted that they just can't handle any sort of like communication with the guest because they're very, very introverted. And so like I became the point of contact with all the guests. I had myself.
You know what this sounds like? Did you guys watch the documentary series on Jerry Springer? It's really good. He is playing that role. He's playing the role of the guy that deals with the guests and kick them out so Jerry doesn't have to deal with the guests. Caleb Hammer watched that documentary and said, genius, I'm going to use this. Keep in mind, the Jerry Springer producer eventually quit because of his mental health. That producer that helped make Jerry Springer famous eventually had to quit for his mental health. I swear Caleb watched that documentary and was like, genius. I'm taking notes. Because young people always think they're going to be different than their predecessors. I'm going to do it better. I'm not going to burn out. I'm not going to get corrupted by money. I'm not going to like mentally abuse people. I'm going to do it better.
Phone. I was deeply afraid. There was this one specific app that we would use for guest communication. I remember being so fucking afraid of that app on my phone. I would constantly live in fear. You know, I would get text messages on Sunday or like Saturday night at 11 o'clock from people who are so deeply furious, people who have mental health conditions, all sorts of different people. The guests of the show, you know, would reach out to me and they'd be like, hey, this fucked up thing happened as a result of me coming on the show. What the fuck? Just like constant PR nightmares, in my opinion. Situations that Caleb himself, in my opinion, that then were put onto me to solve. That alone was so psychologically difficult to handle because the expectation was like no matter what time of day, if somebody decides to text you with a problem, you jump on it right then because they could be a potential PR nightmare if they fucking blow up, right? So if they blow up and they blow the fucking roof off of this fucking thing, my job ends, my reputation ends, right? I'm suddenly a part of this fucking machine, right? So if one of these fucking people nukes this, my ass is on the line, right? So it doesn't matter if it's 10 p.m. on a fucking Thursday. I have to defuse the bomb, right? And then I frantically text Caleb every single time one of these fucking bombs comes. And so the whole time, I'm begging. I'm like, Caleb, we have to treat these people with respect. We have to offer some level of baseline respect to these people, right? Because like I can't be in a system where I'm the garbage man. Where like because once a week one of these motherfuckers is furious, right? In my opinion, we're building a system that is, in my opinion, by definition unsustainable. If like one erratic person is added to the pile every single week and I'm supposed to deal with that, right? Eventually, like this is going to pop. Eventually, this bubble is going to pop. So we need to create a system where people don't get fucked by this machine. I would march into that office and I would beg those motherfuckers. I'd say, hey, we need values. What are our values? And the reason why I would beg for that is because I wanted stuff that showed transparency. I couldn't sleep with what we were doing, in my opinion, right? Like we were so fucked. What we were doing was so fucked, in my opinion. It was so fucked to me that I needed something to prove to myself that like what we were doing was on some way ethical, right? And so I'm like, hey, can we write some fucking values? Can we paste them to the wall? Can we put them in the fucking like waiting room? Like let's fucking write about our values. And in my opinion, these motherfuckers would make fun of me. They would make fun of me. You know, they'd be like, well, we have 3 values, you know, because at the beginning, I got them to write down some values, right? The values were that I would beg him to get fucking certified. I would beg Robert, Caleb's business partner. I'm like, hey, man, fucking convince Caleb to take some sort of financial education certification thing because like my job was so difficult because...
Pause. It's illegal to give financial advice as a professional. You have to give up your license. If you're like Dave Ramsey had to give up his license to do this. Like, I don't know what he means. Because you're an entertainer now. Guys, just in case you don't know this, legally, finance shows are entertainment shows. You are not giving financial advice, right? So I'm just making sure you guys know this. If you watch a finance show, you are watching entertainment. They cannot legally give financial advice. So... what is he saying?
Was like my job was to find someone who knew less about finance than Caleb Hammer, who was in a bad financial situation. In my opinion, you know, they would come on the show, Caleb would rip into them, right? And then it would kind of be on me to kind of clean up the blood, right? Make sure everybody was good enough, you know? Oh, that was for fun. You know, and by the way, like you signed all these documents. That was all a joke, right? That was my job. If you want my opinion, this is my opinion. My role was there so that Caleb didn't have to feel the consequences of his own actions. Every day scared the shit out of me. These people would come to us and they would have mental health issues. They'd be like, hey, I'm really depressed. I have like multiple personalities, right? I have bipolar disorder. People would say that shit to me over the phone, right? Here's the other thing is that like I've wanted to be a YouTuber my entire life. I've done production my entire life.
You could have just become one. You could do it. You didn't have to work for a YouTuber. I've never worked for a YouTuber and I'm a YouTuber. You could just do it.
Love people. I love people, right? And I took my job extraordinarily seriously, right? Extraordinarily seriously. I would talk to these people for hours and hours and hours before they ever showed up to the studio. I would know every single thing about them because ultimately I genuinely wanted to help them change their behavior.
That's why you were wrong. You're not supposed to do that. This isn't a therapy session. You're not supposed to do that. Nah, I hate that. I think it's inappropriate for him. Is he talking to them on his own personal time and getting close to them? That's even worse. That's not good. He's trying to use language that says I'm community-based, the system, we have to get rid of the system. He's being like super inappropriately toxic and doesn't even know how he's playing a role in that toxicity because he's the good guy. I'm a good guy. I just want to help these people. I'm like a good guy, bro. I'm just trying to these people are bipolar. I'm just trying to help them, you know?
Behavior so that they could lead to better outcomes, right? I wanted to make the best show we possibly could, but I also wanted to help these people because
and he's a guy with no friends. I love people. People are the greatest. I have no friends. I have no partner. I have no job prospects. I can't hold down a job. My dad doesn't love me or give me his validation. Tessa, I think this is what you call a covert narcissist. Honestly, it's giving, you know what? I'm not a therapist. I'm not a medical professional. But if I was like, I've read books on narcissism, it's giving. Sorry. You know, but you know what? Good news is like you can get help for it. There are therapists who can help you, but you got to want to help yourself.
Cared about them. And so they would disclose to me that they have all of these mental health issues. And so I became paranoid about that too. And every single intake I did, I said, you know, hey, let us know if you have any mental health issues. And suddenly, like, if you had any mental health issues, you were suddenly not welcome on the show because like I didn't want to be responsible for somebody taking their own life and then blaming me for that, right? I didn't want to be complicit in that. Eventually, Caleb put me in charge of the post show, right? So I would co-host the post show with him. And during the post show, it always drove me crazy because I would give Caleb these outlines where it's like, hey, like I talked to this person for a very long time, right? I took transcripts of our conversations and I would like analyze them to pull out details as well as the notes that I took during the conversations. And I would like create psychological profiles of them. I would create like
You know what I'm saying? Ladies, be careful who you go home with. You know what I'm saying? Gentlemen, be careful who you swipe. You know what I'm saying? What? He's just said that with his full chest like he was the good guy. He literally just said that with his full fucking chest like it was a good thing.
intricate bulleted lists about like, hey, these are the things that we should cover during the conversation. Here are things that you can like hold their feet to the fire for. But here are some angles that you can take during this conversation that can actually help them take a step back, understand their behavior, and try to actually change their lives. Caleb would sometimes not even read my outlines, right? Caleb would glimpse them. An example of this is the Mia episode, right? If you go back and you watch the Mia episode and the Mia post show, it's this woman, she's wearing a black blouse. The entire time this woman, look, Mia, I hope you're not mad at me, but the entire time during the entire conversation with Caleb, she fails to take accountability for anything. And she constantly is blaming all of the other people in her life. And my point during the conversation in the post show was supposed to be, hey, you notice this pattern of behavior where like you're blaming everybody else in your life? If you just took accountability for these things and you shifted your locus of control from external to internal, if you take accountability for all of these things, you can change your behavior. During that post show, as I'm trying to explain that concept to this woman, after a show where Caleb has completely ignored all of my notes, in my opinion, about how this woman owns thousands and thousands of dollars in Funko Pops and a wardrobe that is like huge, right? Where like if she sold this shit, she could pay off a lot of her debt. During that post show, Caleb does a bit where he, instead of talking about how like she could change her mindset, he's doing a bit where he's eating crayons, right? Now, in my opinion, one, he didn't want me to upstage him because he knew how much I cared about that fucking person compared to him. Like, I really think he knew that like I knew so much about her that like, or maybe not, he probably did. I don't know.
This is a tough watch. Whose son is this? You just know his father is deeply confused about how this is his offspring. Now, the question is it the way he was raised? Is it something he won't get help with? How do you get a person like this help? How do you get a man like this to help themselves? Explain that to me. You know what I mean?
I don't know. He's also like, he's genuinely such an interesting person because like you don't know how much of what he's doing is like a chess move and how much of what he's doing is him being. During that post show, he's like eating crayons as I'm like trying to help this woman and I'm trying to explain. And you can just see me get so visibly upset, right? It's like, okay, like I've spent, 6 hours or more preparing this conversation, learning every single fucking thing I can about this lady, building this outline for you to change her fucking life, and you didn't even read it. And so now we've got a 20-minute post show where I can make it so that the 6 hours of work that I did trying to prep this episode isn't completely lost. And instead of that, Caleb decided to do a bit where he was just going to film himself eating crayons. Like, she's going to go home to whatever chaotic nightmare life that she has, in my opinion. Cool, whatever. I worked there for months and months and months. I'm eventually promoted to casting director, which is really nice. The Brent Davey episode. We get to a point where there is very little backlog. There was so much going on that I was so stressed out that like we didn't have a backlog of episodes, and so we needed content, right? And we're all in crunch mode, right? In my opinion, people would back out. As Caleb got more and more aggressive, people would back out more and more frequently, right? In my opinion, people would like watch the show before they came on and they'd be like, hey, I don't think I want to do this. So like I'd be fucked, right?
Oh, good. I'm glad people are actually watching the show before they go on.
In my opinion.
Apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, there is a lot of people like from the Love on the Spectrum people, from my understanding, like people just like cold apply to shows to be on TV. And then they go, hey, I'm looking for this thing. Do you want to cast? But they don't know what they're signing up for. And I just think all of those people are a specific kind of person. As much as I love the shows and I love Love is Blind and everything, it just takes like a very specific person to be that person. And look, I shouldn't talk, I'm a YouTuber, right? But like it's specific. Like I've never been in that bubble, so I don't know. But it feels like this is what Caleb is trying to do. Like your talent, come in, get out, come in, get out, come in, get out. It sounds horrible. It sounds like a headache.
And so like, I'm like freaking out, right? Being like, cool, okay, I need a Hail Mary. I need a Hail Mary. I need a Hail Mary. And eventually I settle on this idea. I'm like, we need Brent Davey back on the show. And so I remember thinking like, okay, Brent Davey is my Moby Dick and I'm Captain Ahab, right? How can I get this motherfucker back on the show? So I bust ass, right? I call, it was tough to get Brent's phone number, but I finally find the right phone number. I call him. Brent doesn't want to talk to me, wants nothing to do with me, right? I eventually negotiate a situation where I'm like, Brent, like you hate Caleb more than anything in the world, right? What if we got you to box Caleb on camera for a lump sum of money? Would you be open to this idea? I work on this problem for like a month, right? I go back and forth with Brent for like a month. I try to coordinate a boxing gym. I go to multiple different boxing gyms. I coordinate with Caleb's lawyers to try to get some sort of contract written where like we can get them to box. It all falls through, but eventually I get Brent to come back on the show, right? I get Brent to agree to come back on the show. He says, I want this much money, cash in a
I caught the troll, bros. I caught that. Ugh.
bag. I say, okay, we're going to figure that out. Here is the deal. Brent was in a pretty rough situation. He had virtually no money. I believe at this time he was sleeping in his car, and from what I remember, his family relationships seemed strained. I saw this as an opportunity to tell a redemption story. Yes, I expected some tongue-in-cheek rivalry for the show, but my ultimate intention was to actually help Brent. I viewed getting him back on the show as a redemption arc. But once the cameras started rolling, things shifted. Caleb revealed 2 custom t-shirts that featured mocking quotes from Brent's original episode. The tone wasn't exactly financial. There weren't very many documents to really talk about, and the discussion veered away from anything too helpful. What was framed as a
What's this guy's name, guys? Brent?
financial audit didn't really feel like one. It felt more like a spectacle that I had not signed up for. We get to a point in that recording where Brent is staring at the table. He's completely incommunicado, right? He's
Wait.
I'm Brent Davey. I'm 41. I'm based out of Austin, and this is Financial Audit.
So what do you do, 41-year-old Austin, Texas, for a living?
Too many things.
Okay, go on.
I don't even know, really. I'm just like hustling every day, basically, because I have been blacklisted for most jobs.
Whoa.
I have a criminal background.
What did you do?
I told Governor Abbott on Twitter that I would eat his heart, and that solicited a big reaction.
So what happened?
I was arrested. I was arrested by 6 DPS agents. They knocked on my door, and I spent 4 days in jail on a terror hold in Travis County. And then that was a misdemeanor B, terroristic threat.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds way worse than it is because I'm not a cannibal, for one. I don't eat hearts. Like, that's a metaphor.
Good to know.
And the state really wanted...
Yeah, like Caleb didn't do a background check to make sure who he was bringing on the show 2 years ago. Like, this could have been a serious situation in a sense. Like, you know, okay, 41 years old, doesn't have a job.
You're coming.
Then they bring him back.
Yeah. The reason we're using a temporary studio here and the reason you got a pat down and stuff like that is because we've received almost 40 emails and we've received many death threats from you over the course of the night. I was angry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys hear that?
40 emails and we've received many death threats from you over the course of the night. I was angry at you. Are you terrified? You're very frightened. You're a little... Okay. You're afraid of me. You said one of the only conditions to film with me again was to literally hit me. Oh, yeah. I wanted to slap you in the face. Yes. Put that in the thumbnail.
Yeah, like Caleb is a bad person to have. Caleb is so money driven, clout driven that he's willing to threaten his staff and himself to bring on this person. This is so unethical. This is like beyond unethical to me. This is not good. Maybe Caleb is like a good, like bad person meter. Like everyone who's involved with the show is a bad person. What? That's so horrible. So this is the guy, right, that he brought on. But is this the boxing episode? I guess we'll see what happens. Ew.
He's completely done speaking. He literally tells Caleb, he goes, write down whatever it is you want me to say on a piece of paper and I will say it to you verbatim so that I can be done with this, okay? He's done. And then I heard something that made my stomach drop. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, if you don't finish this conversation and talk to me for another 30 minutes, you're not going to get paid. That moment stuck with me. Whatever the intent was, the impact was clear. Someone in a vulnerable state was being cornered on camera. I remember the energy just draining from the room. It didn't feel like a show to me anymore. It felt like something else. But anyway, I watched this happen and it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. Caleb plays hardball with Brent and it barely works and Brent continues to not speak. And that's when I step in, right? Because Brent and I, at this point, Brent and I have a relationship, right? And I talk to Brent, I go, Brent, like, you know, for a moment, screw Caleb, right? Like, don't think about Caleb for a moment. What is your plan for your life? Just tell us about that, right? And then Brent opens up about this story about like music and stuff and how he wants to be a composer and how he wants
soft goals versus hard goals. Brent is all about soft goals. Nothing's ever going to happen. You're 41, you haven't figured it out, and you got an attitude.
He essentially wants to do piano and he's making original art and stuff, and his music was beautiful and that was great. But as I got Brent to keep talking, Caleb looks at me and he goes, Noah, stop talking, right? Like, Noah, stop. The way he commanded me to stop talking once Brent was continuing to film the show. And I was so used to that at that point that it worked and I shut the fuck up. Brent finished the conversation after that. Afterward, I had a conversation with someone on the team where I floated the idea, hey, what if Brent had been recording that conversation? The look that I got back from that teammate said it all. That's when it hit me. The unease that I felt, it didn't just seem to be mine. It was shared. It was real. I wanted to tell a story about redemption. What happened instead was something I couldn't justify. Suddenly, I felt like I was complicit for staying. Every muscle in my body is like, go do something else. Go do something else. Don't continue to relive these moments. But like, I'm like halfway through this, and I've never made it this far into recording this video. I've made it like 45 minutes into recording this video, but I've never made it this far. So I'm just gonna fucking do this, and it's not gonna be perfect. And I probably sound manic or crazy or whatever the fuck, but I'm just gonna keep going. And eventually, someday, when I achieve some level of closure, I will be able to talk about this hopefully in a way that's like not so deeply world fucking riveting. People aren't going to understand that. They don't understand like the level of fear and fight or flight that I experience on a day-to-day as a result of this situation.
Somebody give me a cigarette. Somebody give me a cigarette. What?
They don't get it. Cool, this shit with Brink goes down. George Camel is coming into town. George Camel's coming into town to collaborate with Caleb Hammer. Oh my God, sound the alarm. George Camel, the TikTok Gen Z peeling side of Dave Ramsey, is coming to Hammer Studios, Hammer Media. What the fuck is the fucking building called? I don't fucking remember. So, George Camel is coming to film something with Caleb Hammer.
Okay, I know who George is.
Caleb Hammer says, oh my God, I have an idea. The last time that we by co-auditing him with Graham Stephan, that was kind of fun. Let's do the same thing. No, you ready for a co-audit? This time, you know, again, I'm offered, you know, it's like, hey, I can consent or I don't have to consent.
You love Dave Ramsey. This is your opportunity to get in.
I'm thinking to myself, like, you know, I really heavily consider it, right? I heavily consider it this time because now I'm disillusioned. I have watched Caleb Hammer take these people apart every single fucking day of my life for the past like 8 months. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, fuck me. Like, am I going to subject myself to this again? Right? My finances were in a much, much better position. But at the same time, like the emotional fallout that happened to me from coming on that show the first time was so fucking crazy. It was just so difficult to explain to anybody. The way that you feel naked in front of everyone is so strange. I'm thinking to myself, okay, like I'm supposed to do this again. Everybody in the audience was like, oh, I can't wait for Noah's follow-up. After a very, very long time where I'm like, no, I don't think this is a good idea. I eventually sit on it and I chew on it enough where I'm like, okay, fuck it. Let's go. Like I've seen this guy take people apart. I am this guy's fucking special sauce, right? Like I know this motherfucker and how he argues better than he does, right? So like, let's go. Let's be the wall, right? Like I know, I've seen behind the curtain. So I roll up to audit number 2. You know, again, I barely slept the night before. I've been preparing for weeks, right? I've been preparing the week beforehand, like running like scenarios where I'm like, okay, he's probably gonna do this, and then I should probably go like this because I don't want to be humiliated again, right? The first time I went in, you know, very like green-eyed, right? Green-eyed, bushy-tailed, you know, and I remember the comments being like, oh, this guy's fucking nervous and talking too
What's this guy's name that we're watching? Noah.
much and whatever. And so the second time I go in like this. Hi, welcome to the show. Yep, these are my finances. Go ahead and dig through them. Yep. Whatever, we do the audit. I'm embarrassed to do the audit because like, you know, during that month, I was spending so much money. I was not going into debt. I was not using debt at that time, right? But I was spending so much money.
Wait.
My name's Noah. I'm 27.
Wait, it's called You Won't Be Surprised I Fired Him. 1 year ago, January 2024. This happened 2 weeks ago. If you're reading this, thank you for caring. Thank you for being here. If you care, thank you for caring. You don't have to care, but if you do, I appreciate you. Your attention is extremely valuable and you have no obligation to share with me. But if you choose to do so, just know I'm extremely grateful, sir. He has ADHD. Theoretically, the Patreon is home to more BTS content, but I have ADHD and consistently can be hard as hell. So like, I don't know, give me time to really nail this one. My editors need to eat. This helps me eat. Who's your editor? Who can you pay? What is this? Are you fucking with me right now?
I'm based out of Austin, Texas, and I'm an alcoholic. I mean, I'm on financial audit. This is financial audit. It was going to be a bit. I was going to do a bit. I'm going to try it again. Here we go. No bit this time.
Not. You absolute.
So this is Caleb Hammer.
We are keeping it.
Oh.
No, come on.
No, sorry. This is Caleb Hammer with what's his name? Wow, I'm blanking on names right now. My spoons are draining. Graham Stephan, yeah. Hey everyone, just want to clear this up. When Noah mentioned his $50,000 salary and I said, get him, Graham, my response was in support of the $50,000. It's a solid opportunity and Noah has a job that people would willingly love to do for free. Caleb has a great team and great trajectory. And if he were to post an application, he'd have hundreds willing to do this work for free just to be around them. I know this because I get offers on a daily basis. I also understand that Noah was half joking about get him Graham in response to $50,000 base salary, but in no way did I ever advocate for free labor or that Caleb shouldn't pay his employees. People deserve to get paid for their work. My comment was simply meant to be cheeky and a friendly banter. This is from Graham. So a base salary of $50,000, and then there's like he can get like I guess opportunities to make more money. $50,000. I don't think that's enough money. 4 days a week? Is he working 5 days a week? Is he salary based? So he's letting people. The problem with salary based is that you might allow people to take advantage of you because salary based employees tend to be overworked unless the salary is really good and the bonuses are really good. So there's something about that. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to this Noah video now.
Trying to cope mentally with the I was just blowing money.
I mean, I guess Noah could have gotten roommates, definitely. If you're making $50K before tax, you gotta have roommates. That's really not enough in Austin. Austin's also the gayest friendly place in Texas, and it's like one of the most expensive. So $50,000, Caleb has to know on $50K, he has to assume you have roommates, right?
I was making an incredible amount of money, and then I was blowing just as much, trying to live with myself.
Oh.
And so that was kind of like why I was ashamed to do the follow-up.
So he felt like he was making enough money. Maybe it is enough? I don't know.
Towards the beginning, I explained the emotional fallout from doing the show the first time, right? I explained how difficult it was for me. I explained like what it was like to read the comments, and I
I
explained.
guess it's the average individual income is 40 to 52,000 in Austin. Household income is 91,000. So it's like if two people are working, most likely. A good salary. So like median salaried income, 65,000, with 80% of salaries falling between 31,000 and 150,000. Interesting.
How much respect I have for each of the people that do decide to come on Financial Audit, because it's fucking grueling. The entire audit was very passive aggressive. Now, conveniently, all of that footage was removed, right? The parts where I talk about the emotional fallout from me going on the show the first time, as well as like all this other shit about. Eventually, days after, I was sent the rough cut of my conversation with George and Caleb, and all of those parts of the conversation were removed. The part where I talk about the emotional fallout was removed. The whole conversation was very strange, right? We do a stream afterwards too. And during the stream, there's a comment on the stream that's like, wow, it's so weird to see George around these people who are using such profanity, right? He would call the stream the Goon Squad, right? Anyway, whatever. We finished the fucking filming. I get a couple days later, the rough cut, which is supposed to just be the raw footage, in my opinion. But they had removing sections of this conversation, without any notice, right? In my opinion, like they removed all the parts where I was like, hey, going on the show the first time fucking drove me crazy. They
He said paraphrasing for comedic value.
just snip that away. Like we don't need that. That'd be terrible. And then we do the live stream, right? On the live stream, George reads a comment about how it's weird that like he's around so much profanity, right? And then Caleb uses that as an opportunity to drop the C word. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, what a horribly unprofessional thing to do to another person in this space. To drop the C word after they're clearly uncomfortable about the language that's being used on the program, right? To just blatantly do that on a live stream.
No offense to George. He's a grown up. I think he can handle the C word. Okay, relax. Like, I respect people. I respect adults' boundaries when it comes to cursing when I'm in their house. Not when they're in mine. Like, you're on my show. We use cuss words. It's funny. You're an adult. You can handle it. What is he, 5? Okay. Yeah, C word. You get demonetized if you say it on YouTube. So I try not to say it. But yeah, like, relax. You know what I mean? I feel like there's something about like coddling adults. So like, oh, don't say the F word. Oh. And I'm like, grow up, bro. Like, I get it. Some people are really upset about curse words or cussing or whatever. Cool. You don't want to swear? Got it. But like, relax. Okay, relax with like, oh, it's a consent violation. You said the F word around him. Relax. Okay. He's trying to be funny. He's trying to be saucy because he knows. But George is religious. Why is he even going on Caleb Hammer? You know what I mean? If you're so Christian, you can't handle cussing, don't go on Caleb Hammer. I don't even know why are you even validating Caleb's work? Why is Dave Ramsey or any of those people even validating Caleb's work? As good Christian people, you shouldn't even be collabing with Caleb Hammer, let alone advocating for Donald Trump to be president. So I don't really give a fuck about these people being sensitive. They voted for a rapist. Go fuck yourselves.
With thousands of people watching. Cool, whatever. There was also a guy that I deeply look up to named Chris Do. And Chris Do is this person that had helped me previously in my career. His ideas had helped me make money as I was struggling to build my own marketing agency. I watched his videos religiously.
The marketing agency that failed?
And I had implemented a lot of his advice, and I deeply, deeply looked up to this guy. I met him at a YouTube
He's in the boy bubble so hard.
Creator event. So anyway, I talked to Chris Do. I'm like, Chris, like, I took your advice earlier in my career, and it caused me to, fundamentally change my life. I quit my job as a result of your advice, and I built a marketing agency. Chris, what?
Well, you built a failed marketing agency.
What if you told me the wrong advice, man? Like, does that ever fuck with you? Thinking to myself, like, I'm racked with guilt all the time. Chris Do essentially gives me the advice from Spider-Man. He goes, like, with great power comes great responsibility.
A personal brand is the impression that people have about you, that gut feeling about who you are, your values, your belief systems. And you need to consistently show up as that person. So you're going to share what you know, and you're going to build this upon the experience and the things that you've actually accomplished, not the things you just read about. And there's a general rule here, which is you do personal development in private when no one's watching. And when you discover things, you teach that in public.
Like, we have a responsibility as content creators to do right by our audience, right? To search until we have the correct answers. And so I remember that evening after the George Camel shoot and everything, I remember staying up very, very, very late, and I wrote like an equation. Because, like, I was at that point so much that I didn't know what was reality and what was not. I remember picking 4 criteria, right? The first criteria was long-term monetary health. The second criteria was short-term monetary health. The third criteria was long-term reputation. And the fourth criteria was morally correct. Those were the 4 criteria in which I evaluated my decision on. There was a decision matrix I needed to make as well, right? I could either quit and just walk the fuck out the door. I could try to implement change, or I could do like a combination of multiple, right? Or I could do nothing. I remember sitting down and literally numerically like assigning weights and doing a weighted average of like how to conduct myself and make this decision. Morally correct was like 60% of the weight. I knew there was going to be a negative short-term monetary impact to me if I quit my job, right? I assigned each one a score out of 10. So that was like a 2 out of.
This is so ADHD of him. Habibi, stop making lists and do your goddamn job. Habibi, all the time you spent in this, just do your job. Quit your job. Get a new job. Go to college. You can't though. It's so ADHD of him to work this fucking hard on just, bro, I get it, bro. You know how many notebooks my partner buys me that I go through because I'm just writing down ideas? I'm a paper waster. My partner buys me notebooks because I just write random scribbles and notes, and I'm like, today's the day. This is the new schedule we're implementing that's going to be perfect. Oh, and by the way, got ruined this morning at 8 a.m. when Indiana decided to hack a hairball, and she woke us both up because we were afraid she was dying, but she was just hacking up a hairball. And then I was up at 8 a.m. and then I didn't go back to bed, even though I'm supposed to wake up at 11 or 10 because I'm up late for nights. And so I've been up since 8 a.m. and it is 11 p.m. because I couldn't go back to bed. Stop making lists. Just do the thing. Trust me. One of the most bonding things my partner and I ever did was go over our list notebooks together. And I looked at his list notebook. I was like, ah, yes, the ideal work schedule, living schedule that ends up stopping halfway through because you're not actually going to do it. I love it. Every second's detailed for both of us. 8 a.m., this, 8:15, this, 9. It never works that way. It's never going to work that way, girl. You need to be what's this called? An A-type personality for that to be your life. And that ain't us, girl. It's not us. Never gonna be us. Not us. Stop making lists. Just do it.
Out of 10, right? Like, I did have some savings though. I had about 3 months of savings. So like, I knew that like, even if I did decide to leave, like the short-term monetary impact wouldn't be completely debilitating. Then I thought long-term monetary impact, right? It's like, okay, well, probably if I left, like my long-term earning potential probably wouldn't be negatively hindered all too much. That was like a 5 out of 10. Then it was long-term reputation, like, staying presented like, and then morally correct. I ran these multiple scenarios, and what I ultimately came away with was I needed to leave. Leaving was probably the best option. But then I realized there was no marginal cost of trying to affect change on my way out the door, right? That's what I perceived at the time. I could tell.
Okay, true. Chess says it feels too good not to write the list. Listen to me. I do love writing a list. I do love it. But also, let's write the list, but actually do something. Look, just write down every day what has to get done and what you want to do. Hard goals for the day, soft goals for the day. And hard goals, you better do. And soft goals, don't pretend they're hard goals. Hard goals for the day, soft goals for the day. Hard goals today, finish this live stream. That is over 7 hours long and going to be over 7 hours long by the time we're done. Okay? Finish this goddamn live stream. Go to the grocery store. I wanted to make myself a vegan dish I saw on TikTok, so I went to the grocery store today. Those are my 2 hard goals for today. 2 soft goals for today. Post a clip. I highly doubt I'm going to get to that. I'll be so fucking for real. Okay. Oh, I guess 3rd hard goal, make dinner. Get my dinner eaten. Okay. I guess there is no other soft goal today. No, that's it. My only soft goal today would be to post a clip, which I guarantee you is not happening today. But it's okay. I can do it tomorrow morning. No big deal. It's my day off, but I can wake up in the morning and post a clip. No biggie. Okay. I got 2 friend calls tomorrow, catching up with peeps, see how they've been doing. But I already did all my hard goals. I'm basically done for today. I'm really proud of myself. Okay. And then tomorrow we'll just, we'll do what we can. Okay. You just don't overwhelm yourself and don't overpromise to yourself.
administration, hey, you know, these changes need to be made, and just see what happens. So I do that. The next morning, I go to Robert, Caleb's business partner. People are like, well, why didn't you just talk to Caleb about these things? And it's like, well, I did talk to Caleb about these things for months and months and months and months and months and months and months. And so it just became this like dead end, right? And so instead I just talked to Robert. So I talked to Robert in the morning. I'm like, hey, Robert, like, I'm not going to have this conversation with you because it's being recorded by Caleb on the security camera. And I want to make sure that we can have a privileged moment between you and me. So instead we go for a walk around the facility, and I explain to Robert, I go, Robert, can you explain to me why you think some of the things that we're doing here are okay? And he goes, yeah, well, you know, these 3 things are true about our operation and true about Caleb, meaning that all of the stuff that we're doing here is justified. I go, okay, cool. I listen to him for about 45 minutes, explain these 3 things, right? Then I give him instances where each one of those 3 things was blatantly violated by Caleb. You know, you're saying that it's okay that we did this because he didn't do this, but that's actually not true because I can point to the situation here. We had this conversation around the building. I then tell Robert, I go, Robert, have you seen the fucking raw shoot footage from Brent Davey? Because like I had Robert go and look for the source footage, right? Because that was obviously removed from the edit. So I go and I get the raw footage from Brandon, or I encourage Robert to go get that from Brandon, and Robert watches that footage. Robert then goes and he talks to Caleb for some time. And it's a normal day of work, right? So we all sit back down. Now, at this point, the editing team had finished editing the episode with Brent Davey. And so it's a Friday, I think. And so like over lunch, before the guest for that day is coming in, over lunch, we all sit down and we watch the Brent Davey edit. The Brent Davey video opens with, you know, this like joking caricature opening about how it's like a Smash Bros intro. It's framed as like a friendly rivalry. Throughout this conversation, you know, as Caleb systematically humiliates Brent over and over and over again with each t-shirt and whatever, I just look around the room and every single person in this room is smiling and laughing. And I realize like truly like the level of dehumanization that is going on, right? It's like this man that we're laughing at right now, and we're all sitting around as Caleb is literally making fun of him for online views and money. And I'm furious. I'm sitting there staring daggers across from myself into another production person. And Robert stops the filming. He realizes, Noah's like having a fucking mental break because I'm right. Like I watched something fucking horrible go down and I'm fucking tweaking. And so Robert stops the viewing party, right? We go and we film with the guest. And then that afternoon, I'm called into Robert's office. The last conversation that I had in person with Caleb Hammer was when we recorded that last post show. I don't even fucking remember what happened during that conversation. I was disassociating the entire time. I sit down, I'm pulled into Robert's office, and Robert fires me, which I knew was coming. I am so...
Oh, shit. First of all, thank you guys for your nice comments in the chat. I've been snacking on pretzels. You are correct. I will have a scrumptious, delicious, something I'm trying to say, dinner after this. Don't worry about me. But wait, what? But it could have just come out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? But like also you were complaining and you weren't complying and you weren't doing your job. They probably knew he wasn't the right fit pretty early on, I feel.
So anxious right now. I'm experiencing so many different emotions, like mentally reliving all of these things that like it's difficult for me to articulate, I think, some of the nuances of this. But like
Hold on, I want to rewind that a little bit.
Associating the entire time. I sit down, I'm pulled into Robert's office, and Robert fires me, which I knew was coming. I am so anxious right now. I'm experiencing so many different emotions, like mentally reliving all of these things that like it's difficult for me to articulate, I think, some of the nuances of this. But like you don't understand how much that fucking hurt me. You don't get it, right? Because even though Caleb is, in my opinion, even though he put me through all of this shit, right? Like Caleb Hammer was one of my best friends. People don't understand that.
What is up with these people? You guys can't be best friends with somebody if they, like, it has to kind of be reciprocal. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can have an unconditional love for somebody, but it also has to be like kind of reciprocal. You know what I mean? Like if somebody's, you know what I'm saying? Like you can call them your bestie in a sense, or like hold some dearness to your own heart. But like you also like, listen, okay, it's not that deep. Like sometimes your besties don't talk to you anymore. It's life. Get over it. Like it hurts more when you're a kid, but like as an adult, you have to accept that people will go their own way. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Like first it has to be reciprocal. And then if your bestie's like, hey, I don't want to be besties with you anymore. Okay. That's sad. I'll cry about it. But like, good luck. I wish you the best. Love you. Like go to therapy. But like, there's no way Caleb fucking Hammer is your best friend. And there's no way he sees you as his best friend. I refuse to believe this is true. I refuse to believe after less than a year of working with somebody that this is your best friend. When he started off the video saying he has no friends. This is the loneliness epidemic. Okay? This is the loneliness epidemic.
Even Caleb like to diminish our relationship to like, oh, well, you know, he just works here. But
It's giving stalker. It's giving inappropriate parasocial relationship. It's giving consent violator. Ethan did this. Destiny did this. This guy does it. Why do they pretend you're closer to these people than you are? You're not close. We don't know you. Get over it. All these people are like, we were so close. They were friends. Relax.
But like we were essentially like comedy duo partners, like on his post show. We had a very, very like, it was strange for sure, but like I don't think Caleb is very close to very many people, and I'm not super close to very many people either. We were buddies, right? We were fucking good buddies.
Doubt it. Baby reindeer. Baby reindeer in the chat. Martha from Baby Reindeer type. Baby reindeer. Caleb. It's my baby reindeer. Bro, chill.
And I talk about too, like the fawning thing. Like I used to joke on the show all the time that Caleb was my dad. That was a joke that I would tell all the time. You know, even jokingly referring to some.
Girl, I can have such a good time with a stranger. I would convince them that the God sent me down from heaven to be their best friend. It's called chemistry. It's called fun. You are not this man's best friend.
Somebody as your father.
Oops, my bad.
There was a closeness between us that was implicit to me and very important to me.
Whoa, bro froze.
And then to be fired, you know, to be fired by like, to not even be fired by that person, right? To have him have his buddy do the dirty work, right? Of firing me.
Bro, the aftermath.
So anyway, I get home. And as I'm being fired, Robert, he proposes this idea to me that like, you know, they'll pay me if I sign their severance agreement. It's an NDA that.
Tell me how much.
And so, you know, the deal is put on the table of sign this deal, get paid your and get the fuck out. I tell Robert during the interaction that I need at least 2 weeks in order to evaluate that decision, but I knew deep in my fucking soul that I was never going to fucking sign a piece of paper like that. That evening, as this negotiation is on the table, Caleb Hammer texts me the security camera footage of me being fired, right? Of Robert firing me. The next morning, he sent me an email about, oopsie, I had confided in him, right? Multiple times on his show that I had trauma around being fired. That night, after I received that text message from Caleb Hammer, I immediately freaked the fuck out. I was terrified, right? I was terrified. Caleb Hammer knew where I lived. I lived less than a mile from his studio.
Wow. I'm not a therapist, but the way he is literally the one who's inappropriate, the one who's giving soccer vibes, the one who's literally, and then he's turning it around like Caleb is the threat to my life. Sir, you're the one who is unhinged. You're the one who is scary in the story. You are literally scary. Whoa. All of this could have stopped if he healed his daddy issues. He can't. He won't go to therapy. He'll talk to his friend who's a therapist for an hour, but he won't go to therapy. Whoa. This is unsafe, bro. I'm telling you, school shooter vibes. I'm sorry. That's what it is. Somebody get this man a checkup.
Less than a quarter mile from his studio. I would skateboard to his fucking studio. I went and I bought mace, I bought a baseball bat, and I bought a fucking doorstop because I had no idea what was going to happen, right? My sense of safety was gone. My sense of safety was fucking obliterated in that moment. I get the email the next morning, which is plausible deniability in my opinion. Caleb says, oh, whoopsie, I accidentally sent you the footage of your own firing, right? My mother immediately flies down to Austin, Texas, right? She drops everything. I was so mentally fucked up.
Ooh, these Machiavellian mothers coddling their sons between their tits instead of getting them the therapy they need. We're looking at a Machiavellian mother in motion. Please, somebody, do something. Call somebody. Girl.
That like I was genuinely like terrified, right? I go to a lawyer and I essentially decide this. I decide I'm not signing anything. And I essentially propose this to them. I propose like a mutual peace treaty because like if Caleb told a story definitively about my departure from that company, I knew I was going to spend so much time rewriting the public narrative that like I couldn't have that, right? So I'm like, look, if you talk about this at all, then I will talk about this too. I will agree to not talk about this.
$10 says the mom coddles him and the dad is disappointed in him. And there's no balance. There's no accountability. There's no real therapy. I'm telling you, he's not from Texas. He moved to Texas. I think he said he was from New York, right? He moved to Texas, but his mom dropped everything and flew out to comfort him. He's 27 years. He's 28. I get your mom coming out to like support you, but why do you have trauma over getting fired because you're a bad employee? Go to therapy. ADHD is crippling. Go to therapy. Get help. Learn that you have a disability.
Situation if you agree to not mention me. And they go for that, which is great. That buys me
By the way, ADHD doesn't actually make you a bad person, though. It can make you an unreliable person. Like maybe you have a hard time meeting deadlines or holding down a job or being there for friends, but it doesn't actually make you like a bad person or a violent person necessarily. Like there, you know, it could make you make bad decisions or impulse control, but your values. So this man who's all like values, values, values. Where are your values? Where are they?
Me time. That said, it also makes me walk on eggshells for the next like 6 months of my life, right?
Why? Why? What part of your psychology says I need to be threatened by Caleb Hammer? Why would Caleb, I mean, his name is Hammer, but why would Caleb Hammer be a threat to your life? How does that even make sense? And tell me, by the end of this video, this man does not say he went to therapy.
If you don't talk about me, I won't talk about you. That's the armistice that we have for multiple months. My mom flies down. I'm fucking terrified. We take all my shit. We sell most of it, right? I literally lose thousands of dollars in value of my shit just because like I'm like, get me the fuck home, right? I sell all my shit.
Oh, to your mommy and daddy's house? Because you can't hold down a job? Because you're insufferable and no one can work with you?
Because I'm fucking terrified. People don't understand that like I genuinely feared for my safety. And you can make fun of me of that. Like I don't care. But like I genuinely to my core was like, this man is powerful. So get me the fuck home. And then
oh, yes, Caleb Hammer with his his 2 million subscribers. Me. What?
Less than a week, I sell all my shit and we drive from Austin, Texas back to New York. The drive is about 22.
To be fair, Caleb Hammer's viewers are vicious. I wonder if he means to say I'm afraid of Caleb Hammer in his audience, the same way the debate bros are kind of scary. Is that what he means? Is he saying he's not afraid of Caleb hurting him, he's afraid of the viewers hurting him? Because that would make more sense. But why are you afraid of Caleb hurting you?
2 hours or something, you know, if you have no traffic, and we had traffic. I did this in 2 days, right? I was so scared that we shoved all of my shit in my car after selling what we could, and we fucking haul ass back to Syracuse in 2 days. I drove, of the 22 hours, I think I drove like 18 of them or 17 of them by myself, and my mom did like a little bit of the relief. And suddenly I'm back home.
Ugh.
I'm having trouble with this because this is awful to talk about. Like, I bet nobody's going to fucking even watch this late into the video. If you watch this late into the video, post a comment. At this point, I'm back in New York, right? I'm back in New York.
Oh, New York.
Like, my mind is racing, right? I'm like, okay, you know, how do I come out on top from all this, right? That's like what my mind is doing, right? Well, I built a company, not realizing at the time, like, how deeply psychologically fucked up I am from all of this, right? I don't realize that I'm like I think I'm like hard, right? I think I'm like, oh, fuck it. I don't realize that I think I'm like Iron Man 1, right? And I realize upon reflection, I'm actually Iron Man 3 when he starts to have like PTSD fucking like flashbacks and shit, and he has like a panic attack, and Jarvis is like, dude, I think it's just you freaking the fuck out, right?
How did you get out of the wormhole?
I thought I was in Iron Man 1. I'm trying to talk to my old friends. I'm trying to reconnect with my old friends. I go social
Oh, so you do have friends. Which friends?
media dark. I'm just trying to be a person again. My first goal is to get out of my parents' house, and I'm like, okay, we have this building. It's like a small cottage. We have this in our family, but like it was kind of falling apart. There was some shit that needed to be done, some work that needed to be done on it. And I'm like, okay, let's crawl. How can I make forward progress in my life? Let's get the fuck out of mom and dad's house. I'll go fix up this place. And I did that. My dad helped a ton. So suddenly I have like a place where I can like be alone with my thoughts, right? Which is so wonderful. I know I need money, so I go and I get 2 bartending jobs, and I'm serving drinks as a bartender eventually. As I start to go through my daily life, I notice certain cracks, right? I notice certain cracks within me, right? My buddy has a bachelor party, and I go to the bachelor party, and there's like a minor conflict. And like normally at earlier points in my life, this wouldn't have been like a big deal, but like I realized that like I'm so incredibly emotional as a result of going through this situation that like I'm starting to realize this, right? I'm starting to realize this in interactions with people in my life, right? I talk to my parents and I freak out, right? I talk to my friends and I freak out, right? And I'm like, what is happening? And I begin to realize like, oh my God, like I think I'm fucked up. Right? It's so hard to explain to people who have never had significant mental health struggles before what it's like to become aware that like you might not be mentally well as a result of the experiences that you've experienced.
My diagnosis is that you've experienced a severe anxiety attack.
Me?
After weeks and weeks and weeks of people telling me what to do and, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't talk about it, right? 'Cause everyone I'm surrounded by, I was so afraid when I came back. I was just telling them all of the horrible things that Caleb could do to me if he so chooses.
No. Chat's just coming in, says, I did miss the beginning of the video, but having a bad boss can be traumatic. And yes, he should unpack this in therapy. Having a bad boss can be traumatic. What he had was a bad employee himself. This is not on Caleb Hammer. I'm sorry. This is on him. You know what I mean? Great point. Chat says, if you're at work, are we in a place of business? Guys, welcome to my place of business. Okay, welcome to my place of business. Thank you. Welcome.
Right, if I navigated the situation the wrong way, maybe he could sue me. Maybe he could send somebody after me. Maybe he could send a private investigator after me. Maybe he could try to slander my online reputation. Maybe he could try to make it so that I could never get hired in this industry ever again. He could blacklist me. Maybe he could
Oh my God, sir.
do all these things. I would tell everybody.
He also had major daddy issues coming into this. ADHD he refuses to get help for, and like a lot of trauma leading into this.
My life, all these things like ad nauseum, right? And so like they started to mirror those statements back to me, right? And I didn't even think about that. And so like they deeply would discourage me from ever making anything like this, right? Everyone in my life would be like, oh, like they would be so they were gripped with such fear. But I've wanted to make content my entire life, so I started to realize it's like, okay, I need to make
Damn, I'm finally getting Sabrina Carpenter's song. Manchild is playing in my head. I can hear it in the back of my head.
incremental crawling progress forward in any manifestation. So I started with an audio only podcast. I started with Brain Juice, right? The idea that like let's just like talk. So I started an audio only podcast, and the first episode was kind of a janky mess, but like, you know, it's essentially me saying like, hey, like I'm gonna figure this out. It's essentially me throwing down the gauntlet of like, I'm gonna figure out how to do this. And that's what that first episode is supposed to be. And in every subsequent thing, like what I realized eventually was that like I was trying to like put my psyche back together. I was trying to put back together an identity, because in one moment, as soon as Robert fired me from that company, my identity had shattered. For some reason, as I was like making stuff, like I felt compelled. I was experiencing so many.
Yeah, like I want to be mean to him. Chad said mean girl though. I'm sorry. I want to be mean to him. I want to be mean to him. He makes me want to go for every insecurity I see in him, everything I know that will destroy his character, because I feel like he's undeserving of my compassion, because he has been so just like, there's nothing for me to grasp. Like I want to be, he brings out my misandry. He brings out my meanness. And I have to be like, ooh, Jesus is testing me today. You know? And I'm like, so like, I get it. I get the desire to want to be mean to men. But like, not good for your skin. I was going to say something earlier and I stopped myself, and I'm so proud of myself, because girl, the way I was going to be like, tear him up, tear him up, tear him up. Okay? I'm not going to be mean to you. You're being mean enough to yourself. But girl, do not ask me for my spoons. Do not ask me for my compassion or my energy. The only person who needs to give that to you right now is someone you pay good money to. You better be paying the person who's doing the emotional labor to hear you talk.
Many intense emotions. This whole situation made me deal with like years and years and years of repressed trauma. I started a series called My Failure Resume, where I would go through my past projects and I would talk about how the deeply ingrained shame and embarrassment that I felt from each one of them. And as I unpacked that shame and embarrassment, I went back and I made a few apologies, and I went back and I corrected my own record, right? I wanted to make sure that the public saw me for what I actually was. I wanted people to understand like, oh.
Don't worry, Habibi. We definitely see you for who you are now. By the reception he got in his comment sections, oh, we see you, Habibi. Don't worry. Don't worry. We see you.
Oh, like this is like a fucking builder, right? This person is like compulsively building these things, because it drove me insane. They thought that Caleb was my savior. It's like, Caleb Hammer is not my savior. I am fucking crazy, right? I build shit. I fucking build shit, and I'm fucking hungry. And so it felt like he was stealing that identity from me. And I wanted to first take back that identity, because at my heart, at my core, I'm an entrepreneur and someone who builds. Reestablishing that as my identity was my first objective. I start making stuff. I start putting out stuff as, you know, in the cadence that I can. I try to audio only at first, and then we add video in. Some of it has traction. In the video that I made about the RIT newsman, I'm like, oh, it'd be really funny to fuck with him and try to like position it in a way that's like, hey, like I got fired. And then I made the beginning of the video like super ambiguous, so that it was like, hey, like maybe Noah talks about this time. Cool. Eventually I build up the balls, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go back and retroactively correct some of these narratives that were spun about me, about my departure from Hammer Media. I was on the creepy Caleb Hammer subreddit. I put out all this video. I try to work with these people to, you know, make all this shit. And I think on some level I decided like, okay, I don't think I need to make a video about this situation, because like I can go and conquer the world with my own content, right? I can take the high road. And ultimately what I realized is what I've been trying to do is make a vlog. And in creating the first episode of the vlog, the original name of my channel was Noah Chrysler TV. This vlog is going to be the relaunch of Noah Chrysler TV. Ugh. And on television shows, the pilot episodes are always
I'm still waiting for him to say he went to therapy. 5 minutes left, girls. Did he go to therapy, or did he just build another YouTube channel? Don't hold your breath.
you know, where are we starting? Where does the story start? In Community, the story starts with Jeff Winger, you know, being demoted from a lawyer. He was disbarred and now he's going to community college, right? That's the beginning of his story, right? That backstory is very important to the premise of Community. I created the first episode of Noah Chrysler TV with that mindset, right? It's like, what's the backstory that leads up to this, right? And so I recorded this very deeply angry monologue in the woods. And as I'm cutting it, I'm just realizing like, this is not usable. Like, this is not gonna, I'm not gonna come across in the ways, like I need to be meticulous with this. And I can't be meticulous with this because like I can't make it both meticulous but also entertaining. So eventually you will probably see that episode. But this is why I'm making this video, is because I realized I just needed to communicate as much of this information as possible to you before giving you that context.
Ugh.
The public violation, Caleb breaking his promise to not talk about you, his sanitized story gaining traction on Reddit, your intervention with facts, timeline, and receipts. You know, I send Caleb's team a message. I'm going to go correct these old false narratives about me over on Reddit that your audience, they're all spreading speculation. So I jump into those threads and I clarify. Before I did that, I sent communications to Caleb Hammer and his team. I'm like, look, I will not tolerate false narratives being spread about me in this situation. It is one of the most traumatic situations of my fucking life. I go take...
Ethan! Get off Reddit! Ethan Klein, listen to me, Daddy Jordan Peterson. Get off Reddit. You don't belong there. Ethan! Yo, get off Reddit, you fucking losers! Go touch grass, go snort coke, go fuck a woman, do anything but be on Reddit. Consensually. Jesus, get off Reddit. Y'all don't read about yourself. Okay? Go to your therapist, talk to your family and friends, revisit your own content, talk to your audience. Don't go to Reddit. Jesus, fuck. Reddit is, I know, chat, Discord said, one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. What would we do without these good men? Wow. What a great American male. His skin is amazing. It's very white. I really love white skin. White skin is just so heroic. I just feel like the main character in a movie should definitely be white because white is bright. And when you're bright, you're right. Fuck. Okay. Shh. My neighbors. I gotta be quiet. It's 11:30 at night. Shh. Okay. It's a weekend. It's a weekend. It's a weekend. It's fine.
Take to Reddit after that, and I correct the record. 2 days later, Caleb jumps into a Reddit thread, and he... If you look back at my content since the start of making, since the relaunch of my channel, there are seeds sown through all of my content about this situation. I'm talking about past traumatic situations from my life. I'm talking about other stuff, but I'm talking about that in the wake of this situation, this fucking mental nuclear bomb that I went through. The last video that I posted to this channel, it's supposed to be a dream.
Bro, wait. Chaz, this your partner in the other room and googly eyes? Sometimes my partner will be like, I heard you yelling and out of context, I need you to know it sounded crazy. And then he's like, sometimes I hop onto your stream to be like, what is she yelling about? And then I was like, oh, and I was like, bro, it must be so funny to be in the other room, just hearing me go. He goes, sometimes I just hear you doing Jordan Peterson. And I'm like, this is who you married. This is who you married. Congratulations. Oh.
Sequence, right? Where it's supposed to be about like, hey, like imagine this idea that like you could wake up, become self-aware in your own life as if you're in a lucid dream. You could make an application video that gets you sent halfway across the country so that you can go and fucking work on a show that's seen by
relax
millions of people.
He's so
you
dramatic.
could lucid dream in your own life, take control of your own life and fucking write reality, right? But then what if that lucid dream becomes a waking nightmare? What if you get caught in a web that you didn't see? People are going to call me a clout chaser. People are going to call me all sorts of fucking horrible, fucked up shit. But like, look, here's the facts of that. I've been making content for over 10 years. I am not a successful content creator. I don't have a critical mass of audience. I don't have critical mass of people that support me. And you know what? This video will probably be one of the most viewed things I've ever made in my entire fucking life. And you know what? People are going to be like, well, you know what? He's only attacking Caleb because...
Hi, my name's Noah Chrysler, and this is my YouTube channel. I'm really excited about it. It's something that I've been wanting to do for a very long time, probably since I was, 15 and naive, and I saw all of these really cool YouTube celebrities, and I was like, oh my god, they're so funny and great, and I want to be one of those. And not saying that that's the goal here. The goal is to do this and have fun, and, find my own voice, I think. And in doing this, I asked myself the question, right? Like, Noah, like, what do you want to do? And you know what? I kind of know, but at the same time, I think part of that question is do it, Start doing it. Just fucking do it. Just go do it. Like Shia LaBeouf says, just do it. And so this is it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, and then I'm going to find my voice on the way, Part of success, right, is showing up, is producing stuff And then along the way, you see what works and what doesn't work. And for a long time, I feel like I have been intimidated by producing things that don't work, like by failing, by producing something and having everybody hate it. You know what? That stops you. Those thoughts stop you from producing anything. So
he is such a neurodivergent person. It's crazy. Ooh, look at my cute thumbnail today. My thumbnail's so cute. He's so neurodivergent. It's like so obvious to me. Look, I've been making content a really long time, and people say to me, like, why do you keep making content if you haven't gone popular? Because I pay my bills every month with this content that you think isn't popular. But if you go back to my old videos, they're incredibly cringe, which is why they're private. They're privated. That's why we private it, because they're bad. Okay? And they ruin your brand. Like, they're bad. Okay? Also, he made Pokemon videos. He was a gamer.
Intro and stuff, and he said it was great. So here we go. We're gonna put nickname.
Yeah, he never. That's interesting. So he really struggled to do anything with this. Let's see. Most popular videos. I got the job. It wasn't what I thought 2 weeks ago. In the same video. Wait, in the same video, I got fired. I got the job. Caleb Hammer. Oh. Wait.
Nobody cares about my work. No.
What? This is, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. An hour and 22 minutes long. And then he made this video that we just watched for 120 minutes. What? No fucking way.
Nobody cares about my work, and suddenly they cared for some reason. When an employer communicates to you that they don't want you to work there, that is not always a bad thing. That is sometimes something to be very, very proud of. I abandoned him. I felt so bad because it's like, man, this is my best friend. This is my fucking best friend.
On average, the human brain contains just over a liter of juice. And for this show, I'm gonna use every last drop. Welcome to Brain Juice with Noah Chrysler. That's me. I want you to get it. I want you to understand. I'm doing
it like blew up in my face. And so this video is a reflection on that. And I'm going to bring a calm. And it was the first time that I felt like by working with somebody else, I was creating value.
Without comedy, these guys start asking questions that these guys don't want asked. Like, why is my life a tragedy? And who took all my stuff before I was born? That's why those guys up there need guys like us, comedy writers. But historically, these guys and these guys, they don't get along so well. The Monopoly guy doesn't want to talk to that guy, which is why historically what was needed was this guy. This is the suit. He's the producer, aggregator, development, executive. They call.
Go do a different deal where you don't lend creative control to somebody with a different agenda than you. And eventually, I'm pretty sure we were formally fired, right? Which I wear as a badge of.
Caleb Hammer, you recently posted a YouTube community update looking for a junior producer. I eagerly applied to the job, I left a comment, you hearted my comment, so then I eagerly awaited your reply. And then I heard nothing for days. Which, by the way, I completely understand. You're a busy guy. You're out here, you're releasing Monday, Wednesday, Friday, hitting that upload schedule. You're making that money, baby. You're making that money.
I get a trillion DMs a day now, so I get not being able to look at them.
So, Caleb, to see if I can get you to reply, I thought I'd make this video and give you the top 5 reasons you should hire me in 231 seconds. Reason 1, I've basically done the job before. I did 2 projects that are very similar to Financial Audit. The first one is a podcast that I hosted called Life Story, and the second one is a legal podcast that I produced called Let's Talk About Death and Taxes. And for both of those, I did a ton of production and I handled casting and booking of all of the guests. I reached out to people, I did guest intake with Google Forms, and I created an entire work of all of the guests. I reached out to people, I did guest intake with Google Forms, and I created an entire workflow for people to apply and then be on the show. I would select the best guests for the shows that we were making so that we could have the most informative and the most entertaining episodes. And from your post, it seems like that's exactly what you're looking for, and I know I can nail that because I've done it before.
How many inquiries do you get every day of people who want to be on the show?
30 or 40 a day. She compiles them into a spreadsheet, and we make sure that there are diverse enough situations and situations that we can help the most.
Reason 2, I've made a ton of content over the years. I just make content. I make content. You good? Although none of my projects have had super mainstream success, I've been making videos for the better part of 10 years. I've done a lot of different stuff with a really strong focus on storytelling as well as interviewing and journalism. I can help you diversify and...
I totally agree. Chet says he grifted himself into a job he can't actually manage and crashed out. He overpromised. Don't do this to yourself. Don't overpromise to creators. Do you want me to tell you a story? Oh my God. You want to see a time I did this? Oh my God. I'm about to out myself so bad right now. I'll be honest. I'll be transparent. Let me see if I can find it really fast. I don't know what I called it. It's an old video. Do I have it accessible? Yes. Okay. Are you ready? Oh no.
Hello, lady.
Okay, I hate everyone in this chat right now who's going to see this. February 3rd, 2011. February 3rd, 2011. Philip DeFranco asks if anyone is available for internship. I had met Phil a couple of times at VidCon. Okay.
Ladies and dudes. Hi Phil, so this is a audition video for your internship. My name is Brittany Simon. I am 21, a published author. I'm almost 22 now.
No, okay, now that's all I can't. I'll faint. I'll literally gag so hard. I can't. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. Anyways, chat says that's the Republican book. No, that's the lesbian novel. Guys, please don't look this up. When I was a conservative, I wrote a really shitty book. Don't read it. It's trash. Burn it. And then the second book I wrote was a lesbian love story. Please don't read it. Jesus Christ, do not read it. Listen, it's so trash. Listen to me when I say I thought I was going to be a published fictional author because I'd read so much fiction. I was sure I could write it. Don't save yourself because you'll die. I die. Don't do it. Listen, I got a call back. I got a call from one of his producers or whatever. And I didn't qualify for the job. I had to live unpaid in LA and I couldn't afford to do that. There was no way I was going to be able to live in Los Angeles for free until I became a paid person. Plus, and this is really what was beautiful. Yes, no, chat's like, do you really not actually want us to read it? Yes, I genuinely don't want you to read it. I don't make money off of it. It's self-published on Amazon. Don't give them money. And it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Do not read it. Anyways, the internship wasn't for me, but I'm so glad I didn't get it because now I'm a YouTuber all by myself. And I'm so glad I kind of never worked for a YouTuber, if I'm going to be honest. Like, I kind of like really appreciate that I've never worked for a YouTuber. You know, like it kind of like freed me to become my own person in a big way. Not that other people who work for YouTubers can't do that, but I'm not a part of anyone's thing. I built it all by myself and it kind of really helps, right? This video is so bad. This video is so bad.
I am born and raised in Southern California, so I know it pretty well. I feel that working in LA with your company or with anyone in YouTube in general, but especially you, would be beneficial for everyone. I do have...
No, we're not watching this. I can't. I'll literally kill myself. Who knows what she's going to say? What if she's going to dox herself because she doesn't follow the same rules this Brittany does here? I can't. We're not watching that. Listen. Okay, thank you for that. You're welcome. Sneak peek. Okay, let's finish out this man's video. Holy shit.
because
Lord.
whatever. And you know what? That's not true. That said, I've been trying to become a content creator for the past decade, and I failed at it. I'm trying to make things systematically and produce things at a regular cadence, but I have a attention deficit disorder, and so it makes execution of those things very difficult, right? I'm working with a team of people right now that is very, very successful.
I'm working with a team of people right now who's really successful. Are any of them therapists? Are any of them therapists?
And like really good and experienced at what they're doing to try to help me build a content creation mechanism and machine. I'm collaborating with people nowadays that like, you know, would have blown my mind 2 years ago, which is fucking awesome. But like that said, like this is very, very, very early, right? And I fucking bust my dick off trying to make amazing shit, but it gets a couple hundred views here and there. So like I get it. But like, I want this really, really fucking bad. I want this so much that I tried to make it happen for him, right? I tried to make my own little microcosm of a career from his machine, and it left me broken and fucked up, right? And so now I'm just going to try to do it on my own, right? And that's probably going to come with slower growth. It's probably going to come with less resources. It's probably going to come with more pain.
He's probably paying some like YouTuber content create bro who's like, this is the plan. He's probably paying Sneeko. He's probably paying Andrew Tate for a creative class. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not giving therapy. It's giving, I'm paying Andrew Tate.
More stumbling, but you know what? At least it's going to be mine. So if you're interested in that, I hope that you watch my future shit. I hope you dig back through my other past shit, right? Because all of it is, in my opinion, pretty interesting. I will someday release this vlog that I've been working on. I have 2.
Yeah, I private videos that are either misinformation or harm. Like if I've said an opinion that is harmful and I've grown and deconstructed, right? I private those videos. I private any videos that I think are like not a representation of anything healthy or good in like a very particular way. I know some YouTubers keep all of their videos public, but I really think for me, the sign of growth is that I'm humble enough, in my opinion, to private content I was proud of at the time, but recognize as harmful now to my communities. I think that's one of the red flags I do see in other people where I'm like, why aren't you privating this video? It's harmful. And you keeping it up isn't you hiding it. It's you telling the world you're ashamed of it. You shouldn't have posted it. But that's the thing is like, I feel like sometimes people keep content up as if to say they don't want to make it go away, but then you're not actually changing as a person, i.e. Trisha Paytas. Like Trisha Paytas's content is all still up. And not all of it, but I mean, a part of me is like, have you really changed that much though, Trisha? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, but for myself, I think keeping it up is like promoting it. You know what I mean? It's like saying I still wonder about, like even today, somebody commented on an old video of mine. I was like, oh, I don't want this video up. Because I don't want people thinking I still stand by this opinion and I'm promoting bad YouTubers. So I privated the video. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, I don't want people to watch my content and be like, oh, Brittany says this content creator is good. And then I'm like, no. No. You know what I mean? Like it's not important for me to keep the AdSense or to keep it up. I would rather people not accidentally get misled by that Brittany because she was misled, you know?
2 shows, one called Brain Juice, which is a solo podcast, and then I have another show called Chasing Dragons, which is about entrepreneurship and shit. My point is that I'm trying to make content. For the past 6 or so months, I tried to put this behind me. I never wanted to make this video, but I realize now that like I have to make this video because unless I make this video, I will never receive closure on any of these things. So this is this video. Thank you for watching it if you made it towards the end. To the people who have reached out to me as a result of this situation, to the people who have surrounded me with kindness and empathy, you know, they've listened to me. Thank you specifically to Emily. Emily, thank you so much for getting it. Thank you to my cousin Brandon for being here since the fucking beginning of this shit. And thank you to my parents. My parents have been through hell and back. They don't know how to handle this. They don't know how to handle any of this shit, right? They think I'm crazy. They don't want me to get sued, but they recognize that like on some level I need to speak about this in some way. And so they've been so supportive and encouraging.
Emily is that friend who's probably known him since college or childhood, who's really seen the good in him, but like he's not getting better. And she doesn't know how to disengage or not be his friend anymore. I said what I said.
And I love them so much. So thank you guys. To my editors who are working for too little money, you know, thank you so much. I owe you guys so much. And I'm so sorry that I couldn't pay you more money, but I don't have any. And lastly, thank you to the people who have been kind to me in my DMs. It's so wonderful to connect with you guys. You know, people who like genuinely seem to actually fucking give a shit about me and my life. Those people are awesome. So thank you for that.
Oh my God, bro. Okay, comment sections. Moderators' notes. LOL, that's a lie. The negative comments were too traumatic for him. Literally admitting that you were deleting negative comments because they hurt your feelings and fragile little ego, some weak shit. Okay, don't post these mean comments, guys. Like, these are mean. Don't post these. Okay, thank you for sharing. Whether we believe you or him is not the point. It's brave to share something like this, blah, blah, blah. Hey, friends, this is Noah's channel where he can post what he wants and delete whatever comments he wants, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If this is the most traumatic thing that's ever happened to you, consider yourself blessed. Bro really tried to set up a boxing match between a fragile homeless guy and a very well-off big guy and thought that was the normal thing to do. Maybe he could blacklist me. I think this whole video will kind of do that for him. There should have been an adult in the room, licensed driver and registered voter. They are all inside thoughts that should have been shared in privacy in a therapist's office. I don't want to make this video, but I have to. No, you did not have to. Yeah. This video remains to be the ultimate guide to when having main character syndrome goes wrong. Ding, 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 ding. Main character syndrome. Yeah, he's got that main character syndrome, bro. Chat Discord said, man, I'm traumatized. Man, I should make a YouTube video. Listen, we've all made videos at an inappropriate time when we should have talked to a therapist. Bro needs to catch up though. Bro needs to watch his old content and maybe cringe. Look, the reason I cringe at my old content is because I've grown, and I feel like you should kind of cringe at your old content in a fun way. Like, I'm not like Brittany did her best. She really thought it was great. That's good. But if you don't cringe at your own content and it actually gets better, it's like, are you actually getting better? I feel like you should kind of feel not haunted by your old content. Like, I don't want you to feel guilty for the rest of your life. But you should feel like, oh, I'm glad I've gotten better. He feels like the kind of guy who just said, I think my old content's still good, right? Didn't he just say that? Didn't he just say that? And I'm like, is it though? Are you telling me in 9 years you haven't improved yet? Didn't he just say that? It feels like he isn't getting better, you know? Yeah. That was crazy. What a roller coaster, dude. Was there anything else we wanted to look up in relation to this story? I mean, I think it's clear that Caleb made the right choice and this guy shouldn't be employed by anybody. Nobody should date this man. This man needs crazy amounts of therapy. I have seen like no improvement. What did we even just learn? You know what I learned? I learned that my levels of introspection is fucking spot on. Because if this man's not a 1, you know what I'm saying? Like, girl, you can't even, after all of this, like, you know what I'm saying? Even Logan Paul turned his career around after filming a dead person. You can't even get your shit together after being fired. Whoa. You know what I mean? Even Logan Paul was like, how do I turn this around? Wow. Oh, all right. Well, peace and love, guys. Hey, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I don't even know how you would help somebody like this, truly. Like, you can't until he wants to help himself, right? Like, you can't until he wants to help himself. That's it, period. Will he ever want to help himself, though? Where do you think he's going to be when he gets to Ethan's age? 40. Where do you think he's going to be when he's Ethan's age? Because we know where Ethan ended up at 40. Ooh. And girl. All right. All right, we did it. What a great way to end the weekend. Start the weekend? Start the weekend. Good job, Brittany. Great way to start the weekend. Wow. Amazing. Almost an 8-hour stream. Thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate it, especially those who stuck around the whole time. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This weekend on the Discord, yoga professionally taught. Discord 101, open discussion for new people. Great opportunity to just shoot the shit, share ideas, talk about stuff. We're going over a movie night, June 29th. Come join us. And then we start Arcane season 2 because we're a media community. We like to dissect the medias, okay? We like to dissect the medias. Come join us. Lots of philosophy in media, right? With that said, I think I did it. I think I have nothing else helpful to say. I'm going to say, helpful to gay. I got to go eat, girls. I got to go eat. I can feel my brain stopping. All right, have a good weekend. See you Monday. See you Monday. See you then. See you Monday. Bye.